A gigantic blue-skinned creature has appeared in the city, and it is now holding a baby captive. Since the local police have already been slain by the creature, the onlookers are frozen in fear. Just as the beast is about to consume the child, its arm is abruptly severed. This unexpected rescue comes from our protagonist, a casually dressed man in a blue t-shirt and shorts, his face obscured by a baseball cap and a black mask. The monster discards the baby and charges at him. With the civilian now safe, the hero focuses entirely on the danger. He counters the creature's attack with a powerful blow that slams the beast into the pavement, forming a large crater. Before the monster can regain its footing, the masked figure delivers a fierce kick that sends it crashing into a nearby structure. The creature attempts one final snap at our hero from the debris, but the unarmed warrior retaliates by driving his heel into the monster's gaping mouth, effectively crushing its skull. To guarantee the threat is eliminated for good, Bro concludes the battle with a flurry of rapid punches. The impact is so intense that the creature is completely disintegrated. As the debris clears, a profound silence envelopes the audience. The spectators are momentarily stunned, but that astonishment swiftly transforms into an eruption of cheers and clapping. In spite of the mother's immense gratitude and the crowd, our hero stays composed. He utters nothing, merely responding to the mother's gratitude with a fleeting look before bending down and propelling himself into the sky. As he vanishes above the Seoul skyline, onlookers are struck by a realization they once deemed unimaginable. Witnessing such strength firsthand validates a regional tale. Superhumans aren't merely fictional. They genuinely exist. Seo-Yun High School, located in Incheon, a standard school day is disrupted by a lecture on ethics regarding natural disasters. The instructor clarifies that the term refers to catastrophic occurrences beyond human control. This scholarly definition resonates deeply with the students, as the world is currently overrun by real-life monsters that embody that description. In the rear of the classroom, two students are engrossed in a viral video on a smartphone. They are viewing high-definition footage of the white-capped superhuman from the recent Ryodong event, the same hero who rescued a child from a blue-skinned creature. The students are captivated by his strength, remarking on the rarity of such clear footage since most individuals are too preoccupied with fleeing to record. However, this digital diversion is abruptly interrupted when a crackling emergency alert blares through the school's intercom. The Inhumans alert system declares that a potential danger has been detected near Incheon Port. Due to the urgent threat, classes have been cancelled, and students must return home immediately. While many students are thrilled about the sudden time off, one girl feels an overwhelming sense of unease. She observes that these assaults are increasingly frequent and perilous. She looks over at her classmate, Lim Kong, who remains surprisingly asleep amid the turmoil. Fortunately, Lim Kong isn't as lethargic as he appears. An earpiece concealed in his bag starts to vibrate, prompting him to wake up swiftly to take a call. At the other end, a voice called Ju Ri gives him the precise coordinates of the creature located at the port. Our protagonist remains calm, acting like an ordinary, laid-back student to evade his classmates' suspicion before going to the restroom to change. Incheon Port's situation has now become fatal. A blue creature is frightening the industrial district, halting moving trucks with bare hands and crumpling them like soda cans. Jae-gu and his senior supervisor are cornered behind shipping containers while the monster persistently pursues them, ultimately capturing, lifting and throwing Jae-gu away like a rag doll. As the creature is ready to eliminate them, the boss holds firm with a metal pipe, ready to give his life to allow his younger colleague to flee. As he braces for his last moments, the creature abruptly detects something and looks away. It disregards the humans for a time to seize a huge shipping container, whirling it with immense force before sending it flying through the air like a missile, targeted directly at the workers. Just as the enormous metal container is about to crush them, Lim Kong appears. Clad in his iconic white cap and mask, our hero soars into the air and obliterates the entire shipping container with one powerful punch. Upon landing, he cracks the pavement beneath him and nonchalantly cautions the monster about the hazards of hurling such large items. Lim Kong confronts the blue creature while his handler, Ju Ri, anxiously observes from a remote command center. Amidst the tension, Ju Ri reminds him through his earpiece of a crucial protocol. Always attempt to communicate before engaging in combat. Given that these creatures are usually mindless hunters, encountering one that can speak might reveal crucial insights into their background. With this reasoning, our main character tries to calm things down by inquiring if the monster comprehends him. Regrettably, the creature shows no interest in engaging in dialogue. In reply to the boy's inquiry, the creature's skin shifts to a furious red as it emits a thunderous roar. This change signifies a dramatic increase in its ferocity. The beast charges with such unexpected swiftness that it surprises our protagonist, compelling him to jump and intercept a powerful follow-up kick. The impact's force is so intense that Lim Kong is propelled across the pavement. He soon understands that this adversary is considerably quicker and more powerful than its hefty build implies. As this confrontation takes place, the broader world observes. A news helicopter hovers overhead, capturing the unfolding drama, broadcasting the battle live to an enthralled audience. The Inhuman Subjugation Special Task Force has deployed tanks and railguns on the ground. However, they are not entering the conflict at this moment. Their leader understands that traditional weapons are ineffective against such formidable threats. Military analysis indicates that our hero's strength greatly surpasses typical firepower. Thus, if the white cap drops, the city is defenseless. The conflict at the harbor becomes more frantic. The creature chases after him. It employs a lengthy, spear-like tongue to destabilize our hero while airborne. This brief opportunity permits the creature to seize Lim Kong by the ankle and forcefully throw him into a shipping container. The collision is enormous, departing the onlookers and the armed forces in disbelief as dust envelopes the crash location. Nevertheless, the military has developed a contingency plan specifically for this situation. Noticing our hero in peril, the captain permits Plan B, which includes a skilled sniper equipped with a bionic arm. The sharpshooter unleashes a powerful energy round that hits the creature squarely in the head. The impact of the shot sends the beast crashing to the ground, offering a fleeting glimpse of hope. However, as smoke billows from the injury, the monster stays alert, fixing its stare on the sniper with an expression indicating that the battle is far from finished. Tension escalates at Incheon Port as the military officer observes the approaching red monster. To gain precious seconds, the skilled sniper employs his cybernetic arm to swiftly load and shoot powerful energy rounds. Every shot hits the creature with exact precision, targeting its side and the top of its head. Yet the monster continues to stand firm despite the unyielding assault. While the sniper readies another shot, he sees something in his scope that leaves him stunned. Lim Kong is coming out of a nearby shipping container. Our boy manages to brush himself off, casually mentioning that it was fortunate he was thrown into the metal container. It interrupted his momentum, preventing him from being hurled completely into the sea. Noticing that their hero is unharmed, Yuri exhales with relief from his command center. He swiftly resumes his duties, telling Kong that this beast seems to be yet another failure. Since the creature neither communicates nor shows any signs of intelligence, there is no longer any reason to restrain their actions. Having completed the information-gathering phase, Lim Kong resolves to eliminate the threat permanently. He rushes ahead with explosive velocity, causing the ground to fracture below him, jumping into the air for a final strike. The creature appears stunned by this abrupt surge in intensity, yet it lacks the time to respond. The protagonist executes a powerful overhead kick, instantly shattering the creature's skull. He completes the action by seizing the creature's face and driving it into the ground with such intensity that it caused a huge eruption of rubble and a shockwave that shakes nearby helicopters. The aftermath renders everyone, from military personnel to news teams, in a state of shocked silence. The creature seems to have been vanquished. However, the triumph is momentarily halted as the body starts to convulse and emit an unusual, dark fluid. This dark energy ultimately devours the remnants and detonates, departing with only a void black cavity remaining. As Yuri anxiously verifies whether the battle has genuinely concluded, Lim Kong stays composed. He is convinced the danger is eliminated since he sensed the creature's brain break, yet he confidently remarks that he would just kill it again if it came back. He likens the battle to a prior, significantly tougher clash on Onmyeon Island, implying that this adversary wasn't even his toughest test. Nevertheless, the moment is fleeting. Above the debris, a mysterious individual wearing a military-style hat and a cloaked figure named Dan Yong have been observing the entire confrontation for their amusement. The man wearing the hat is struck by the merciless show of force and understands that the white-capped superhuman has not yet tapped into his complete power. Curious, he informs his friend he'll return shortly and disappears in a swift rush. Within the crater, Lim Kang's instincts ignite as he perceives an unfamiliar presence. Before he has a chance to respond, the stranger zips by him quickly, showing up on the scanners as an unidentified danger. The newcomer is a man with flowing white hair, dark facial markings, and a sinister smile. He confronts our hero, recognizing his status as the white-capped superhuman. The main character encounters a mysterious man with striking white hair. Meanwhile, another figure dressed in a pink cloak observes the unfolding scene from a tall nearby crane. Due to Lim Kang's keen observation skills, he promptly informs Yuri about the existence of this second person. News helicopters transmit the standoff in real time, and as the public and military observe anxiously, the dialogue occurring remains inaudible to all. The military captain instructs his troops to hold their positions and remain vigilant, aware that they cannot interfere in a confrontation of this magnitude. The white-haired figure initiates the exchange by sarcastically complimenting the hero's flamboyant combat technique, even likening him to Ketchup Man, a well-known television superhero. Lim Kong is an enormous admirer of the series. He momentarily lets go of his serious demeanor and shows clear signs of being flattered. This distraction enrages Yuri, who shouts through the earpiece for him to cease blushing and begin interrogating the stranger about his identity and background. As our protagonist attempts to refocus, the stranger dismisses the inquiries with laughter. He discloses that he has been monitoring the white-capped superhuman via social media and news reports for an extended period. Nonetheless, he asserts that his visit to the port wasn't solely for Lim Kong and maintains he has no desire to engage in combat. Yuri is instantly doubtful, recalling a previous event in Samchuk when government agents pretended to be cordial just before assaulting him with tasers. Concerned about another ambush, Yuri insists our hero vacate the vicinity at once. The dialogue shifts dramatically as the stranger reveals shocking information. He sees himself as a superhuman, similar to Lim Kong. He asserts that there are others worldwide who hold abilities that challenge the laws of reason. Although Yuri knows of several confirmed superhumans in America and Europe, the revelation of another in Korea, along with the suggestion of a whole concealed community, alters everything. Eager to not a member of this enigmatic group, Lim Kong decides to walk away. Yet the stranger halts him with a chilling revelation. He discloses that he is aware of Lim Kang's true identity as a high school student and, even more unsettlingly, he knows about Yuri. The stranger recounts how he once lurked in the shadows of Yuri's workshop, observing him as he crafted the hero's advanced gear. He even taunts Lim Kong with a threat to toy with Yuri while he's at school. Since Yuri is Lim Kang's only family, this menace ignites a cold, dark fury within him. The previously lighthearted mood dissipates as Lim Kong readies himself to neutralize the risk to his friend's well-being. He vows to make certain that the stranger never approaches Yuri again. Realizing his jest has crossed a line, the white-haired man adopts a fighting stance as the hero disappears in a flash of blinding speed. Lim Kong charges forward with a punch aimed to conclude the altercation, yet the stranger catches the strike with one hand. The force of the impact creates a shockwave powerful enough to fracture the pavement beneath them. Despite the sheer strength of the hit, the stranger remains unscathed, sarcastically pointing out that Lim Kong must have held back at the last moment. He ridicules the hero for his leniency in combat, cautioning that if they were to exchange genuine blows, the entire vicinity would be obliterated. With Nanjiai's eyes glowing a threatening red, it becomes evident that he possesses superhuman abilities capable of total annihilation. In the command center, Yuri urgently calls into the earpiece, urging Kong to settle down. Aware that battling an unfamiliar superhuman who is aware of their identities is futile, Yuri persuades the protagonist to withdraw for strategic reasons. Grasping the reasoning, Lim Kong relaxes his defenses, leading the stranger to chuckle and get ready to leave. Just before departing, Lim insists on a name to track him down later. The stranger reveals himself as Nanjiai before disappearing with his partner, Dan Yang. This underwhelming conclusion leaves audiences globally feeling exasperated. In a secluded chamber, a man named Ben complains about the absence of excitement while, in a high-end office, the imposing Bashaloff and a blonde executive observe the broadcast quietly. The executive remarks that the duo likely retreated to prevent the city from becoming a graveyard, yet he still harbors doubts about the intentions of the Whitecap hero. Returned to the harbor, the two individuals Lim Kong rescued try to express their appreciation by presenting him with a steaming bowl of unappetizing stew. Nevertheless, our protagonist remains unmoved and propels himself into the sky, creating a powerful shockwave. As the military initiates the cleanup process, the specialized sniper with the bionic arm voices his resentment to the captain. He contends that even their most advanced armor-piercing ammunition is ineffective against such threats. Given the ineffectiveness of human weaponry, he fears they are all destined for a futile demise. The narrative then shifts to Commander by Echo Jean of the Inhuman Subjugation Special Task Force, who is overseeing the retrieval of the creature's remains. He instructs the captain to disregard national agencies and concentrate solely on transferring the monster's body onto a mysterious black vehicle designated Transport Vehicle 101. Once the ramp is secured, the craft departs for a classified site known as the Falcon Area. Echo Jean subsequently informs a senior politician, Marcus Gerald, about the incident. Although the report states 14 fatalities, Marcus shows no concern for the victims. He berates the commander for squandering his time on meaningless nonsense and grumbles about addressing the public, whom he secretly regards as filthy ants. As the transport plane ascends with the inhuman body, Marcus Gerald walks onto a well-lit stage. Beneath a banner heralding a new era, he forces a smile and presents himself to an enthusiastic audience as the beacon for a harmonious future. Perched atop a shipping container, Nanjiai and Dan Yang observe the aircraft vanish from sight, verifying that the military and the government are relocating the remains precisely as anticipated. In New York City, a fierce battle erupts between a creature and the renowned American hero, Ketchup Man, far across the globe. Clad in his signature red and yellow outfit, the powerful hero harshly questions an aged inhuman, insisting on the whereabouts of a base associated with someone named Sherlock. The creature struggles to speak due to the hero's iron grip. However, Ketchup Man views the struggle as rebellion. Without hesitation, the American hero unleashes a colossal punch that propels the creature crashing into the streets below like a meteor. He then executes his trademark ketchup smash, generating a tremendous shock wave that fractures the pavement and leaves the inhuman shattered in a crater. Meanwhile, a throng of enthusiastic fans applauds his masculine physique, and news journalists celebrate him as Earth's hope. The truth is somewhat more jaded. Ketchup Man lets the creature go solely to send a message to its leader, though he almost reconsiders out of sheer spite. This exhibition of strength is aired worldwide, concluding with a joyful animated theme tune that emphasizes his position as a commercial symbol. In Korea, Lim Kong is tuning into the premiere of this episode from his cluttered bedroom. His dedication as a fan has him awake just to catch the live broadcast. Despite his handler, Ju-ri, feeling drained from their real-life struggle the day before. While our boy enthusiastically admires the hero's adventures, he remembers Nan Jiai's previous remark likening him to Ketchup Man. This reflection makes our protagonist flush with pride, as he secretly enjoys being compared to his beloved television character. The tranquil morning is shattered when Ju-ri reveals that school has resumed. The swift neutralization of the local inhuman threat led to the lifting of the emergency cancellation. This news plunges our hero into a frenzy of panic. He gets dressed at lightning speed and bolts out the door, leaving a path of discarded clothes in his wake. While heading to Seoyan High School, Lim Kong listens to his classmates discussing the recent altercation at the port. Some students ridicule the white-cap hero for having his punch thwarted by Nanji. Some people advocate for him as a selfless fighter. The discussion halts when a student unintentionally collides with Choi Tae-ik, a towering and fearsome presence clad in a gray parka. Tae-ik holds a prominent position within the Gundu Gang, an infamous faction of brawlers from Mabong Middle School that now considers the high school their own domain. When Tae-ik spots our protagonist gazing at him, a short yet charged staring match follows. To maintain his disguise, Lim Kong pretends to be an average, unremarkable student and delivers a feeble apology, permitting the bully to leave with menacing remarks. His peers advise him to avoid the group, noting that since the school is new and has no upperclassmen, these troublemakers are unchecked. Within the classroom, we encounter Hong Moo-hee, a boxer with a bandaged face, alongside her friend Yeo Jin-ju. Tension is evident between them, with Moo-hee concerned about Jin-ju associating with a risky group. When our boy finally sinks into his chair, Jin-ju notes that his fly is unzipped, a consequence of his hurried morning. Lim Kong fumbles with his zipper, feeling utterly humiliated. Moo-hee observes with a slight smile, finding his awkwardness charming. Nonetheless, the internal turmoil at school sharply contrasts with an escalating danger in other areas. The center of the Atlantic Ocean, a fisherman notices a huge dark silhouette gliding beneath the surface. The expanse of the ocean is delicate, a truth two fishermen discover far too late. During his shift, a father proudly displays a penguin toy he purchased for his daughter's birthday celebration. He shares that her aspiration to see penguins in Antarctica motivated him to seize the opportunity to purchase the toy. It is a heartfelt instance of family planning. He looks forward to returning home after lunch, worried that his lengthy shifts on the boat could make his daughter forget what he looks like. Regrettably, this touching dialogue is interrupted as a huge shadowy figure rises from the abyss. A massive blue lizard-like creature emerges from the depths and crashes onto the deck, instantly breaking the ship apart. Before the men can fully grasp the magnitude of the danger, the creature, akin to a humanoid chameleon, crushes one of the fishermen beneath its enormous clawed foot. With the boat now a scene of blood and wreckage, the second fisherman remains frozen in fear, gazing at the beast that has just taken his friend's life. At Sion High School, in the meantime, the environment is much less dangerous, yet still bleak. Math instructor Park Chong-sik opts to abandon his standard lesson to present a talk on the inhumane phenomenon. He states that these beings are emerging with alarming regularity, occurring 3 times this year alone, leading to an unprecedented level of public fear. To convey the seriousness of the situation, he explains the immense strength of these creatures. He observes that they have the power to obliterate tanks and the velocity to travel at 125 miles per hour, rendering them instinctual killing machines that humanity can scarcely comprehend. The educator presents a stark overview of the statistics, highlighting 517 fatalities worldwide across 37 documented instances. Shifting attention to Korea, he emphasizes that 7 significant incidents have occurred, yet he highlights a spark of optimism. Our protagonist, the white-cap superhuman, has emerged in the past 5 consecutive incidents to eliminate the danger. Due to this hero's enduring enigma for both experts and the public, he has emerged as a beacon of hope in a progressively bleak world. To set the stage for the ongoing crisis, the teacher reflects on the 2 events that took place prior to our boy's arrival. Initially, there was the 2015 Ipohang event, where a creature was discovered deceased alongside 15 victims, apparently vanquished by an unidentified group. Even more unsettling was the 2016 Gangnam event, marking the emergence of Heptahorn, the first non-human to endure a confrontation with humans. Witnesses remembered a large man with long hair battling the creature during the tragedy. However, both the man and the creature vanished soon after. The authorities speculate that the man was murdered and the creature is just waiting. At the end of the lecture, the teacher emphasizes that the white cap, Heptahorn, and the long-haired man are essential to grasping the inhuman danger. He questions out loud the origin of these monsters, only to find that many of his students have dozed off. Annoyed, he bangs his hand on the desk to rouse them, reminding them that, as the future of society, They must not be apathetic while humanity's vulnerabilities are revealed. The instructor's enthusiasm for the topic goes beyond academics. It's profoundly personal. While driving away from the school, he starts crying as he talks to his wife on the phone. Today marks the anniversary of their son's passing, a tragedy rooted in a previous monster assault. Having lost his child to such brutality, he dedicates his life to praying for his son's safety from monsters in heaven, a harsh reminder that every statistic hides a family shattered by loss. In the Atlantic Ocean again, the terror aboard the fishing boat escalates as the monstrous being looms over the debris. The sole survivor stands frozen in disbelief, gazing at the lifeless form of his deceased companion. In a bid to escape, the man rushes into the control cabin and hurriedly hits the emergency button. He tries to transmit his coordinates, but before he can complete, the giant hand of the monster breaks the window and crushes his head within its grasp. Now battered and bruised, the fisherman pleads for his survival. With one tear in his eye, sadly, his cries remain unheard. The cabin is filled solely with the static-laden voice of a far-off operator inquiring about the ship's name, oblivious to the fact that the circumstances have already become deadly. In close proximity, the ambience exudes opulence and festivity. Aboard the SS Opera, a large cruise vessel on the deck, thousands of travelers are reveling at a sunlit celebration. Inside the ship's bridge, the atmosphere remains entirely professional. The captain and his crew have noticed the interrupted transmission from the fishing boat. The automated tracking indicates that the vessel is merely 10 nautical miles distant. The captain makes a firm decision. He commands an instant change in direction, aiming to initiate a rescue operation in 25 minutes. As the cruise ship rushes toward the distress signal, the injured fisherman spots the enormous vessel in the distance. He stands beside his friend's lifeless body, observing his sole chance for survival nearing a peril they are not equipped to face. In Korea, Seo Yunhai students prioritize their social interactions over global crises. While waiting in the cafeteria line, Woo Chung-ryul and Lee Daebang argue about their hunger and poor dating opportunities. Their discussion shifts to the school's social structure. As the institution is newly established, it has fallen under the influence of a notorious faction called the Gundu Gang. Daebang notes that they have a stroke of luck since the gang's leaders and their followers are primarily found in the upper-numbered classes. Nonetheless, Chung-ryul highlights a student named Gi Duet Gun, a self-satisfied subordinate in their own circle who pretends to be tough due to connections. This prompts them to question whether their peer Kwon Chul could confront the bullies. Despite Kwon Chul's remarkable strength and a past victory over a middle school aggressor, he is recognized for his reserved nature and avoidance of conflict. Meanwhile, in the bustling lunchroom, our protagonist Lim Kong sits by himself, devouring food to sustain his extraordinary metabolism. He is taken aback when Kwon Chul takes a seat across from him, as both are somewhat socially detached. Kwon Chul proposes they share meals moving forward. When Chul inquires if Lim Kong participates in sports to keep his physique, our protagonist naively asserts that he is teaching himself Taekwondo, which Chul finds somewhat entertaining. Their developing camaraderie is suddenly disrupted by a loud crash. Choi Tae-ik, a senior figure in the Gunda gang, sends a student flying across the room for being too sluggish. Tae-ik reveals that he is struggling to control his anger and chooses to survey the area to confront 5 individuals solely based on his dislike for their appearance. While the other students shrink back in terror, Lim Kong and Kwon Chul observe the unfolding situation quietly, their lunch disrupted by the escalating violence in the schoolyard. As bullies wreak havoc in Incheon, the U.S. government is confronting a significantly greater disaster. In a dimly lit conference room in New York, the Secretary of Defense reveals his despair regarding the escalating fatalities. The atmosphere shifts as 2 influential figures enter. St. Pearl, a fair-haired woman clad in blue armor, and Galen Withrow, James, a senior official, tells them they are confronted with an unimaginable worst-case situation. He discloses that the SS Opera, which is currently transporting 3,000 civilians, is facing an active assault by a monstrous entity in the ocean. With the vessel stranded in the heart of the Atlantic, the the passengers find themselves effectively cornered with no means of escape. Pearl, aware of the urgency, abbreviates the briefing to start their journey right away. While approaching a helicopter that awaits, the Secretary of Defense stands in a state of clear shock. Overcome by the powerful, daunting presence of the superhumans, he trembles, grasping the extent to which these beings surpass ordinary humanity. Meanwhile, in Korea, the enigmatic Nanjiai and his ally Dan Yong deliberate on the repercussions of their recent televised meeting with the white-capped superhuman. Due to their faces being shown worldwide, Dan Yong worries about the bounties currently on their heads. Nonetheless, Nanjiai stays unfazed and even finds humor in the situation. He proposes that the world is approaching chaos, and he is merely observing to determine which side of the impending game will offer the most enjoyable experience to join. The seriousness of the ocean crisis is evident. While James proceeds with his briefing on the LC-100, the quickest military helicopter in the U.S. arsenal, he states that they are approximately 500 miles from the vessel, a distance that will require 2 hours to traverse. Regrettably, a previous rescue mission by the military resulted in catastrophe when the Navy and the Inhuman Subjugation Special Task Force, ISSTF, dispatched 5 specialized squadrons to the location, losing all communication within 20 minutes. It is very probable that all soldiers involved have been eliminated. This setback has compelled the government to resort to a ruthless and desperate contingency plan. Due to the SS, Opera is now on autopilot, moving straight for the Florida coast. Authorities are concerned that the Inhuman will arrive on land and trigger a greater massacre. Consequently, they have deployed fighter jets armed with small nuclear missiles to destroy the vessel and all aboard before it can reach the shore. Galen and Pearl find this solution repulsive, yet Pearl stays concentrated. She orders James to cease shaking, assertively stating that the results will shift with her presence now. The focus moves from the international arena to the local conflicts at Sion High School in Incheon. The lunchroom has become a place of fear, with the bully Choi Tae-ik launching an indiscriminate attack on students just to release his pent-up anger. He targets a student, forcefully seizing him by the hair for the trivial act of obstructing his path. Just as the situation is on the verge of becoming more violent, Hong Moo-hee steps in, boldly confronting the bullies to stop the intimidation. This unexpected act of courage stuns the entire student body, as no one anticipated the girl with the bandaged jaw would challenge the school's most dreaded bully. As the crowd erupts in panic, Lim Kong and his classmate Kwon Chul observe the situation with calm indifference. Choi Tae-ik is taken aback at first, but his astonishment swiftly transforms into fury. He looms over Moo-hee, derisively suggesting that the cafeteria food has driven her insane. He makes it evident that he has no hesitation in resorting to violence against girls and prepares to deliver a powerful backhand to silence her. Just as the strike is about to land, Kwon Chul steps in, grabbing the bully's wrist mid-air. With an indifferent look, Kwon remarks that the rumors about the gang being utterly despicable are evidently accurate. He sarcastically labels Tae-ik a colossal freak, sparking immediate reactions from the spectators who recognize Kwon Chul as a skilled fighter from a competing middle school. The tension escalates rapidly. Furious at the disruption, Tae-ik delivers a fierce kick that propels Kwon Chul across the room, crashing through multiple tables. While the bully's minions think the battle has ended, our hero he challenges the bully to complete his sentence, eliciting a surge of applause from the students eager to witness the gang's long-awaited defeat. Kwon Chul takes the initiative, springing into the air to execute a flying kick, followed by a crushing blow to Tae-ik's jaw. The sound is so shocking that the bully's followers are stunned to witness their leader reeling. Tae-ik ejects a thick spray of blood onto the ground, his muscles tense as he understands he's not up against a low-tier rival. He proclaims that he will offer no mercy. As Kwon Chul quietly assesses the situation, the bully's deep sighs indicate that despite receiving a powerful blow, he remains alert, hinting that the victory won't come easily. As the two get ready for another round, an unexpected presence disrupts the battle. A large student with mint-hued hair and golden teeth, recognized as Nam Gung-moo, positions himself between them. He is acknowledged as one of the free heads of the Gundu gang. His presence is so formidable that he questions his humanity. As a teacher nears, the radish-head leader calls for a halt. He guides a injured Tae-ik away, but not before issuing a foreboding warning to Quan Chul, vowing that they will meet again soon for crossing the line. As the group withdraws, a thick silence envelopes the room. While the other students murmur in dread about being trapped in a school with such merciless bullies, Lim Kong stays concentrated on his food. He releases a thunderous, room-shaking belch, nonchalantly grumbling that these maniacs believe they own the establishment. The girls at the adjacent table are left appalled, completely oblivious that the boy they are criticizing for the noise is the most formidable superhuman on Earth. Meanwhile, attention turns to a tempestuous night over the Atlantic. James, the military liaison, informs St. Pearl and Galen Withrow that they have arrived at the SS Oprah. Even at 1,000 feet above ground, Pearl insists on opening the helicopter doors. She puts on a biometric earpiece to maintain communication with James, who will oversee their positions from above. Prior to leaping, Pearl delivers a bold message to the U.S. government. Now that she is here, they can officially call off the nuclear strike. The two superhumans plunge into the stormy sky, hitting the cruise ship's deck with a force that breaks the surface apart. They discover a scene of utter devastation, with corpses strewn all around. On the rain-soaked deck of the SS, Oprah, St. Pearl, and Galen Withrow get ready to depart. Pearl believes the Inhuman is close, having already savagely slaughtered the crew. Unknown to the heroes, they are under surveillance. Hidden within the ship's debris, a colossal blue-scaled beast focuses a solitary reptilian eye on Pearl, observing her every action. From the safety of a helicopter, their technical liaison, James, tries to coordinate the search. Given that the cruise ship is a vast maze with varying layouts on each floor, stumbling upon the creature is improbable. This intricacy compels the team to make a tough tactical decision. To maximize their coverage swiftly, James proposes they separate. While Pearl heads to the lower cargo bays, Galen ascends to the upper levels and the engine room. James cautions them that although this is the quickest method to locate survivors, it also means they will likely confront the threat individually without support. Pearl wastes no time, jumping off the side of the vessel and utilizing her superhuman strength to punch handholds directly into the metal hull as she descends. Upon reaching the lower levels, she kicks through the ship's exterior to gain access. She discovers herself in an expansive, quiet storage bay. The space is packed with untouched cargo and shows no evidence of conflict. Pearl first states that all appears normal. The circumstances are now evident. They are much bleaker for Galen. As he navigates the upper decks, he encounters only a path of corpses. Each crucial location, the bridge, the control room, and the information center, has become a site of death. The stress escalates as the communication connection starts to falter. As the vessel navigates an area akin to the Bermuda Triangle, the electronic disruptions intensify significantly. This situation renders James and the helicopter powerless, as he can monitor their positions but is unable to offer verbal alerts or assistance. In the midst of the noise, Galen perceives a soft groan and finds a solitary survivor. Regrettably, the old man has succumbed to insanity due to the trauma from the assault. Rather than perceiving a savior, the survivor yells at Galen as though he were a fiend, his psyche utterly shattered by the terror he experienced. In the cargo hold, Pearl experiences a significantly more optimistic meeting. A young girl hides behind crates, spotting the renowned hero. Pearl comforts the child, but seizes a brief moment of humor by gently correcting her for referring to her as Mrs. Az. Galen persists in his quest, stepping into the grand event hall, where the smell of blood is nearly overwhelming. He is taken aback to spot a blonde woman in the distance who resembles St. Pearl exactly. Perplexed by how his companion managed to ascend from the ship's bottom to the top in such a short time, Galen moves closer to her. This error becomes almost deadly. As the figure shifts, it unveils a ghostly face and a crimson eye. Before Galen can respond, the creature's torso bursts open into a gigantic, jagged maw. This transforming monstrosity lunges at Galen, biting deeply into his shoulder. He is hurled across the ground, bleeding and utterly stunned. Due to the monster's successful impersonation of his comrade, Galen is left gravely injured and confronting a chillingly treacherous foe without any means to summon aid. His lapse in vigilance when he noticed the resemblance to his ally, Saint Pearl, allowed the Inhuman to deliver a devastating initial strike. The predicament is more perilous than it appears. As he crouches in agony, he realizes that had his reflexes not activated at the last moment, he would have lost his life. Regrettably, the harm is already critical. Galen has completely lost his right arm. In spite of the pain and excessive sweating, he stays analytical. He observes the creature's facade falter, exposing a hideous transitional form with a replica of Pearl's head perched on a large blue-skinned neck. Since the beast can undergo physical changes, Galen deduces it is not an illusionist, yet a lethal shapeshifter. To remain in the struggle, Galen demonstrates remarkable determination. He employs his free hand to securely bind his black cloak around the bleeding stump of his shoulder. This makeshift dressing is what prevents him from losing consciousness due to blood loss. Fueled by a chilling, vengeful fury, he orders the beast to return his limb prior to entering a fierce, close-quarters fight. As this conflict occurs in the dining hall, the remaining team members are having a tough time with the surroundings. Far above the vessel, the technical liaison, James, battles a fierce lightning storm. With the ship situated in a high-interference area, his earpieces have malfunctioned, forcing him to depend on flickering radar icons to monitor the team. He observes with increasing anxiety that Galen's movements are unpredictable, indicating he is engaged in a critical life-or-death conflict. Worried about the situation, James instructs the pilot to land on the deck amid the fierce winds. In the meantime, the actual Saint Pearl remains in the cargo hold. Fortunately, she discovers a substantial group of survivors concealed behind crates in the lower levels. Upon spotting their renowned hero, the civilians, guided by a young girl and a frantic woman, plead for her aid. With numerous lives in jeopardy, Pearl experiences a heightened urgency to evacuate the vessel and locate her partner. In the dining area, the confrontation has reached a deadlock. The Inhuman has completely transformed back into its authentic form, a massive blue-scaled creature that utilizes its size to trap Galen. Due to the absence of an arm, Galen faces challenges in keeping his balance during a fistfight. Having just escaped a deadly bite, he understands that although the monster's ability to change shape is an effective means of trickery, it doesn't significantly enhance its strength in battle once the confrontation starts. Understanding that he must conclude this swiftly for his survival, Galen resolves to unleash his full potential. He inhales deeply, and in an instant, his left eye radiates a brilliant electric blue glow. As a superhuman capable of manipulating energy and matter, he transforms the very surroundings into a formidable weapon. He breaks a wooden barrel, and rather than the wine pouring out, he suspends the droplets in mid-air. These wine crystals transform into sharp projectiles that strike the monster, taking it entirely by surprise. To complete the task, Galen seizes a glass bottle and shatters it, forming a sharp edge. By cascading the leftover liquid onto the glass, he channels his energy to create an elongated blade of crystal strength. No longer interested in playing around, the one-armed fighter aims his new weapon at the creature, prepared to put an end to the day's frustrations for good. To grasp how a man from East Harlem found himself in a high-stakes role, one must examine his recruitment process. In a secure surveillance room, the technical liaison, James, along with his colleague Ben, once examined the footage from Galen's first interrogation. Initially, Ben expressed doubt, pointing out that although the young man had an intense gaze, he didn't seem particularly menacing. However, James dispelled this notion by sharing Galen's background. He had single-handedly decimated the infamous Bloodstreak gang in an instant and subsequently left the entire Cefario gang incapacitated without a single injury. This was a level of cleanup that even the authorities had found challenging, making Galen a person of significant interest. The interrogation footage further highlighted the nature of his abilities. During a tense exchange with Saint Pearl, she remarked that while his physical resilience was remarkable, His most frightening ability was his capacity to halt the bleeding of injured allies instantly. Galen stated that he has the exceptional power to immediately solidify any liquid within a 10-meter radius. Whether it's coffee in a cup or moisture in the air, he can alter its molecular structure at will, transforming it into a material akin to diamond. While this skill challenges scientific principles and demands great stamina and focus, enabling him to transform ordinary liquids into weapons more potent than many firearms. In the present, this ability faces its greatest challenge yet. The blue beast is unyielding, striking with tremendous force. That causes Galen to slide across the dining hall floor. While Galen expels blood, he understands that the absence of his arm has disrupted his balance entirely, leading to missed counterattacks. Even after obliterating half of the creature's head, the monster continues to show no signs of slowing. As the conflict intensifies, Saint Pearl dashes through the lower passages of the ship. She observes that the basement areas remain strangely unscathed, indicating the danger lies elsewhere. As she senses a slight rumble overhead, a wave of static suddenly blasts through her earpiece. James, observing the conflict via the helicopter's radar, attempts to direct her to the event hall. A sense of unease overwhelms him. The struggle is dragging on, and he realizes that Pearl must reach the location quickly for Galen to have any chance of survival. Within the dining hall, Galen's sight starts to fade as he approaches his physical threshold. In a last, urgent strategic maneuver, he observes the ceiling's fire sprinklers. He jumps high and thrusts his foot upwards, compelling it to break the pipes. As water erupts forcefully throughout the room, Galen channels the last of his mental strength to unleash his ability. The cascading water swiftly morphs into countless diamond-hard spikes, piercing the creature from all sides and encasing it in a colossal block of solidified liquid. In the observation room, Ben and James deliberated on the possible limitations of such an unusual power. James raised the question of whether the transformation was irreversible or if it had a scientific time limit. Galen's recorded answer indicated that the ability is directly linked to his mental strength. Due to this connection, the effects fluctuate according to his physical state, although the solidified form generally endures for no less than an hour before reverting to liquid. Confident that victory is secured, Galen looms over his immobilized foe, pondering how to conclude the task. Regrettably, his triumph is fleeting. A swift, dark line slices through the air emerging from the shadows. Before Galen perceives the new danger as a larger, second-in-human appears and decapitates him with one vicious blow. As his form crumbles and the universe dims to darkness, the warrior's last thought is filled with sheer terror. A second monster had been concealed behind him all along. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the command center shifts from optimistic to frantic. James, desperately typing on his laptop to organize the team's meeting point, observes an abrupt alteration on his radar. Although St. Pearl's signal stays constant, the icon for Galen, marked W, abruptly disappears from the display. Since the earpieces connect directly to the user's biometrics, James realizes this isn't a technical malfunction. The loss of the signal signifies only one conclusion. Galen Withrow is gone. The gravity of this truth sends James into a panic, gripping his head while he stares at the solitary icon still visible on his screen. Meanwhile, within the ship, the quiet of the dining area is broken as St. Pearl forcefully bursts through the thick wooden doors. She shows up prepared for a battle, yet she is instantly frozen by the devastation in front of her. She gazes at a disturbing scene before her, the azure creature, the fresh white being, and the remnants of her companion. As she gazes down, she spots Galen's decapitated head resting in a pool of blood. Her initial astonishment shifts into a chilling, oppressive quiet. This tragedy evokes a touching recollection of a discussion they had while sitting on a park bench. Pearl had previously attempted to instruct Galen on the significance of staying composed and logical in battle. She cautioned him that inhumans can be erratic and, should one of them fall, the remaining individual must manage their feelings and withdraw if needed to safeguard the world. Galen had derisively brushed off her emotional nature, asserting he would abandon her without hesitation if she were to pass away. To illustrate his argument, he utilized his abilities to transform a fountain into a statue for a weeping child before departing Pearl with an understanding grin. Currently, Pearl's own counsel betrays her. As she looms over her friend's lifeless form, the nonsensical words she uttered about maintaining composure dissolve, giving way to overwhelming, unbridled fury. As the red-fleshed beast, the one accountable for the kill, boldly screams at her, Pearl reaches her breaking point. She surges ahead with a sonic blast, fracturing the ground below feet as she charges at the beast. She yells in rage, wondering what has become of her determination. She drives the monster's face into the ground with such power that it causes the earth to explode. Pearl then delivers a crushing overhead kick to the creature's spine. Yet the battle is still ongoing. In spite of her wounds, she briefly halts her attack to demonstrate one last gesture of respect, turning to Galen's remains, and softly holds his detached head, shutting his eyes for the final time. Despite the red creature rising again and sinking its claws into her shoulder, Pearl remains steadfast and won't release. This injury only intensifies her metamorphosis. As she gazes at the monster, her eyes have lost their humanity, shining with a feral gleam. By choosing to forsake her typical tactical restraint, Pearl evolves into a vengeful demon. She seizes the creature's enormous arm with her bare hand and starts to crush the limb, smoothly maneuvering the massive creature past a stone column. Drenched in blood and exuding a chilling presence, Pearl proclaims that today marks the lowest point in her career. She cautions the creature that she will now operate by their rules, vowing that its demise will be more excruciating than anything it could ever conceive. The red creature is still not done, though. It emits a the creature roars and tries to strike at Pearl with its bladed arm, but she is much quicker. In a flash, she disappears and lands a powerful punch straight into the monster's face, warping its characteristics and causing blood to spatter over the debris. Since the initial blow didn't fulfill her desire for revenge, she delivers a powerful follow-up attack that propels the creature crashing through several steel barriers within the ship's interior. Amidst the wreckage of the ship, Pearl gazes at the twisted mass of flesh with apathy. She informs the creature that it isn't worth the time needed for a complete beating. Instead, she commands it to rise so she can conclude the task. As this ruthless execution takes place, the circumstances in the United States have escalated into sheer chaos. Within a fortified military bunker, officials and generals are yelling over each other, having lost all communication with James and the superhumans present. Some are anxious that the team may have already been vanquished, while others cling to the hope that the silence is merely a result of weather disruptions. The room is filled with opposing views, as some advocate for increased surveillance while others push for a heightened alert status. The turmoil is disrupted by Marcus Gerald, a shrewd politician who perceives the military's reluctance as a flaw. He derisively criticizes the room for their relaxed attitude and unveils a stark truth. The launch sequence for the nuclear missile is set. With the president having authorized the biometric codes, fighter jets are in the air, awaiting the ultimate command to engage. The generals claim that Pearl and Withrow have always succeeded in the past. Marcus brings up the dire statistics. He notes that every specialized unit dispatched to the ship was annihilated immediately, and with no updates from James, they cannot risk eternal peace. Marcus intensifies his pressure on the president by emphasizing the high stakes involved. Given that the SS Opera is just 90 minutes from the Florida coastline, inaction could result in a massacre in Fort Lauderdale, endangering the lives of 20 million individuals. This frigid reasoning causes the generals to quake with exasperation, as they must balance the lives of the 3,000 individuals aboard the vessel against the security of the mainland. Under immense pressure from Marcus, the president ultimately gathers his determination. He remembers a previous occasion when he expressed gratitude to Pearl for her unwavering dedication. He decides to trust her one final time and formally rescinds the strike order, much to Marcus's irritation. Returning to the ship, the triumph Pearl sought takes an odd and repulsive twist. Just as she readies to defeat the Red Beast, she is unexpectedly struck by a burst of sticky webs. To her astonishment, a blue-skinned entity with a reptilian visage emerges from the abdomen of the red inhuman. Pearl soon understands that the red monster was merely a host or a living prison for this second mutant. This new menace is the real mastermind behind the day's terrors. Pearl's rage hits its climax. She observes that her deceased partner, Withrow, likely wasn't destined for heaven regardless. She instructs the monster to plead for his forgiveness when they encounter each other in the afterlife. With that, Pearl releases a colossal, dazzling beam of energy. The light is incredibly strong, penetrating through the ship, and launches high into the night sky, serving as a fierce signal of her strength against the storm's encroaching darkness. Within the military helicopter stationed on the helipad, the pressure wave jolts the cabin abruptly. James is slammed into his seat, eyes wide with fear as he yells to understand the situation. Noticing the severe destruction outside his window, he desperately gestures for the pilot to unlock the doors. In the midst of the charred debris, Saint Pearl remains solitary. Her form radiates with lingering energy as she gazes through the large opening she has just made in the ship's side. When the helicopter lands, James dashes to the crater's edge on the ship's side, breathless in shock at the extent of the devastation. In the middle of the debris, he spots the weary silhouette of Pearl, her suit ripped and her face stained with blood. The immediate thrill of triumph swiftly transforms into deep anguish as James comprehends the price paid. Devastated by Galen Withrow's passing, James falls to his knees and cries freely on the metallic platform. Although, in the face of tragedy, Saint Pearl stands firm, observing the sorrowful man with a solemn stare. The incident's news reaches top government officials. In a fortified underground bunker, an official answers a panicked call. Clearly disturbed, he storms into a briefing space where the president and military leaders convene. The space bursts into a whirlwind of joy and applause when live images reveal Saint Pearl on the ship's deck. The mood shifts to cold and somber as soon as they discover Galen Withrow has died. On the other side of the globe in Korea, the morning news announces that the SS Opera has safely arrived in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. As the news anchor discusses the damage assessment, Lim Kong is seen in a cluttered living room, fervently slurping from a large pot of ramen, completely absorbed in his meal, resulting in a conflict at home with his handler. Jury storms out of the bathroom, angry since he had clearly instructed our boy to wait for him to eat. Upon discovering Galen Withrow's death, Lim Kong has consumed the entire pot, leaving nothing remaining for Jury. He attempts to redirect his focus to the television to escape his anger. The diversion succeeds, but for a bleak cause. The television shows a black and white tribute image of Galen Withrow, announcing his death to the public. Withrow was a significant superhuman who played a crucial role in addressing many recent global crises. His sacrifice has plunged the world into grief. The location of the memorial instantly dissolves Jury's anger. Shocked by the reality that a superhuman can truly perish, he appears noticeably disturbed. Feeling the weight of the atmosphere, Lim Kong leans over the vacant pot quietly, trying to ease the tension. Jury advises him to lighten up and just go prepare more ramen. High above in a skyscraper, Nanjiai and Danyang observe the memorial broadcast displayed on a massive digital screen. Danyang shows her disbelief at the death, while Nanjiai laughs, pointing out that superhumans are not invincible. Speculates that the heroes likely fought alone, as he finds it difficult to believe anyone could have perished under Pearl's supervision. When Danyang questions Pearl's strength, Nanjiai shares that he once faced her in a previous conflict. He remembers that, despite her fierce demeanor, she showed enough kindness to allow a wary observer like him to escape. He acknowledges that had she chosen differently, he and Danyang probably would have never crossed paths. The mission's aftermath continues to be chaotic for participants. On Interstate 95 in Florida, a frantic James races down the highway in a black sedan. He employs a burner phone to alert his coworker Ben, who is perplexed by the early morning call. James is drenched in sweat and shaking with fear as he reveals a shocking secret. Galen, the body of Rose, has vanished under mysterious circumstances. Since the disappearance happened before the ship docked and while still at sea, James is convinced it wasn't a clerical mistake. Consequently, the Rose funeral has been called off to maintain the confidentiality of the incident. James displays clear disgust at the situation, perceiving the theft of a fallen warrior's remains as a repugnant act of desecration. He assigns Ben to examine the cruise line's data as he readies himself for a high-level briefing. In Korea, Juri is confronting a more intimate crisis after recalling a condescending message from his sister, a self-proclaimed genius based in America. Juri comes to the realization that he has run out of funds. He suspects that Lim Kang's enormous hunger has depleted their joint resources instead of relying on his sister's unpredictable monthly support. The 18-year-old decides to find a way to support himself. He notices a flyer for the Anicap arm wrestling tournament featuring a huge 8 million won prize. Recognizing a chance to alleviate his financial troubles, he promptly contacts Lim Kang. A boy is presently at school, surrounded by his classmates during gym class. However, Juri persuades him to call off their weekend arrangements so Kang can take his place in the tournament. During the secure briefing in DC, James, St. Pearl, and Ben examine the official records of the massacre, revealing a significant casualty count. However, James observes that the death toll was lessened since the Inhuman stayed concentrated on the upper decks. This was primarily thanks to the military unit's sacrifice, which drew the monster's focus, enabling civilians to flee safely. Pearl offers her expert evaluation of the two dangers: a spider-like creature with bladed tentacles and a chameleon-like entity that can change its shape. The chameleon type could imitate Galen's companions. She theorizes that Ro was caught off guard and decapitated while fatigued from an intense fight. The briefing wraps up by emphasizing the most urgent enigma: the missing body, as the remains of the monsters and other victims remained undisturbed. The intentional theft of Ro's body indicates a deliberate motive from James. Ben and others concur that since the body couldn't have left by itself, someone aboard the ship must have taken it. Ben has made a request for the retrieval of the vessel's CCTV footage. Anticipating that a week of data analysis will uncover the perpetrator, the forthcoming arm wrestling competition in Korea is drawing interest beyond just our main character at an internet cafe. The bully Choi Tae-ik notices the same advertisement. Despite typically considering such tournaments uninteresting, the substantial prize money is irresistible as he aims for complete triumph. He resolves to rally the entire Gun-Do gang to seize control of the competition. This prepares the ground for a brutal clash between our protagonist and the infamous school bullies. The Anicap arm wrestling tournament begins on a sunny Sunday in Seoul at the LC Auxiliary Stadium because the event has drawn 3 times the number of competitors compared to last year. Organizers have introduced a preliminary round to swiftly reduce the participants to a final 16. Although the top 3 competitors will receive prize money between 1 and 5 million won, all eyes are on the legendary trophy representing the ultimate champion. In the midst of the large crowd, Juri appears anxious, though not solely due to the competition. Has found out that the Hollywood star Ketchup Man is in Korea today, and he has organized a tight itinerary to guarantee they arrive at the airport by 5:00 p.m. By this reasoning, Lim Kang must swiftly secure victory in the tournament to catch their bus on schedule, enhancing their chances of being noticed. Juri has even arranged matching Ketchup Man outfits for them to don. Our hero is fully committed to the plan, his eyes gleaming at the prospect of finally meeting his idol. As the officials announce number 82, Juri nudges a hesitant Lim Kang toward the registration desk, reminding him of their covert training. Since he is a superhuman, he must pretend to struggle to avoid drawing unwanted scrutiny. Unfortunately, the protagonist finds it extremely challenging to assess his own strength. His first opponent is a towering figure who mocks the idea of battling a high school student, but his bravado evaporates the instant they grip hands. Lim Kang's hold is like iron, and the man realizes too late that he is outclassed. A powerful shockwave demolishes the table, scattering debris and causing the opponent to foam at the mouth as he rushes for an ambulance. This scenario unfolds repeatedly throughout the morning. One after another, seasoned rivals such as the Merciful Tiger, Mo Tai-sik, and a cheerful individual in a pink sweatshirt approach Lim Kang with confidence and sportsmanship. Shortly after, both are observed being placed on stretchers into ambulances. The tournament commentators also start to remark on the unusually elevated injury count at table 82. Amid the turmoil, the preliminaries ultimately finish. The announcer discloses the knockout stage bracket, featuring a formidable and varied group of the final 16. Nikolai Chasho, known as Bulgaria's Zeus and currently ranked 4th globally, is prepared to compete against Lee Mungu from the ice of Mu Academy. The main character, Lim Kong, faces off against Yen Yang, a jogging monk from Jurim Temple, who is supported by a large gathering of fellow monks. The audience is especially thrilled by a local conflict involving two members of the infamous Gundu gang, Nam Gung Mu and Choi Tae-ik. Due to the random selection of the bracket, these two allies must now battle each other to progress. While the remaining finalists appear fierce and prepared for battle, elevated beyond the clouds, an actor named Matt Dion is flying to Korea in the first-class section of a commercial airline. Despite being the main star of the popular Ketchup Man drama, he is currently dealing with a lingering cold. To meet a particular promotional agreement, his manager, Rose, requires him to don his complete superhero outfit upon arrival. Though Matt feels extremely uncomfortable in the tight suit, his concern for his impact and the fans at the airport leads him to embrace his heroic identity before dozing off again. In the midst of the arm wrestling tournament, a significant betrayal unfolds. Choi Tae-ik and Nam Gung Mu, both from the Gundu gang, compete in a match that was initially planned to be fixed. Tae-ik, aiming for his leader to secure the top prize, instructs Gung Mu to lose the match. Nevertheless, Gung Mu declines to follow the orders, opting to take off his glasses, indicating he is entering a critical life-or-death battle. This act of rebellion enrages Tae-ik, resulting in a fierce confrontation of power. While the fight progresses, Lim Kong gets ready to confront a monk called Yun Young. Due to the monk's strict discipline, he quickly perceives a tremendous whirlpool-like energy surrounding our boy. He understands he is confronting an individual of extraordinary power and requests to witness that genuine strength. Before they can conclude their match, the audience is drawn away by a surprising upset at a nearby table. A man named Lee Moon-gu has just triumphed over a world-ranked pro. This significant win leads his fans to burst into celebration, solidifying Moon-gu's status as a favorite among the crowd for the finals. Returning to the gang's table, the conflict between the two thugs comes to an end. After an intense battle of stamina, Choi Tae-ik successfully forces Gung Mu's hand down to claim victory. At the same time, Lim Kong concludes his match. Despite the monk's attempts, our hero stays utterly steadfast. With a slight grunt, our hero secures the monk's hand with ease, moving on to the next round while appearing more relieved about the time than the win. The tournament bracket narrows even more as gang leader Park Gun-do secures victory in his match by default, as his subordinates abducted and restrained his rival. Instead of feeling pleased, Gun-do is repulsed by the disgraceful actions of his followers. He disrupts the event by violently assaulting his teammates, rendering both Tae-ik and Gung Mu unconscious prior to storming off in a burst of anger. As the leader relinquishes his position, the semifinals continue with the other competitors. In the second semifinal, Lim Kong competes against the injured Choi Tae-ik. The bully is in a bad mood and warns our protagonist that he will be buried at school if he shows any strength. This danger leads our character to excessively analyze the scenario. The intimidation diverts his focus. He unintentionally exerts excessive pressure. This moment of distraction leads Lim Kong to accidentally crush the bully's hand, forcefully slamming it against the table. As Tae-ik falls in pain, the announcer proclaims our boy the champion, advancing him to the final bout against Lee Moon-gu. As the tournament nears its peak, a more significant crisis unfolds. A violent shockwave erupts at Incheon Airport, fracturing the runway surface. A gigantic, pale-skinned creature adorned with fearsome red markings has emerged from the earth, indicating that the tranquil entrance of the beloved TV hero is on the verge of being disrupted by a genuine catastrophe. As the last round of the arm wrestling tournament starts, Ju-ri comes back from the restroom to see that our main character has reached the finals successfully. He feels immense pride for Lim Kong, He considers the excessive cheering from the rival school's martial arts students to be somewhat shameless and motivated by greed. On stage, our boy confronts Lee Moon-gu, the formidable head instructor of the I-Sub-Mu Martial Academy. Moon-gu provides a courteous introduction, ensuring a match without remorse, as our protagonist gives a basic, clumsy nod back. When their hands intertwine, the atmosphere in the stadium grows tense, as the referee demands a fair beginning, leading to a moment of profound silence. Before the cue to engage is announced, the contest ignites with a powerful surge of energy. As the audience cheers for their preferred ones, the neighborhood bullies of the Gundu gang observe from the periphery, scheming to snatch the prize money should our boy emerge victorious. Sadly for Lee Moon-gu, the contest concludes before it even starts. With Lim Kong wielding superhuman strength, Moon-gu experiences pressure akin to an elephant's foot bearing down on a person. Our protagonist emits a feigned cry of exertion and forcefully brings Moon-gu's arm down, ensuring the win appears effortless to safeguard his secret. As jury revels in their alleged financial gain, the referee names number 82 the official champion. The outcome takes a surprising twist when the announcer inquires how our protagonist intends to utilize the prize money. When the speaker proposes that contributing to disaster relief is a worthy endeavor, Lim Kong is inspired by the thought of aiding those in need. To jury's utter shock and fury, our protagonist chooses to give away the full grand prize to charity immediately. As the audience applauds his genuine and selfless nature, the jury is left seething and anxious, understanding their financial troubles are not yet resolved. Following the ceremony, our protagonist and his mentor make their way to the bus stop, both sporting identical Ketchup Man t-shirts for their journey to the airport. On their path, they are confronted by Choi Tae-ik and his crew. The bully, still nursing an arm in a sling from their last encounter, threatens to settle things at school. Fortunately, Lee Moon-gu and his master, Oh Bang-won, step in to show their deference. Moon-gu, highly impressed by the match, hands Lim Kong a business card, inviting him to train at their academy. The mood changes immediately as the elderly master, Oh Bang-won, draws near. He nonchalantly takes the legend trophy from jury to appreciate it. However, the protagonist's instincts kick in. Sensing a strong presence, he instructs jury to step back. In a swift motion, the master shifts several feet away, unveiling that he is the white-capped superhuman concealed beneath the mask. Claiming to be the heir of the martial arts, Subak, Oh Bang-won instructs the boy to seek him at Yompa Mountain for answers before disappearing in a swirl of dust, taking the trophy along with him. Without any prize money or trophy, a vanquished Lim Kong and jury reach Incheon Airport to see their idol. Yet, the terminal is strangely deserted, and they quickly understand the reason. A piercing emergency siren echoes throughout the building, reporting that an inhuman has been seen on the runway. The situation outside has become critical. While the Ketchup Man passenger aircraft approaches the runway, the blue monster blocks its descent directly ahead, issuing a fearsome roar as it readies to charge at the aircraft. The circumstances at Incheon Airport have intensified into a complete emergency. Jury desperately rummages through his possessions for Lim Kang's hero equipment. Sadly, he discovers that in their haste to encounter the star, he only packed a prototype mask and earpiece. He is missing his usual suit, shoes, and iconic hat. Before jury can complete his apology, our protagonist grabs the gear from him and vanishes into the frenzied crowd fleeing the terminal. To address his clothing issue, our son notices a man in the crowd donning a white baseball cap. As he glided past the civilian on a busy escalator, he snatched the hat with incredible speed, leaving the man bewildered as he made his escape. Lim Kong quickly entered a public restroom to complete his transformation. He pauses briefly to observe his reflection, recognizing his Ketchup Man persona before shedding his civilian attire to unveil his impressive physique. Once he peeled off a sticker from the stolen cap and adjusted his mask, our hero was set to go. As this preparation occurs, Flight KC-7744, transporting the renowned Matt Dion, initiates its final approach to Incheon. The atmosphere inside the cabin is light until the pilots notice a gigantic blue-skinned creature blocking their way on the runway ahead. Prior to the flight crew being able to lift the plane back into the sky, the creature propels itself off the ground with such power that it forms a huge crater. The creature hits the plane's engine and wing in flight, triggering a massive blast that propels the aircraft into a frightening slide along the runway. The collision traps the passengers, among them an injured Matt Dion and his manager, within a cabin filled with smoke. With the aircraft now a fixed target, the Inhuman moves toward the wreckage to complete the task. It showcases its immense power by effortlessly demolishing a nearby forklift before hoisting the heavy equipment overhead to throw it at the cockpit. Just as the metallic missile is about to obliterate the survivors, our hero steps in. Jumping from the plane's roof, Lim Kong executes a rapid kick that breaks the forklift into a shower of fragments. Our hero touches down decisively on the pavement, positioning themselves between the frightened passengers and the beast. The blue creature stands frozen in disbelief, understanding that its once vulnerable target is now shielded by the white-capped champion. Lim Kong remains steadfast on the Incheon Airport runway, his intense gaze apparent even through his mask as the debris from the broken forklift settles around him. Inside the wrecked plane, a bloodied passenger stares in shock, immediately identifying our hero as the renowned white-capped superhuman. The blue-skinned creature emits a thunderous roar, yet our hero stays unperturbed. Needing a projectile to counter the beast's aggression, he extends his hand and seizes the forklift debris, nonchalantly raising the enormous machine with one hand. Our hero hurls the forklift at the creature with astonishing power. While the beast is momentarily dazed by the airborne equipment, it successfully jumps into the air right as the forklift crashes onto the pavement, resulting in a huge explosion of debris. As the creature emerges from the smoke with crimson eyes, Lim Kong propels himself upward to confront it. He unleashes a powerful knee strike to the creature's abdomen, quickly following up with an overhead punch that crashes into the monster's head and propels it crashing back onto the runway. The collision forms a large crater in the concrete. As our hero descends and nears the settling dust, he perceives the experience of combat as odd. Even when he strikes the creature with all his strength, it seems like he's hitting pliable clay instead of a firm form. Static disrupts this observation as Yuri successfully establishes a connection through his earpiece. Yuri reveals that he has established a temporary command post close to the airport gate and is infiltrating the control tower's cameras to keep an eye on the battle, particularly since he left in a hurry without his typical action camera hat or even a shirt. The protagonist urges Yuri to find safety, but he insists on staying with his partner. This momentary diversion gives the monster the chance to surprise Lim Kong with a sudden strike to the head, causing him to slide across the pavement. Fortunately, our boy heals quickly, grabbing the monster's upcoming punch and tossing the creature aside into an adjacent terminal structure. He trails the creature indoors, only to discover the monster's visage swelling and warped. Out of nowhere, the creature ejects a dense, ink-like fluid that shrouds the surroundings. This dark mist compels our hero to deflect a powerful blow that thrusts through the gloom. He retaliates with a punch aimed at the monster's swollen visage, observing how the beast's skin undulates like liquid upon impact. As the creature withdraws, it starts to growl. Yuri provides another surprising update. The control tower feed he is utilizing is presently shared with a news network, which means our protagonist is being transmitted live globally. Lim Kong voices his disappointment that Yuri has not escaped the danger zone. Yuri strongly emphasizes that he belongs to the team and declines to leave. Our main character recognizes his allegiance but swiftly redirects his attention to the imminent danger. He depicts the being as a wailing octopus-like figure, its state hard to interpret. Just as Lim Kong prepares to engage with the azure creature at the airport, the scenario evolves from an individual confrontation into a comprehensive tactical chaos. Our protagonist remains concentrated on the danger directly ahead of him. He is surprised when the monster's body starts to swell and pulse in an unnatural way. This bodily change is just the start. Out of nowhere, numerous large, egg-shaped pods fall from the sky, crashing onto the runway and the terminal roofs with brutal impact. The introduction of these pods alters the stakes for all. Within the dimly lit command center, St. Pearl and the team observe the broadcast in shock, recognizing that the Whitecap hero is currently engaged in an unusual multi-front conflict. The magnitude of the danger has escalated swiftly. Ben contemplates whether it's time to bring our protagonist onto their official team, questioning if anyone can manage this task solo. The threat intensifies when the eggs start to hatch. Miniature clods and humans are unleashed, quickly overwhelming the vicinity. Within the terminal, Yuri finds herself in a dire situation. An egg has broken her tablet and harmed the earpiece, severing her technical connection to our hero. As he maneuvers through the debris and smoke, he must leap over railings to evade a stalking hatchling, his predicament growing more desperate as he depletes his defensive resources such as smoke screens. Outside on the tarmac, the primary conflict takes a grotesque twist. The massive blue creature's back bursts, permitting a second, crimson, multi-limbed entity to extract itself from the host body akin to a parasite. Detecting. Amid Yuri's frantic voice crackling over the radio, Lim Kong resolves to rescue his friend first. Yet, the monsters are determined to prevent his escape. As our hero dashes toward the terminal, the blue adult leaps at him. Despite his efforts, he successfully punches the creature aside. The crimson creature halts him midair with dazzling speed, crashing him onto the pavement and trapping him in a large indentation. Once back inside, Yuri feels trapped. Amid his own fear, he notices a civilian woman frozen in terror and understands he must help her, not just himself. Understanding that the hatchling is on the verge of attacking the stranger, Yuri boldly leaps from his hiding spot, hitting the creature with a fire extinguisher. Sadly, the disparity in strength is overwhelming. The creature stays unaffected, grabbing Yuri's leg and hurling him against a wall with bone-crushing power. While Yuri bleeds on the ground, he experiences a fleeting moment of clarity. Gazing at the creature's silhouette, he reflects on Lim Kong and understands the profound loneliness he must have experienced battling these horrors alone for so long. As the beast prepares to strike with its jaws, an unexpected intervention rescues him. A military boot strikes the earth with force and a figure clad in black tactical attire emerges, swiftly pushing the hatchling aside. This individual is identified as B, the expert sniper equipped with a bionic eye. With his team now present to offer assistance, the dynamics of the battle start to change. B quickly communicates with his squad, instructing all units to concentrate on the smaller hatchlings, enabling the Whitecap hero to conclude the primary confrontation effectively. Close by, Yuri is wounded and struggling to breathe against a wall as a menacing hatchling hovers above him. Recognizing the threat, B gets ready to unleash his actual strength. He unzips a protective cover to expose a sophisticated mechanical arm that starts to whir with deadly purpose. This sophisticated prosthetic aesthetic emerged from extensive modification surgery. While recuperating, a scientist revealed that his arm was engineered to accommodate the Kessler rail, a device with incredible destructive power, yet a disastrous energy depletion. A young prodigy who recently became part of the American division of the ISSTF resolved this power issue. She created the Natum capsule, a glowing blue energy vial that functions as the weapon's power source. Despite remarkable progress, the technology remains unstable, essentially turning our soldier into a human test subject for a weapon that operates for only 2 minutes per charge. In the current moment, a hatchling readies itself to attack the vulnerable Yuri. In response, the soldier summons his tactical dog, a Labrador called C, who dashes through the wreckage, donning a vest filled with energy resources. B grabs a Natum capsule from the dog's vest and strikes it against his forearm. The abrupt wave of energy is so intense that he cries out in pain. Yet the strength enables him to unleash a tremendous explosive blow that propels the creature away. As the fight in the terminal escalates, the runway situation has turned into a massacre. The Inhumans are presently ripping apart the fuselage of the downed aircraft, leading the passengers within to spiral into a complete state of panic. Rose, who manages actor Matt Dion, attempts to motivate the healthy men to gather weapons and retaliate. However, His request is met with an enraged response from a frightened passenger. This individual yells that battling a being impervious to bullets is a death wish, blaming the celebrities for confusing their television roles with a deadly reality. The debate is abruptly halted as the airplane door bursts open and a creature invades the cabin. The frightened man swiftly discards his values, pushing a woman out of the way as he attempts to escape for his life. In the terminal, B persists in his frantic defense, utilizing his bionic eye to monitor the swarming hatchlings. He unleashes a focused shot from the Kessler rail. However, he soon understands that this experimental weapon cannot eliminate these creatures with just one strike. He determines that to be successful, he needs to target the same location twice, indicating he stands no chance of surviving a confrontation with the adult entity. As his sensors identify additional monsters nearing, he inspects his supplies and discovers that only one capsule remains. Confronted with these daunting challenges, the soldier starts to experience a deep sense of bleak acceptance, dreading that this mission might be his final one. Amidst the debris of the downed aircraft, the eerie stillness is shattered as a colossal white fist bursts through the metal shell. Due to the immense force of the collision, the fuselage breaks apart, forming a jagged outline for a dark figure amidst the smoke. The figure turns out to be actor Matt Dillon, clad in his complete catch-up man outfit, exuding a threatening intensity that leaves the frightened passengers in shock. Matt Dillon swiftly expelled a humanoid inhuman from the aircraft with a blow so forceful it propelled the being crashing onto the airport runway. Tension within the cabin escalates as a woman frantically gestures toward a second creature lurking down the aisle. Fortunately, Matt Dillon stands over the creature, preventing it from endangering the civilians, sarcastically pointing out that it's rather rude for a creature to frighten a woman. Matt seizes the creature by the crown of its head, his fingers penetrating its scalp with an immense, bone-crushing force. Witnessing this show of strength, the passengers are astonished, questioning whether their beloved TV celebrity has truly been a superhuman from the beginning. This discovery is especially startling for Matt's manager, Rose, who remembers a past confrontation in which a passenger ridiculed them for their inability to distinguish between fiction and reality. Confronted with reality, Rose breaks down in tears. Matt Dillon turns to his friend with a determined look, realizing that his acting career is probably finished now that his hidden identity is revealed. He offers a sincere goodbye, expressing gratitude to Rose for their shared moments before formally dismissing him to protect the manager from the perilous conflict looming ahead. Having cut ties with his former life, Matt propels himself from the aircraft and onto the tarmac, hitting the ground hard enough to fracture the concrete. He stands surrounded by the grotesque remnants, jokingly remarking that the crimson liquid on the surface is merely ketchup. Yet, beneath the bravado, Matt appears irritated that he must perform his own opening theme song to set the tone. As a monster lunges at him from behind, he effortlessly decapitates it with a swift backhand, maintaining his pace. Matt's focus then turns to the terminal, where he identifies the larger mother entity behind the mayhem. He asserts that he will not show mercy to the threats, vowing to eradicate the monsters. This courageous declaration is aired live, leaving global leaders such as Ben and James utterly stunned. Even St. Pearl is confused. She remembers encountering Matt Dillon at previous promotional events, never realizing that the idol was a peer with concealed, tremendous strength. As the world focuses on the runway, the conflict within the terminal reaches a critical climax. The expert sniper, B, utilizes his robotic arm to launch a final, focused energy blast into the head of the inhuman. The shot hit its mark. The being falls. The soldier collapses to one knee, completely worn out. Regrettably, the triumph is fleeting when he understands. The creature continues to shift, lacking. For the next railgun shot, B summons his tactical dog, C, to fetch him a poisonous dagger. The elite marksman, B, is driven to his utmost physical and mental extremes. Due to the dire circumstances, he resorts to a vicious, close-quarters attack, constantly thrusting his dagger into a blue hatchling, even while bleeding from his own wounds. Fueled by anger and suffering, he persists in the assault until the creature is subdued. At that moment, Point B ultimately succumbs over the monster's remnants, utterly fatigued. Close by, his tactical dog C barks to notify the rest, while the wounded jury remains immobilized on the ground, observing the consequences of the intense battle. On the runway, attention turns to a colossal red, multi-limbed creature towering over the debris. Matt Dion, clad in his Ketchup Man outfit, readies himself to confront the beast, sarcastically vowing to transform the creature into octopus sashimi. Yet, Matt hesitates as a large impact site in the distance draws his attention. He understands that Lim Kong must have endured a significant hit previously, but his worry is fleeting as a formidable figure starts to ascend from the vast chasm. Our hero surfaces from the rubble bare-chested, his muscles taut, appearing more concentrated and intense than ever. This unexpected increase in power is sensed well beyond the airport. In their concealed spot, Nanjiai and Dan Yang observe the live stream, their curiosity steadily increasing. Dan Yang is perplexed by the distortion of air surrounding the screen, questioning whether the hero employs a pressure-based skill. Nanjiai, observing with a sinister smile, clarifies that this is neither a technique nor a special ability. Rather, it is simply the sheer, overpowering energy of the white cap. The density of this spirit is so immense that it is effectively suffocating the surrounding time and space, establishing an artificially tense environment. Nanjiai suspects that our boy could be battling in a subconscious state, propelled by instinct instead of his own volition. Back at the airport, the crimson creature lunges at Lim Kong with a frantic strike. Our hero stands completely motionless until the final moment, then reacts with such incredible swiftness that his counterattacks turn into a haze. In just 1 second, the monster is struck 7 times across its torso and down to its knees. Our protagonist concludes the encounter with a devastating blow to the creature's face, departing with the creature hemorrhaging. Matt Dion observes in astonishment, understanding that the white cap's strength and velocity are challenging to follow, even for someone of his expertise. The creature makes a last counterattack attempt, utilizing its tentacles to ensnare our guy in a firm hold. This turns out to be an error, as Lim Kong unleashes a sudden surge of raw energy that makes the tentacles burst into fragments, leaving the grotesque figure mangled on the ground. Noticing the significant disparity in power, Matt Dion determines the battle has ended and starts to move closer. Yet, the triumph is disrupted by a chilling new voice resonating across the runway. A ghostly, long-haired figure draped in a cloak materializes, accompanied by a gigantic, amorphous creature. This arrival instructs the heroes to release the monster, emphasizing that this is not a suggestion, but rather an ultimatum. Matt Dion is frozen in disbelief as the enormous figure in the red cloak has just spoken. This is a frightening turn of events since, although the being is evidently not human, Matt cannot perceive its presence whatsoever. While grappling with the nature of the monster before him, Lim Kong stays determined and prepared, concealed behind his mask. While the white-haired stranger ridicules their bewilderment, the inhuman expresses complete contempt, admonishing the heroes for their arrogance in fearing those they perceive as lesser creatures. The strength of this emerging threat is immediately evident when he effortlessly pulls the damaged red monster through the air using an unseen force. This show of telekinetic prowess compels our boy and Matt Dion to remain spectators as the speaker proceeds with his lecture. From her elevated position, Dan Yang is filled with dread. She understands that this creature is not only communicating but also dressed and employing sophisticated powers, an unprecedented combination in her experience. Even the typically arrogant Nanjiai has lost his smile, now wearing an expression of serious concern. He acknowledges that the energy emanating from this clothed individual is extraordinarily perilous and surpasses anything he has faced before. Concerned that the two heroes on the runway face imminent danger, Nanjiai instructs an unwilling Dan Yang to get ready to step in. On the tarmac, the white-haired figure towers over the shattered red creature, asking if it recalls him. Matt Dion observes the interaction, perspiring, realizing that this adversary is 3 times larger than an average human and functions at a level far superior to the mindless foes he has faced previously. When the red beast merely replies with a distorted roar, The newcomer runs out of patience. Although he insists he was warned against killing again, the creature's defiance infuriates him. In a disturbing act of violence, he strikes straight into the creature's throat, splattering blood across the runway. He proclaims that the being is unworthy of battle and throws the remains to his hovering ally, a blob-like creature known as Vanisher, which consumes the body entirely. Following the execution, the white-haired creature fixes his icy stare on our protagonist, vowing to rectify all he considers arrogant. This danger prompts our character to spring ahead in a swift flash of movement. Witnessing the reckless action, Matt Dion yells in alarm and rushes to intervene. He positions himself between the creature and Lim Kong, urgently trying to avert an impulsive assault from such an unpredictable force. As he deflects the blow, Matt becomes aware that something is amiss. Our hero fails to react to his words as he is engaged in a battle while unconscious. The two champions engage in a fierce battle of raw power, their clash generating shockwaves that fracture the concrete below. Matt Dion pushes back against the overwhelming force of Lim Kang's punch. Irritated, the two champions start to battle. He is compelled to confront his own teammate while a creature observes from the periphery. Understanding that neither the Inhumans nor his unresponsive ally will relent, Matt Dion ultimately loses his temper. He starts to radiate a fierce purple aura, proclaiming that he will annihilate anyone who stands in his path. He hits the masked hero squarely in the face, generating a horizontal shockwave that reverberates throughout the airport. Consequently, our main character is propelled backward like a missile, smashing through the glass and metal of a terminal structure, before ultimately stopping hundreds of feet distant. Having dealt with the immediate internal danger, Matt Dion refocuses on the main adversary. He stands with his back facing them, emanating purple energy and particles resembling stardust from his body. As he realizes it has been quite a while since he tapped into this level of his true power, he meets the gaze of the white-haired Inhuman, Pan, who has been observing the interaction with detached analytical curiosity. Pan observes that Matt is channeling his energy into both hands, a degree of concentration that intrigues the creature, yet also dismissive of Matt's arrogant demeanor. Their conflict generates a tremendous vertical burst of energy that breaks apart the runway concrete, propelling chunks of pavement skyward. Before the two can engage, a mysterious voice calling out Morel resonates from the shadows. This command prompts a swift change in Pan's expression, revealing immediate compliance. Noticing his targets getting ready to flee, Matt Dion propels himself ahead in a flash of light to strike. Regrettably, a complicated geometric magic circle unexpectedly materializes under Pan. Matt watches in bewilderment as a teleportation sequence initiates. Pan's blob-like friend, Vanisher, starts to float and evolves into a large, see-through portal resembling a jellyfish. As Pan ascends into the heart of the teal energy, he presents a sinister, toothy smile to Matt below. He confesses that he had aimed to eliminate them, but now understands that he misjudged their power. Before vanishing entirely from the ancient skyline, Pan delivers a final, sinister vow. The next encounter will result in everyone's demise. The portal contracts into a singular point of light, plunging the devastated airport into profound silence. The story subsequently transitions from the current turmoil, plunging into the shadowy, unclear abysses of the sea, where the white-haired Pan floats aimlessly in the water. The narrative shifts to October 2nd, 2012. Brilliant, high-tech lights cut through the darkness as the submersible Drew Hill MKT-2 starts its downward plunge into the depths. Within the cockpit, the team nonchalantly chats about the debut of the catch-up drama featuring Matt Dion, oblivious to the groundbreaking discovery awaiting them. Upon reaching the 340-meter depth, the chief engineer contemplates the essence of exploration, asserting that its true significance resides in the journey and viewpoint rather than solely in the outcome. The contemplative atmosphere is disrupted as a red alert flashes on the radar. The assistant indicates a reflective wave from the ocean, signaling their proximity to the ground. Due to the sonar's unusual behavior, the chief engineer commands an increase in light output to its highest level. The illuminating floodlights expose a chilling graveyard of submerged aircraft, war vessels, and contemporary wreckage scattered across the ocean floor. Interestingly, the technician observes that the sonar retrieval value is significantly low, merely 1/9 of the expected amount. This prompts the chief engineer to a shocking conclusion. The sound waves aren't reflecting back due to the ground absorbing them or letting them pass through. Fueled by a profound scientific curiosity, the chief instructs the team to initiate a drilling operation at the ground's most permeable location. The crew observes in astonishment as the submarine's lights reveal a colossal metallic formation set into the ocean floor. It appears to be an enormous ancient hatch, convincing the chief engineer that they have at last discovered the fabled Pandora's box. Following the ancient airport crisis, the recovery efforts continue as the city confronts unprecedented destruction. While the airport transformed into a battleground for 4 harrowing hours, reports indicate that a far greater catastrophe was averted due to the swift action of the ISSTF and the surprising involvement of 2 influential figures. The community remains in disbelief after learning that Matt Dion, the lead in the unyielding Ketchup Man series, is, in fact, a genuine superhuman. Since his talent agency asserted they were oblivious to his skills, global scrutiny is now directed at his upcoming actions as he makes his way back to his homeland. Meanwhile, in a nearby medical facility, the skilled sniper jolts awake, still confused from his wounds. His commander is right next to him, insisting he remains still due to his significant weakness. Inquiring about his tactical dog C, B is directed to the ground where the dog lies soundly asleep. Fortunately, C sustained only minor scrapes, although he ultimately succumbed to fatigue after steadfastly staying by his partner's side. The chief delivers a grim report on the situation, stating that 50 individuals sustained injuries and 6 fatalities occurred, including 4 ISSTF members who perished battling the unleashed monsters. He discloses that B was also near death as a result, due to significant blood loss and a punctured lung from his mechanical suit collapsing into his internal organs. Oddly, B survived solely because a young civilian rendered awkward yet successful first aid by ensuring his airways were clear and bandaging his torso with clothing. When the marksman inquires about the child's location, the chief reveals that the child was in critical condition and needed to be transferred to another hospital. B finally shuts his eyes in relief, grateful that they both survived. At the same time, Yuri awakens in his hospital bed, haunted by a haze of traumatic memories. He is taken aback to see Lim Kong sitting beside him, keeping watch. With bandages covering his body and his arm in a sling, Yuri winces in pain as our boy inadvertently bumps the bed. Once the confusion subsides, their discussion shifts to the recent battle. The main character acknowledges a shocking reality. He may have truly been defeated by a non-human. He describes how, in his haste to rescue Yuri, he was unexpectedly struck by the octopus-like creature while airborne. Due to the immense force with which the monster crushed his head, Lim Kong has no recollection of the fight's middle portion. All he knows is that when he finally awoke, it was on an airport rooftop. He witnessed Yuri being placed into an ambulance and accompanied him to the hospital to guarantee his safety. While viewing the hospital TV, the news showcases visuals of the latest advanced Inhumans, similar to Pan and the blob-like being. Specialists are now cautioning that these clothed, articulate entities pose a greater threat than anything humanity has encountered previously, rekindling worldwide anxieties about a potential second or third wave of monsters that are difficult to eliminate. Lim Kong observes with a serious demeanor, recognizing that it was Ketchup Man who ultimately repelled these new dangers. For him, witnessing his idol demonstrate genuine superhuman abilities is a deeply significant moment. Attention turns to a U.S. government facility, where an official conference is unfolding in a state of chaos. Different agencies are arguing fiercely, vying for authority over the questioning of the renowned actor. The standoff is interrupted when St. Pearl disregards the squabbling men and confidently enters the interrogation room. She meets Matt Dion with a focused, intense look, recognizing their previous connection. Given the unusual circumstances, even the typically self-assured Matt Dion feels uncomfortable during the meeting, as he did not anticipate a peer of her expertise to spearhead the investigation. In a secure interrogation room, Saint Pearl disregards official procedures to challenge the renowned actor Matt Dion. Aware of his actual capabilities, she expresses her lack of interest in his reasons for concealing his identity, but she is intrigued by the soft idol image he has presented. The persona of Ketchup Man has been overshadowed by a tough, irritable reality. He irritably informs her that he isn't in the mood for foolishness and insists on knowing her purpose. Government officials observe this interaction intently through a one-way mirror. Although some find Pearl's rebellious actions frustrating, James justifies her actions, stating that because Matt Dion is a superhuman, only another superhuman like Pearl can genuinely comprehend and engage with him. The discussion shifts dramatically when Matt confesses he has never experienced guilt for concealing his identity or felt a personal obligation to rescue the world. The officials are stunned by this honesty, and Pearl understands she misjudged him. As she gets ready to depart, sensing the conversation has hit a standstill, Matt halts her by referring to her deceased colleague, Withrow. The remark triggers a fierce wave of energy to emanate from Pearl, disrupting the tranquility of the room, making a nearby glass of water tremble. She cautions him to select his following words wisely, but Matt stays composed. He shares that in the airport confrontation, he communicated with the colossal inhuman, Pan, and learned that the being had significant intelligence and a considerable ego. Matt notes that although he has faced Inhumans previously, these emerging dangers are of a completely different caliber. As the White Cap hero was battling in a frenzied state, the Inhumans ultimately withdrew. The situation concluded, yet a chilling message was conveyed beforehand. Matt tells Pearl that the Inhumans didn't merely give a warning. They implied that the demise of all superhumans was an inevitable reality. James and the other witnesses are shocked by this disclosure. Matt observes that although monsters once emerged randomly, the existence of a clever leader indicates they are now operating in a coordinated manner. Should these organized Inhumans manage to eliminate the world's dispersed superhumans, it will signify the certain demise of Earth. Even aware of the risks, Matt stays independent. When Pearl inquires if he continues to decline fighting, he makes it clear that he will battle, but he has no desire to join a team or adhere to a government timetable. Standing tall above her, he asserts his preference for solitude and advises her not to seek him out again. Their isolation is broken when Ben glances into the room, humorously remarking that being a certified superhuman is a challenging job that needs a manager. To Matt's utter astonishment, Ben brings in a recognizable figure, Rose, the manager Matt had once dismissed for his own protection. As the heroes in America strive to coordinate, attention turns to a snow-blanketed cathedral in Russia. Kirilov leads the massive Maxim Basilov through the icy desolation. Bishalov is irritable, swearing at the creature they are pursuing for forcing him to trek through the snow without any food. Upon nearing the cathedral, they discover a gigantic, unnatural footprint frozen in the ice. Fueled by fury and hunger, the Russian giant strides toward the structure, vowing to eliminate the beast as soon as he locates it. Meanwhile, Matt Dion is caught in dense nighttime traffic, contemplating the extensive history he has with his manager, Rose. He remembers a sentimental moment when they enjoyed drinks together, celebrating their friendship and vowing to remain in touch regardless of circumstances. Currently, the actor's tone has shifted to a much harsher one. He emphasizes to Rose that their moments of sentimentality have ended, as the global circumstances have grown too urgent for trivial distractions. When Rose inquires whether they are officially becoming part of the team led by Saint Pearl and James, Matt stays wary. He clarifies that it's not about choosing sides. He just cherishes his independence too greatly to be constrained by bureaucracy. Nonetheless, he acknowledges that as Inhumans start to expose themselves while humanity remains unready, superhumans must unite to prevail in the impending conflict. Simultaneously, the probe in Russia directs Kirilov and Maxim Basilov to a vast, snow-laden cathedral. It seems odd to them that the front doors remain completely undamaged, given the height of an Inhuman's trail, as most creatures would have easily broken through. As Basilov swings the heavy doors open, the two men step into a dim, quiet hall that smells of blood. Kirilov observes that there is an unsettling sensation, as the energy of a non-human entity appears to permeate the entire four-story structure instead of emanating from one location. The tension dissolves when they understand. The pews are occupied by pale-skinned beings with crimson eyes. As these beings charge at them with a shriek, Kirilov notes that they are not typical inhumans. While they are 3 to 4 times quicker than an average individual, they are still considerably slower than the creatures the heroes typically battle. As Kirilov jumps onto a stone pillar to assess the danger, Basilov adopts a more straightforward method. He seizes one of the beings by the throat, understanding that the being is solely intent on sinking its teeth into his neck. As Kirilov attempts to caution him, these beings may still possess humanity. Basilov delivers a devastating punch that completely annihilates the assailant. He contends that they must not be naive or indecisive, as these entities no longer possess a human scent and are already deceased. The reasoning behind his partner's cruelty, Kirilov expresses regret and enters the battle. They traverse the cathedral to guide the last innocent souls to heaven, convinced that a genuine inhuman mastermind lurks close by, manipulating events from the shadows. At a hospital in Korea, Yuri awakens to discover Lim Kong soundly asleep, slumped against his bed. While Yuri tunes into the news, he encounters alarming reports of high death tolls and missing persons in northeastern Russia, with military authorities linking these events to inhumane actions. As the world seems to be disintegrating gradually, Yuri is engulfed by a profound sense of foreboding, apprehensive that an unstoppable force of devastation is approaching. At the Russian cathedral, the conflict reaches its climax. Basilov looms over the twisted remnants of the pale beings, exasperated by the battle's circumstances. He glances upward and notices a tall, cloaked silhouette dangling upside down from a wooden beam high above the floor. Identifying this individual as the orchestrator who compelled them to eliminate the altered humans, Basilov insists the creature must crawl down or endure a beating. The figure quietly loosens its hold and falls to the ground, landing with a menacing elegance. Rising to confront the two heroes, it unveils a fearsome, red-armored visage embellished with horns and white spikes, signaling the onset of a significantly more perilous clash. Kirilov is next to Maxim Basilov, quietly examining the unusual creature on the altar. Kirilov observes that although the inhuman's body isn't notably large, even seeming smaller than Basilov, its look is remarkably strange. Draped in a dark cloak and a crimson mask, the being is adorned with wing-like appendages. This made Kirilov question whether he was encountering a bat-like creature or a contemporary Dracula figure. This belief is strengthened by the gruesome, bloody bite marks discovered on the victims previously, leading him to conclude that this creature is responsible for the local vampire epidemic. Due to the significant risks involved, Basilov advances and cautions his partner to remain behind. He understands that if one of them gets bitten, the change into a monster could be permanent, turning this into a dangerous battle. As he gets ready, Basilov seizes his wrist and tightens his fists, bracing his large body for the blow. He propels himself ahead in a swift burst of speed, barreling through the wooden benches to hit the creature. Nonetheless, the creature demonstrates its superior reflexes. By seizing Basilov's enormous fist with its clawed hand, the creature swiftly ascends, spreading its massive wings to float close to the ceiling before returning to the altar below. Kirilov is struck by the creature's agility, observing how it adeptly defends itself with its feet while staying completely composed. Unlike other inhumans who succumb to panic and act purely on instinct, this one demonstrates clear control over its movements. The tension escalates as the monster's body starts to ripple and fracture, initiating a secondary transformation phase where it shifts its wings into its arms. The scenario shifts from perilous to transformative when the entity starts to communicate. It reveals itself as a fighter under a leader called Pan, noting that their faction was struck by the abilities of those who defeated another non-human known as Ofer. The acknowledgement of a structured, thoughtful hierarchy leaves both individuals completely stunned. Basilov is perplexed by the name Ofer. As Kirilov starts to realize, they are confronting a significantly larger organization than they had initially believed. The dialogue concludes suddenly as the creature emits a piercing scream and leaps from the altar. In spite of Basilov's effort to retaliate by seizing the creature's facial spikes, the beast proves to be exceedingly swift. It unleashes a rapid series of blows to Basilov's jaw, causing him to bleed and ultimately propelling the Russian powerhouse into a heap of broken debris. Towering over the downed Basilov, the creature derisively asserts that these men were incapable of slaying Ofer. It trivializes their existence, asserting that soon, everyone will meet their demise, but opts to create an exception by transforming Basilov into a puppet. Just as the creature readies to inflict this ultimate humiliation, a sudden burst of radiant energy cuts through the atmosphere. Fortunately, Kirilov acts swiftly. He releases a focus blast that hits the creature in the chest and shoulder, compelling it to withdraw. Though he laments not hitting the monster's head, Kirilov radiates with electric energy at his fingertips. Angered by the beast's attempt to harm his partner, he asserts that he will take control of the situation, marking the beginning of a formidable counteroffensive. Kirilov looms above his unconscious companion, Basilov, while confronting the masked creature. The creature appears visibly disturbed, fixating on a new, bleeding wound on its chest that it did not anticipate. Kirilov's strike was executed with such speed and stealth that the beast comprehends it is confronted with a force that transcends ordinary understanding. Yet, the tide turns as the Inhuman's injury starts to mend. Dense, crimson strands of flesh intertwine to seal the gash, prompting Kirilov to understand that his adversary has an extraordinary capacity for regeneration. He has never faced a being exhibiting such a high degree of biological durability. Kirilov chooses to stop restraining himself. He casts off his brown cloak, displaying a poised demeanor and a chilling resolve. He nonchalantly expresses his intense disdain for filthy creatures such as bats, indicating his desire to conclude the battle swiftly. The monstrous being lunges ahead like a shadow, yet Kirilov remains steadfast. As the entity swipes with its claws, Kirilov launches crescent-shaped energy blades. To the creature's astonishment, Kirilov starts conjuring tangible items from thin air for his defense. A semi-transparent sword emerges to deflect an attack, succeeded by a barrage of ethereal fists that hit the creature from various directions. This sequence concludes with a gigantic, ghostly fist crashing down on the being, sending it crashing into the stone ground and generating a cloud of dust and rubble. As the dust clears, Kirilov reminisces about his initial encounter with Basilov. In a snowy glade years prior, he had rescued the powerhouse by flawlessly cleaving a blue-skinned creature in two from the darkness. When the bewildered Basilov asked who he was, Kirilov merely presented himself as a traveling artist and a superhuman. In the present, the Inhuman rises again, bloodied yet still a threat. It recognizes Kirilov's prowess, admitting that although it has slain superhumans previously, it didn't anticipate encountering one so formidable. The creature vanishes once more, delivering a fierce kick that propels Kirilov backwards. Fortunately, he quickly regains his footing, employing a transparent blue shield adorned with a fleur-de-lis to deflect the subsequent attack. The two fighters gaze at each other through the radiant shield. The essence of Kirilov's strength is unveiled in a prior dialogue with Basilov. Kirilov shares that he doesn't merely engage in battle. He paints in the air. By harnessing his imagination to bring his drawings to life, he can conjure axes, swords, or shields at will. With his thoughts manifesting into reality, the roaming artist emerges as one of the most erratic and adaptable dangers the Inhuman hierarchy has encountered. In a previous discussion, Basilov remembers witnessing a creature being cut into pieces by an object thrown and understands that Kirilov was responsible. Kirilov affirms this, stating that he had conjured and hurled a ghostly axe. He emphasizes that the primary advantage of his power lies in the incredible velocity of his projectiles, rendering them almost untraceable by the human eye. By intensifying his mental focus, he can elevate the speed of these objects, making them exceptionally challenging for any adversary to evade. Yet, this strength demands a significant cost. Kirilov discloses that with each use of his power, his sight diminishes. Although he hasn't lost all vision yet, the threat of lasting blindness hangs over every fight he engages in. In the current conflict at the cathedral, a blue shield floats between the fighters. Aiming to conclude the battle, the artist channels his power to create a massive spectral spiked mace. He launches the Morning Star with immense strength, surprising the Inhuman unexpectedly. The creature is struck by the spiked ball, propelling it through the aisle past wooden pews and crashing into a stone column. Despite the force being strong enough to shatter the masonry and make the creature spit blood, it remains aware. Kirilov shows clear frustration at the monster's resilience, as his effort to crush its skull did not eliminate the danger. The pressure of the conflict starts to wear on Kirilov. With his eyes radiating blue energy, blood begins to seep from the edges of his eyelids, causing his sight to become alarmingly unclear. Awareness of his diminishing sight sets in, and he struggles to maintain his focus. Yet a misty white fog starts to envelop his view. This fleeting distraction nearly costs him his life. Upon blinking, the area where the creature was now appears vacant. The being leaps out from darkness, emerging from behind for a deadly claw attack. A spray of blood arcs through the air as Kirilov is struck and sent tumbling to the ground. The beast looms above the downed Kirilov, mockingly pressing its weighty foot onto his head. It recognizes Kirilov as a strong adversary, yet readies itself to overpower him anyway. Unexpectedly, the being observes blue energy particles swirling near its foot, and understands it has been positioned above a decoy. From the higher balcony, the true Kirilov emerges, having summoned his last reserves of strength to create and reveal a grand, intricate energy bow. Even with blood streaming from his eyes and vision entirely lost, the artist stretches the string to its maximum and lets go of a spear-like arrow. The missile impales the creature's chest, driving it to the ground with immense power. The monster howls in pain. Kirilov struggles to breathe, questioning whether he has ever exerted his power so forcefully. Regrettably, the creature's endurance is beyond human. In a terrifying show of determination, the creature seizes the energy spear and tears it from its chest, resulting in a new burst of blood. It gazes up at the balcony with a distorted face, vowing to eliminate the archer. Kirilov stands in disbelief, understanding that his strongest blows have not been able to halt the creature. Fortunately, Kirilov has company. In a recollection, he remembers trailing Basilov during a snowstorm, confessing that he opted to remain with the man because he viewed Basilov as a powerful leader who exceeded his own capabilities. In the current moment, this belief pays off. As the monster gets ready to attack, a shadow appears behind it. Basilov has regained his strength and stands confidently behind the beast, poised to change the course of the fight. Kirilov looks down at his ally with a blend of worry and focus, observing that it's been quite a while since he last encountered Basilov in such a damaged condition. As the situation escalates, Basilov demands to know if the Inhuman is finally finished with its games. His head jerks up, eyes shining with a bright light, and his expression twists into a visage of pure, murderous fury. The intensity of this shift in energy is so overwhelming that the red-masked Inhuman flinches in disbelief, realizing that the nature of the battle has irrevocably altered. As the Russian hero stands up with slow, purposeful motions, the monster fights to keep its stability, spewing dark blood onto the stone ground. The creature shows clear signs of confusion, as its adversary's outline now seems slimmer and more compact than it did earlier. While the Inhuman ridicules the warrior for rising once more while secretly concentrating on its own healing. Due to the slow healing of wounds from Kirilov's energy blades, the beast emits deep, anguished cries, as it harnesses dark energy to reconstruct its flesh anew. Kirilov understands the creature is solely concentrating on healing and urgently advises his partner to attack before it recovers completely. Fortunately, Basilov disregards the warning with icy indifference, asserting the monster's recovery is irrelevant. This assurance arises from his exceptional and fearsome skill, rapid digestion. In a previous recollection, the two friends talked about how this ability enables Basilov to significantly enhance his physical strength, dynamic eyesight, and muscle speed while his body metabolizes fat. Since this skill cannot be activated at will, it necessitates a formidable adversary to serve as a catalyst. This indicates the man grows stronger when he is overpowered or challenged to his physical limits. Until today, no one had ever challenged him to unleash his full combat potential. In the present, the Inhuman senses its power coming back and charges at Basilov with a rapid, erratic speed. Yet, the creature's heightened pace proves ineffective against the now solidified warrior. Basilov easily follows its movements and seizes the monster by its head horn, sarcastically praising it for being the first adversary to test his limits this intensely. Basilov towers over the beast, his body radiating heat and his muscles stretched to their utmost capacity. Basilov strikes with an unimaginable level of power. The ensuing shock wave shatters everything in the chamber, leaving the Inhuman crumpled against a stone column. Fearful and bleeding heavily, the creature understands it will perish if it remains on the ground. In a frantic bid for freedom, the monster unfurls two enormous leathery wings from its shoulders and crashes through the cathedral's tall windows, ascending into the tempestuous night sky. Kirilov stands in disbelief as the creature tries to escape into the sky, but the pursuit is brief. Basilov propels himself from the ground with immense power, fracturing the stone beneath him to chase after the fleeing beast. In a swift motion, the Russian champion catches up to the monster mid-flight. Looming over the frightened creature, he lands a final, crushing blow to its grotesque head, voicing his disdain for the filthy beings as the impact reverberates throughout the structure. Fortunately, Kirilov manages to protect himself from the ensuing shock wave, although the force nearly knocks him off balance. As Basilov strikes down with a powerful overhead swing, the heat emanating from his enlarged muscles makes the whole structure creak under pressure. This intense force is overwhelming for the architecture. Blood seeps onto the remains of the vanquished creature. The roof starts to cave in. This compels Kirilov to urgently call for their immediate evacuation from the collapsing church. As they step into the dazzling Russian snowstorm, the two fighters move away while the descending snow starts to conceal their footprints. Kirilov concedes that the adversary was certainly formidable, yet he is still worried about the dangers of the clash. He inspects his companion for bite marks, aware that the creature's fangs represented a potential threat of transformation. Basilov, on the other hand, prioritizes his hunger over his injuries. After 2 days of fasting to enhance his powers, he is extremely irritable and demands they find food right away. Meanwhile, the heroes search for a meal. The scene transitions to a dimly lit room with a lofty ceiling, where a fresh assembly of advanced Inhumans convenes. A pale-headed figure called Morel tells their leader Pan that the Inhuman referred to as Grab has probably been slain by a superhuman. Pan shows clear irritation at this information, having explicitly instructed his followers to steer clear of conflict while looking for the remnants of Ophir. Regardless of this setback, the Inhumans appear unfazed, indicating that the demise of a single foolish bat won't disrupt their broader strategic objectives. In Korea, attention shifts back to Lim Kang's home life. Yuri has left the hospital and limps back to his apartment on crutches, his legs still confined in a substantial cast. While he is glad to be back home, a sense of lingering trauma from the airport conflict remains. He discovers a sticky note from Lim Kang affixed to a frying pan, notifying him that our protagonist prepared fried rice for him prior to school. Although Yuri is initially moved by the gesture, the truth about the meal is sadly quite bleak. With just one bite, Yuri understands the food is spoiled, causing him to sweat and turn pale as his complexion shifts to a ghastly hue. Seo Yun Secondary School. Lim Kang is occupied with the social challenges of being an ordinary student. His peers, Dae Bang and Chong Ryul, attempt to coerce him into purchasing lunch for them at the cafeteria, but he remains unfazed, insisting he has no cash. As they stroll through the corridors, fellow students chatter about the recent happenings at Incheon Airport. Chong Ryul voices his anxiety, mentioning that the Inhumans seemed so formidable that even Ketchup Man was powerless. Since the monsters withdrew voluntarily instead of being vanquished, the students are apprehensive that the world may be approaching its end. Nonetheless, Chong Ryul finds solace in the presence of the White Cap hero, reminding his friends that there are guardians watching over Korea. Lim Kang remains silent, his face inscrutable as he absorbs his classmates' desperate faith in him during the conversation. Returning to the apartment, Yuri continues to struggle, his thoughts tormented by nightmares and the mental scars from witnessing the inhuman creature up close. He contemplates how Lim Kong manages to lead a regular life while bearing the weight of battling such terrors at any moment and place. Our protagonist gazes through a school window at the radiant sky, pondering his identity and true purpose in this evolving world. In his quest for answers, Lim Kong retrieves a small, crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, unveiling the business card for the Submu Martial Academy. Gazing at the name Lee Mun-gu, he reflects. He is drawn back to a memory of the tournament when the aged Oh Bang-won insisted he had numerous questions to address. After the old man absconded with the champion's trophy, our protagonist remembers the enigmatic direction to find him at Mount Yongpa. His introspection is interrupted as classmates Dae Bang and Chong Ryul come near. To prevent raising any eyebrows, the protagonist swiftly conceals the card and engages with them, dismissing his distraction as merely a fleeting notion. Later that night, the focus moves to the apartment where Yuri is healing from his wounds. As they share pizza, our guy talks about his intention to go to the dojo. This choice stems from a quest for clarity, particularly as Lim Kong has discovered that the grandpa thief is, in fact, a superhuman. When his handler inquires about his certainty, the protagonist reveals that it stems from an instinctive feeling, akin to the disquieting vibe he perceives from inhumans, such as the enigmatic man in the black hat he met at the port. Their discussion is cut short by a special news segment showcasing a superhuman analyst, Chief Kim Hyun-young. With inhuman assaults on the rise, the public is eager for updates. The analyst points out that, despite the awareness of 3 official heroes, Matt Dion and the late Galen Withrow likely represent many more concealed guardians. He cites the vast quantity of vanquished inhuman bodies discovered in locations such as Russia as proof. Nonetheless, he cautions that not every superhuman aligns with humanity's interests. He identifies the Black Hat and his ally in the Red Cloak as possible threats, categorizing them as a perilous adversary to global security. The transmission takes an unexpected twist when Chief Kim discloses that a new superhuman has officially stepped forward to collaborate with the government. The newcomer is Jane Sonata, a Scottish woman who asserts that she single-handedly defended the United Kingdom and is already familiar with St. Pearl. Yuri displays clear shock and trembling upon encountering yet another formidable powerhouse. The interviewer shifts focus to the identity of Korea's Whitecap. This makes Lim Kong and Yuri both break out in a cold sweat. The analyst asserts they have uncovered the hero's true identity. Fortunately, the stress dissipates into humor as the chief boldly claims that the individual in the Whitecap is probably a woman in her late 40s or a foreigner. With every aspect of the analysis flawed, the two remain in shocked silence, understanding that the experts are genuinely unaware of the boy's real existence. The following morning, our main character gets ready to leave for Mount Yongpa in a tracksuit. Despite Lim Kang's offer to go solo to avoid burdening his injured friend, Yuri insists on accompanying him. He contends that the young hero lacks the experience to deal with a veteran con artist like Oh Bang-won. Equipped with his crutches and a strong sense of justice, the handler asserts that it requires a scammer to confront a scammer. Having established their plan, the pair embarks on a journey to the mountain to retrieve their prize and unveil the mysteries of the old martial artist. Lim Kong reclines on a bench at a secluded rural bus stop, his expression marked by fatigue from their lengthy trip. After traveling for an extended period, our boy is already inquiring about the remaining distance to their destination. Yuri glances at his phone while readjusting his leg cast and crutch, realizing they are close to their destination if they can catch this last bus. The protagonist feels especially fatigued since he skipped breakfast, which is a major issue for someone who usually consumes 4 meals daily. While waiting, Yuri gazes at the vast fields and mountains, feeling increasingly irritated. Noticing the absence of stores or supermarkets in the area, he quips that they may need to catch mudfish just to make it through the afternoon. Lim Kong expresses doubt, noting that they have been waiting for 40 minutes already. Fortunately, Yuri stays optimistic based on a blog he encountered, asserting that this is the sole feasible path to MT Yongpa. The journey has challenged my endurance, featuring packed trains, navigating cities on crutches, and countless bus rides across the countryside. A distant mechanical hum eventually disrupts the quietude of the farmland. To Juri's delight, a bus eventually comes into view on the road. After they get on, the amiable driver reassures them that they are en route to MT Yongpa. He guarantees to notify them upon reaching the final destination, enabling the two travelers to relax for the remainder of their journey. While the bus shakes by rice fields and tractors, the tone of the discussion shifts. Juri cautions Lim Kong that they are approaching a possibly hazardous person. Believing the elderly man possesses superhuman abilities and is aware of his thievery, Juri cautions our protagonist to remain vigilant. Nonetheless, the main character remains unexpectedly composed. He confesses that despite the grandpa being unfamiliar, he has an innate sense that the elderly man isn't truly malevolent. As they converse, a news segment on the bus television draws their focus. The report highlights Jane Sanada, who has delivered a serious caution to the paparazzi. Since she is now officially working with the government, she warns of dire consequences for any surveillance devices employed to stalk her. Soon after, the driver announces they have reached the mountain and the pair jumps off to start the last ascent. They swiftly find a wooden signpost hidden among the trees indicating the path ahead. The perspective changes to America, where the vibrant city skyline thrives under the night. In a dimly lit bedroom, St. Pearl is startled awake by a buzzing smartphone. James urgently calls from the laboratory, apologizing for disturbing her despite the importance of the message he needs to convey. James announces a significant development. They have successfully retrieved the restored CCTV footage from the Opera cruise ship. With the technicians pinpointing the precise location of the clash with the Inhumans, Pearl is unwilling to wait until dawn. She tosses aside her blankets and readies herself to depart right away, resolute in her desire to review the footage with the team. She understands that time is crucial in grasping the tragedy that unfolded at sea. In Korea, the climb up the mountain grows progressively harder. Juri has started maintaining a journal, inspired by his sister's practice of documenting everything. He remarks that the route to the Submu Martial Academy resembles an animal path rather than one for people, characterizing the mountain as the most challenging terrain he has ever faced. The trip includes traversing shallow streams and traversing unstable suspension bridges. Due to his injury, Juri perceives himself as a liability, yet he confesses in his notes that he couldn't allow our boy to venture out alone. He has begun to experience a profound anxiety whenever Lim Kong is out of view, haunted by dreadful thoughts of potential dangers. Upon traversing a shadowy cavern reminiscent of a tale from a ghost story, their determination ultimately rewards them. The Academy's classic gates stand tall ahead, indicating that they have arrived at their goal. At the American ISSTF lab, the doors part as St. Pearl enters. James and Ben glance up from their screens, their faces somber. James tells her that during her journey, they managed to find 2 camera angles that recorded the scene of Galen Withrow's body. However, he cautions her that the footage reveals something unsettling, suggesting a troubling finding within the digital evidence. St. Pearl stares in disbelief as James hastily instructs Ben to display the retrieved data on the main screen. With Pearl finally present, Ben quickly summarizes while his fingers move rapidly over the keyboard. He accesses the CCTV recordings from the banquet hall of the Opera cruise ship, where the fierce confrontation with the Inhumans occurred. The display shows 6 distinct views, but Ben concentrates on angles 2 and 5, the only ones that recorded the downed figure of Galen Withrow. James shifts his sunglasses while sweat trickles down his face, clearly nervous about what lies ahead. Due to the low quality of the second angle, the team concentrates on the 5th camera instead. Ben observes that the flickering in the video isn't due to a technical error. Instead, it results from a physical phenomenon stemming from the intense energy of Pearl's nearby battle. He points out the digital timestamp located at the bottom of the display. At 01-17-48, the body of Galen Withrow abruptly disappears from the ground. The 3 analysts gaze at the blank screens in total disbelief. Pearl squints, understanding that this was more than a mere vanishing. The video appears blurred. To gain a clearer view, She instructs Ben to replay the video at the slowest speed available. At 0.1x speed, the enigma starts to unfold. Once the timestamp hits 47 seconds, a subtle, indistinct afterimage seems to rush past the body. Pearl quickly identifies the anomaly and commands a halt. Ben magnifies the image to the maximum resolution possible, unveiling a warped, rapidly shifting silhouette looming over the corpse. James highlights a unique bucket hat, while Ben observes what seems to be vividly colored long hair paired with a lengthy coat. Pearl comes to a chilling realization that this is the person who took their fallen partner. She feels unsettled by the thief's astonishing speed, understanding that someone was quick enough to almost evade high-speed surveillance. James swiftly redirects the investigation, instructing a review of all boarding and disembarking footage to identify anyone with these distinct characteristics. In Korea, the focus transitions to the serene slopes of Mount Yongpa. Lim Kong and a jury member, who is still using crutches, approach a traditional home. Our boy questions if anyone is actually home, yet jury's keen ears detect a faint noise. Out of nowhere, they encounter Lee Moon-gu, the tournament's instructor. Fortunately, the welcome is warm, as Moon-gu believes our main character has chosen to enroll in the Academy for Martial Arts Training. The pair promptly clarifies that their sole purpose is to recover the stolen Ali Cup trophy. At that moment, the aged Oh Bang-won arrives, nonchalantly holding the trophy. He returns it to them willingly, surprising the boy greatly. Yuri, feeling exasperated, chastises the elderly man for putting them through a challenging mountain hike merely to retrieve their belongings. Oh Bang-won appears unfazed. He gives a lackluster apology, stating that he has tendencies of a kleptomaniac, and informs them they can depart. As the elderly man heads toward a steep cliff, our protagonist senses a stronger urge for understanding. He trails the master to the brink of the cliff. When the elder inquires why he is being followed, Lim Kong expresses himself with a sincere and intense look. He confesses that even though others label him as a superhuman, he is uncertain about what that truly signifies or his own identity. The master hears quietly, before bending down to grab a sharp stone. Bang-won presents a mysterious challenge, inquiring whether our guy could intercept the rock before it lands if it were tossed. Before our son can even grasp the question, the master throws the stone with great force. As the boys remain stunned by the throw, the old man unexpectedly turns around. In a frightening exhibition of rapid aggression, he unleashes a forceful kick at the vulnerable Yuri. The handler is sent hurtling backward over the cliff's edge. Our boy responds with extraordinary speed as soon as he witnesses Yuri being thrown off the cliffside. As the handler descends into the void, our hero propels himself off the edge with such strength that the rock below shatters. He plunges into the chasm, speeding downward to reach his friend who is falling. To counter the drop, our protagonist presses against the sheer wall, embedding his fingers into the rock for grip. Due to the effectiveness of this slowing move, he manages to catch the unconscious Yuri midair. Clutching his friend firmly, the young hero stops their fall by driving his free hand into the cliff, bringing them to a standstill. While suspended from the rock, our main character sees that Yuri has collapsed in fear. This compels a swift recovery, and our boy hauls the limp handler back up the steep wall, to the security of the grassy glade. Lim Kong is engulfed by rage as he stares at the old master, insists on understanding the old man's thoughts. Yet, Oh Bang-won shows no sign of being affected by the hero's fury, icily questioning if he wishes to engage in combat. Upon the protagonist's pause, the master labels him as both arrogant and naive. He admonishes the boy, clarifying that having compassion for an elderly man while a friend is at risk indicates a lack of strength. The master states this reflects a lack of accountability. He asserts that our hero's heart is as vacant as a tin can, as he exerts false pressure on those he has no real intention of confronting. He delivers a stern, final warning. With such a cruel and uncertain mindset, our hero will meet his end sooner than expected. The tension dissipates as the protagonist understands that Yuri has truly ceased to breathe. Unexpected emergency shocks the elderly man, who quickly sheds his tough demeanor and hurries back to assist. With emergency services unable to access this isolated area, they collaborate on the grass to massage the handler's legs and bring him back to consciousness. Fortunately, the endeavor proves fruitful, and the narrative transitions to the stillness of the academy after dark. Lee Moon-gu tries to greet the new arrivals by offering them official academy uniforms, yet Yuri shows little enthusiasm while seated. On the porch, sporting a bandaged head and a mask, the handler sadly states he has no desire to learn martial arts. The instructor then inquires about Lim Kong. Yuri observes that our boy tends to ignore instructions and has already ventured off in search of wild boars. Perceiving the unease, Moon-gu attempts to justify the master's approach. He clarifies that although the elder's techniques may appear perilous, he has remarkable insight and consistently understands what is secure. The instructor shares a gentler perspective of the academy, noting that many individuals present are outcasts who have been separated from their homes and families. Moon-gu sees the master as a genuinely good individual, as he welcomed them when they had no other options, despite the master's kleptomaniac behaviors. He brushes off the present quiet of the academy by stating that the other 10 students are on a 2-day field training excursion. Despite this, Yuri stays doubtful and preoccupied with his wounds. The instructor stays passionate, assuring a training routine that blends intensity with enjoyment. Despite, Yuri notes in his journal that the master is terrible, yet oddly acknowledges that the day's trauma makes the situation somewhat intriguing. In a serene cafe, the renowned Scottish superhuman Jane Sonata encounters St. Pearl, at first concealing the gravity of her visit with light-hearted chatter and over-the-top charm. Jane's status as a prominent public figure creates quite a buzz with the waitress. However, Pearl swiftly navigates the distractions to insist on the true purpose of their gathering. This compelled Jane to recall a moment right before the unfortunate opera cruise ship event, a moment when she had failed to present Pearl to another superhuman she holds dear as a younger sister, a girl called Sway. Jane discloses that Sway recently encountered a shocking sight on a European street that alters everything they understand about their species. While out at night, Sway encountered a towering blue-haired man mercilessly choking a victim to death. With her extensive experience in combat against humans, she quickly realized that this assailant was a superhuman. She was not only troubled by the murder but also by the sheer grip strength the man exhibited, capable of crushing human neck bones with one hand, something a regular person could never achieve. Fortunately, Sway sprang into action, leaping from a balcony to execute a surprise flying kick, but the killer managed to deflect her strike with his forearm, confirming his immense strength. During the brief confrontation, Sway observed something even more disturbing. Despite being attacked, the man clung to the lifeless body without hesitation. Instead of remaining to battle, the murderer ultimately grabbed the corpse and jumped into the air to flee. Consequently, Sway understood she was facing more than just a solitary killer. She observed another figure moving alongside the murderer on the rooftops, indicating the presence of a coordinated group of superhumans who are involved in homicides. Regrettably, the scenario has shifted from an enigma to a calamity. Ignoring Jane's cautions, the determined Sway ventured out solo to find the group. As this new threat casts a shadow over Europe, attention turns once more to the early morning at Mount Yongpa in Korea. Oh Bang-won strolls through the foggy fields as our main character nears him. The dynamic between them has transformed from the previous night's tumultuous resurgence to one of deadly tension. Since he has lost interest in games, the elderly master gives our boy a threatening look. He states that he will pose a few last questions and delivers a terrifying ultimatum. If our hero fails to respond with complete honesty, the master will eliminate him immediately. Lim Kong stands in apparent disbelief as the aged Oh Bang-won faces him in the clearing amidst the mountains. The master acknowledges that, despite being nearly unfamiliar, he has already pinpointed a significant problem with our boy. Due to the protagonist's apparent lack of comprehension regarding his situation, the old man is uncertain whether the young man is merely foolish, seeking danger, or genuinely brave. Instead of prolonging a futile dialogue, the master resolves to witness the reality firsthand. Suddenly, the surroundings are obscured by a blast of motion as Oh Bang-won disappears and reappears immediately before our protagonist. This compelled the young man to withstand a rapid upward strike right beneath his chin, followed by a powerful straight punch directly to his face's center. The impact of the strike propels Lim Kong backward, causing him to smash forcefully into a heap of large boulders. Even after being asked multiple times if the strikes were painful, our guy rises from the debris with a serious look and coolly remarks that they did not. The master's astonishment is palpable. Gazing at the protagonist, he notices that, despite enduring a savage attack, the boy's face and hands remain unscathed. This peculiarity leads the old man to inquire whether the boy has ever experienced bloodshed or felt fatigued in the midst of a battle. Reflecting on his past confrontations as the White Cap, our protagonist confesses he has never experienced bleeding or fatigue. Even when faced with a hypothetical situation of battling continuously for a whole year, our main character nonchalantly consents, indicating that the idea of physical boundaries is absent from his thoughts. Due to this understanding, the master's demeanor shifts to a more serious tone as he starts an ethics lecture regarding the essence of their gifts. He clarifies that each superhuman has a fundamental ability referred to as incensed, regardless of the names assigned. This energy is responsible for knives breaking and bullets deforming upon contact with a superhuman skin. It infiltrates their bones and muscles, resulting in a power disparity that differs among individuals. Meanwhile, other heroes such as Saint Pearl and Basilov have flourished, discovering their own distinct abilities. The master indicates that there is something inherently amiss with our protagonist. An elderly man issues a final, sharp judgment while gesturing straight at our hero's chest. He clarifies that although every superhuman ultimately recognizes their unique ability, Lim Kong remains an exception at this time. As his anger has not yet blossomed, the boy serves as an endless source of energy that has yet to discover its genuine form. Master Oh Bang-won contemplates the harsh blows he inflicted on Lim Kong, acknowledging that the match ended in an unexpected and ironic manner. He notes that, unlike other heroes who battle with seemingly limitless physical power, they engage without the accompaniment of incense. Given our boy's current condition, the master understands that the young hero still possesses ample time to achieve his full potential. He recognizes that our main character is a skilled and powerful superhuman, characterized as a being who surpasses human boundaries to confront inhumans in direct combat. The master clarifies that although many superhumans possess incensed within their bodies to different extents, influencing their resilience and combat techniques, this phenomenon has not yet been observed in Lim Kong. He observes that our protagonist is an exceptional individual who has been competing at an extraordinary level solely as a human, without any apparent enhancements. This disclosure leaves the elderly man stunned and perplexed, as the living witness in front of him implies that the boy began at an advanced level right from the start. As the protagonist reflects on his previous failure and his blackout at the airport, the master discloses that he witnessed the superhuman in the White Cap on the news. He clarifies that following the hero's collapse, his inherent abilities experienced a sudden awakening. The boy's inner strength overwhelmed his mind, leading to his fainting not from the monster's strike, but rather from his mind succumbing to the immense force of his own burgeoning power. The master likens our boy's unexploited potential to a colossal iceberg, stating that his power is genuinely limitless. The tone shifts to seriousness as the master reflects on the emergence of the colossal inhuman Pan. He depicts the robed figure as an extraordinary beast of immense strength and speculates that this being has come forth with the intent to confront our hero. The master is convinced that Lim Kong represents the sole barrier preventing these clever inhumans from dominating the planet. Cautioning that the Earth is on the brink of a battle for its existence, the master extends a fatherly gesture and vows to assist in unlocking the boy's true potential, expressing regret for the previous aggression before taking him to dine. In the meantime, Jury documents his experiences in his journal as the remaining academy members come back from their off-season training. Even with his leg in a cast, the athletic students quickly had the newcomer chopping firewood as part of his recovery process. Jury recounts a taxing few days filled with excruciating acupuncture sessions from the master, whom he humorously likens to becoming a hedgehog. In spite of the challenges, He starts practicing on a wooden dummy, discovering an unusual feeling of belonging, even while pondering if the others recognize his friend as the renowned As. As time goes by, Lim Kong and the master frequently vanish together for what jury believes is specialized training, only returning when it's mealtime. Although our boy often faces punishment for unintentionally damaging training gear, the group's connection strengthens. That evening, the aged master softly covers the two slumbering boys with a blanket, keeping a watchful eye as they recuperate from their efforts. At Quiet Mountain Academy, Jury encounters a significant challenge. The protagonist must go back to school, as the shift from the tumultuous training on the mountain to a conventional academic environment is so drastic that the handler is ready to confront the aged master Obang Wan should he deny the boy's departure. Unexpectedly, the master urges Lim Kong to return right away, surprising both of them. He proposes that if our boy runs the whole distance, he can utilize the long run as a beneficial component of his endurance training. Lim Kong starts getting ready for the trip, lacing up his sneakers as Jury hands him a list of tasks to complete at home. With the handler not coming back soon, he requests the hero to include a charger, game console, and laptop in his packing. Upon getting precise instructions on the direction to run, our boy gives a slight smile and reassures his friend not to fret. In a moment, the tranquil courtyard erupts in a cloud of dust as our protagonist propels himself skyward. Obang Wan observes from the tiled rooftop, as white lines streak through the sky, signaling the protagonist's rapid exit before nonchalantly asking Jury to join fishing. At the same time, the focus moves to the advanced setting of Ben's lab. Ben is carefully reviewing security footage from an X-ray checkpoint that every passenger on the Opera cruise ship was required to go through. He concentrates on the warped silhouette in the bucket hat, seeking a corresponding hint that links to the criminal who took Galen Withrow's remains. To uphold the fallen hero's honor, James urges Ben to maximize the technology's capabilities to uncover the identity of the thief. James has a hunch that the person might not have embarked on the ship through standard procedures, heightening the importance of the digital probe. The intensity of the lab work is disrupted by a call from St. Pearl, who discloses that she is now in Northern Ireland. James is taken aback by her abrupt move, but Pearl clarifies that she is partnered with Jane Sonata to search for Jane's sister, a superhuman called Sway. Regrettably, Sway vanished after observing a string of swift killings and vanishings that Pearl suspects were perpetrated by other superhumans. This results in a disturbing understanding. A possible link exists between these European offenses and the removal of Withrow's remains. Pearl recognizes the threat posed by aggressive superhumans but is determined to solve the case to rescue Sway. Knowing the investigation could last several days, she directs James to uphold a strong sense of vigilance throughout the process. If a new inhuman alert arises while she is gone, Pearl instructs James to reach out to Matt Dionne. As the renowned actor is presently in the United States, he stands as the sole influential figure capable of protecting the area during her absence. James feels reassured that Jane Sonata is supporting Pearl, despite acknowledging that an unprecedented task to track down rogue superhumans seems extremely foreboding. As the dialogue concludes, Pearl's eyes shine with a fierce determination, indicating her unwavering commitment to complete the mission. Watching the interaction, Jane Sonata remarks that Pearl is lucky to have such committed co-workers, as they get ready to enter the core of a highly perilous conflict. In a dilapidated stone plaza, a superhuman with blue hair pulls a bloodied corpse along the pavement before tossing it aside effortlessly with one hand. The victim, wearing a green shirt, strikes the ground face down with a loud thud, rendering him immobile and drenched in blood. An unseen observer takes in the devastation, remarking that the body lies utterly annihilated and that their mission has encountered a significant obstacle. From the dim corners of the decaying chamber, a man with flowing white hair in a chair takes charge, directing a new assignment to the gathered individuals. 3 days earlier in Northern Ireland, a local called Hershey rests wearily at David's pub, requesting an additional beverage. The tattooed, muscular bartender David Joshua attempts to stop him. The inebriated man grows defensive and requests a cup of Balkan from a new employee in the back. Due to a series of murders and disappearances haunting the area, Hershey is frightened to walk home alone at night and pleads with David to stay and drink until dawn. Their argument is cut short when the pub door bursts open, and a man in a gray coat, Matthew McCurry, walks in, playfully aiming a handgun at the group. Despite the bartender's indifference to the detective's risky humor, Matthew ultimately puts down the weapon and orders a beer. The atmosphere shifts to a serious tone as Matthew, a seasoned police officer, talks about the community's crisis. He mentions that 13 individuals are unaccounted for, and the victims lack any connections. Even more unsettling is the finding of a disfigured blue inhuman corpse discovered in the street, lacking its upper body and limbs. The death is so peculiar and precise that Matthew questions whether a standard superhuman could be accountable. During the briefing, the new bartender, Pabo, proposes that the murders and the brutal killings could potentially be attributed to a single individual. As the evening comes to a close, David instructs his employees, Evan and Gasvidal, to start shutting down the shop. Gasvidal drags the unconscious Hershey through the doorway. Matthew understands it's time to depart and assures the team he will take back their community from the offenders. He comically sidesteps the tip by saying he forgot his wallet in the car. The detective departs from the pub. Evan observes him with admiration, convinced that a noble figure like Matthew represents the city's greatest chance for justice. The next morning at sunrise, the tranquil vibe of the pub is disrupted by Matthew McCurry's return, but his intensity feels genuine this time. He bursts through the door, aiming his handgun at the customers, which includes a blonde woman and the employees. Due to the revelation of a shocking new crime, the detective's demeanor shifts. He displays his police badge and instructs everyone to lift their hands for alibi verification. A stunned David Joshua attempts to soothe him, but Matthew discloses the dark cause of his rage. The previous night, the inebriated Hershey was discovered dead, his body so severely mangled that the detective now considers everyone nearby as a possible suspect. In the charged environment of David's pub, Detective Matthew keeps a serious demeanor as he steadies his firearm. He provides a disturbing update regarding the local emergency, detailing that the remains discovered in the forest were without a head and torso, with only the limbs remaining. Due to the severe dismemberment, David Joshua initially entertains the hope that the victim is not Hershey. However, Matthew is convinced of the identity, having spotted an expensive Fastek Philippe watch on the body, identical to the one he noticed Hershey wearing during his drunken episode the night before. This identification is corroborated by a call to Hershey's spouse, who verified that he did not return home. The detective observes that the absence of the costly watch indicates the murder was not driven by theft. Rather, the precise and savage technique of dismemberment aligns with the characteristics of the serial killer haunting the area. This insight transforms the pub into a place of interrogation. Matthew starts probing the staff's alibis, compelling Joshua to detail his timeline. The bartender shares that after the detective departed, he and Gasvidal remained late to tidy up before enjoying a beer and playing cards, while their colleague Evan dozed off in the store. As per Joshua, they stayed out until dawn, with Evan at the pub the whole time. Matthew continues to doubt, particularly as he directs his attention to the newcomer, Pabo. The surge of disappearances and killings in the neighborhood started nearly 2 months ago, coinciding with Pabo's arrival in the area. The detective considers him a key suspect. Although Joshua tries to defend his employee, Matthew opts to detain Pabo for additional questioning. He holsters his weapon and guides the silent bartender outside, leaving Joshua, Gasvidal, and Evan in a condition of shocked disbelief. The burden of the situation weighs heavily. Joshua chooses to shut down the business early for the evening. Evan goes home as Gasvidal stays behind, voicing concern for Pabo. Joshua strives to stay hopeful, acknowledging his letdown over Matthew's hostility while believing in Pabo's innocence. Nonetheless, the silence is broken as Matthew abruptly re-enters the pub, hysterical and soaked in sweat. He yells that the police vehicle transporting Pabo was wrecked, resulting in the loss of 2 officers and Pabo's vanishing. In a panic, Matthew insists on getting Pabo's resume to track down his home address, but the scenario shifts dramatically. Joshua observes that Matthew is surprisingly unscathed and probes into why the detective wasn't present in the vehicle during the incident. When Matthew fumbles through a feeble alibi regarding another location, Joshua's skepticism transforms into outright disbelief. This prompts the detective to lose his composure. His eyes redden as he pulls out his revolver, aiming it at his companions, alleging that they are all plotting against him. The confrontation escalates as Matthew starts to unravel. Upon seeing Joshua conceal a hand behind his back, he dreads a counterattack and fires. A thunderous gunshot echoes, and blood sprays onto the ground. In the midst of the chaos, a person in a white bucket hat strolls through the bloodshed, observing with humor that the group succeeded in self-destruction with minimal external assistance. The intruder gazes at a bloodied, barely aware Joshua. When the man gazes upward, he is shocked to discover that the figure is not the Evan he remembers. The man discloses himself as Jamal Evan, a sinister superhuman who has been lurking in plain view. Crouching over the fading bartender, Jamal Evan nonchalantly grips a severed head and delivers a chilling vow. He will recount one last, humorous tale from their shared past before he completes his task. David Joshua leans against a wall, his body irreparably damaged. Jamal Evan, the renegade superhuman, squats in front of him, nonchalantly gripping the decapitated head of their ex-colleague. As he gazes at a creature he once believed in, Joshua gasps out a question, inquiring if Jamal played a role in the murder of the inebriated Hershey. Evan stays composed, confessing to Hershey's death, though he insists it wasn't his initial aim. He recounts via a flashback that the evening started with Hershey encountering a shadowy stairway, where two enormous superhuman figures obstructed his way. Hershey's drunken and rude behavior led him to unleash his fury on Jamal. This disrespect compelled the killer to take the man's life, viewing Hershey's demeanor as utterly absurd. When Joshua inquires about the other staff members, Jamal responds with a sarcastic grin. He discloses that he still views himself as part of a team. The majority of individuals Joshua was acquainted with now lie lifeless on the ground. He gazes at Gaspardal's corpse with insincere emotion, referring to him as a good friend. Before raising the severed head of Pabo, Jamal confesses he was especially intrigued by Pabo, the attractive new bartender who had joined the team just a few months earlier. Jamal describes the instant he ambushed the police vehicle transporting Pabo. After colliding with the car and eliminating the officers, Jamal faced Pabo amidst a pool of blood. Pabo's unusually calm and indifferent demeanor remained unchanged, even when confronted with mortality. Jamal was eager to uncover his real identity. He believed the bartender might be a concealed force or another deranged killer. To evaluate this, Jamal proposed a malevolent bargain. He assured he would save Pabo and Joshua if the bartender would just plead for his life using both hands. Regrettably, the outcome of the test repulsed the murderer. Pabo gazed up with a frenzied, fearful smile, exposing that one of his hands was already cut off. Unable to truly beg with both hands, he nonetheless pitifully implored for mercy. This unforeseen cowardice diminished Jamal's enthusiasm. He found the display pathetic. He harshly seized the man by his hair and ended his life, feeling disgusted by the whole encounter. In the current moment, Joshua yells defiantly, accusing Jamal of possessing a demonic gift and asking why he kills without discrimination. Evan ponders, citing boredom, vengeance, and curiosity as his main driving forces. Yet, he maintains that he isn't a terrible person. As a blue flame ignites above a magical circle, Jamal shares his warped ideology, claiming he revives deserving souls by offering up those he deems worthless. He perceives himself not as a demon, but as a divine creator defying the rigid rules of fate. With the first rays of dawn illuminating the town, Jamal presents Joshua with one last opportunity to embrace life. Overwhelmed by intense hatred for the man who deceived his friends, Joshua bluntly tells him to go to hell. Jamal lets out a dry chuckle and exits the pub, allowing the bartender to draw his last breath. While standing on the street, Jamal contemplates that the world may already be a hell, as it remains unchanged. A buzzing phone disrupts the serene morning. Jamal picks up a call from a person named Carol and hears a startling update that shifts his expression to a predatory one. This information compels him to go back to an old, dilapidated temple where his followers await. He tells his fighters that their last mission encountered a setback since one of their key targets, an individual of considerable importance, successfully evaded capture. Because the escape occurred recently, and Jamal believes the target remains close by. He rises and displays a picture of the person, instructing his team to track them down without delay. He cautions them that due to the target's fame, they need to act with complete accuracy to capture him before he vanishes permanently. Evan's team leaps into action to execute his command to track down the person depicted in the image. Jamal Evans perches on a stone column, observing the turmoil with an indifferent demeanor. Although he appears composed, he privately acknowledges his discomfort with the circumstances. He thinks that when surprises happen, bad luck is likely to ensue, leading him to decide that it's time for him to take action as well. As Jamal Evans descends the stone steps to exit the hideout, he tells a young girl named Carol to remain behind. This command quickly ignites a clash. Carol rises and yells at him in exasperation. She's fed up with being abandoned and feeling bored, even going as far as to label Jamal an idiot. Evan keeps walking without glancing back, trying to convey that they will soon take everything and relocate their activities to America. Nonetheless, the argument stays one-dimensional. Carol persists in sulking and hurling insults at him, causing him to question what she is even rambling about as he walks away. Simultaneously, attention turns to Londonderry, a major city in Northern Ireland. On a balcony with a view of the city, Jane Sonata delivers a bleak update to St. Pearl. With 2 additional individuals vanishing right before their arrival, Jane notes that the local devastation seems unending. Although the city turns into a ghost town after dark, the cases of disappearance continue to rise, leaving officials unable to unravel the enigma. Jane observes that the final location where they could contact their missing friend, Sway, was in Londonderry. She speculates that the perpetrator is probably inexperienced since he hasn't changed locations despite the increasing pressure. St. Pearl listens intently, understanding that if the murderer flees once the government publicly launches an investigation, they will miss their opportunity to capture him. Just as the 2 superhumans start to strategize an ambush, an urgent alert appears on their devices. A Li Injong alert, indicating an inhuman danger, has been activated in Campsie, the neighboring village. The alert details multiple fatalities along the path from the Derry airport. This unexpected emergency compels St. Pearl to alter her strategy without delay. She understands that the capture of an inhuman signifies that their presence is deliberate. The region will become vulnerable to adversaries. Gazing at the horizon, Pearl asserts that she cannot overlook an inhuman threat, regardless of whether it arises in America or locally, and the pair readies themselves for swift action. The report of the increasing death toll and the finding of a grotesque body in Northern Ireland circulates worldwide through television coverage. In a serene space, Russian heroes Maxim Basilov and Kirillov observe the report while continuing their training. Meanwhile, Nanjiai and Danyang observe the developments from their secret location, learning that England is dispatching a specialized counterterrorism unit to address the murder incidents. Even at the Mountain Academy located in Korea, Master Oh Bang-won and his pupils, such as Ju Ri, observe the broadcast in quiet reverence. In Europe, bright white streaks of light curve through the sky, as St. Pearl soars through the sky above the rooftops. Pearl crashes into the street, startling the nearby civilians, and dashes toward the middle of the road. Suddenly, she halts, her eyes growing wide with sheer terror. In the middle of the road stands a superhuman with red hair and a scarred neck. Pearl's shock reveals the man she believed was deceased. Galen Withrow stands above the remnants of a blue-skinned creature, partially enveloped in an unusual golden material. His presence evokes a painful recollection for Pearl, reminding her of James, who sat with his head in his hands, weeping over Withrow's demise. James expressed his admiration for the man's concealed compassion and how he had ultimately managed to bring a smile to the stoic warrior's face. Currently, St. Pearl is engulfed in a blend of despair, sorrow, and icy rage. She utters the initial part of his name, prompting the red-haired figure to pivot toward her. The man resembling Withrow gazes at Pearl with startled eyes for a fleeting, quiet instant, before he abruptly propels himself into the sky with a ground-shaking shockwave. However, a large, gray-skinned figure quickly blocks his path. This brute intercepts the strike and lands a powerful counterpunch, sending the red-haired warrior flying through the air. Saint Pearl observes in shock as the impact generates a colossal shockwave, propelling red-haired through the skyline and between numerous stone structures. Since, due to the severe impact, debris cascades onto the streets, compelling frightened civilians to seek shelter. Once the dust clears, Pearl remains steadfast, gazing at the gray-skinned intruder with a penetrating expression of scrutiny. She insists on discovering what type of being he is, yet the towering figure merely replies with a chilling, emotionless stare. Fortunately, Jane Sonata comes to support her partner, her eyes starting to shine with a threatening glow. Jane appears noticeably pale and bewildered by the image of the scarred man kneeling before her. However, she swiftly adopts a combat position, demanding that the intruders provide immediate answers about their identities and the reason behind the chaos they are creating. The atmosphere shifts as a blue-haired man with a scarred visage finally utters words. He asserts that he and the Grey Giant exist solely to serve a leader named Evan. This revelation astonishes both superhumans, particularly when the man clarifies that they are merely reclaiming the red-haired warrior, as he originally belonged to Evan. Saint Pearl has had enough of what she deems foolishness. She emanates a strong presence and asserts that she will reclaim her friend, no matter their assertions. A new, detached voice suddenly interrupts the standoff, resonating from a nearby bridge. Jamal Evan, donning his iconic white bucket hat, is seated on a stone railing, observing the scene below with intrigue. He confesses he never expected to encounter the planet's mightiest superhumans in this location, mentioning that he hasn't received any news from his assistant, Carol. Even with the tension in the air, Evan stays calm and even delivers a sarcastic compliment about Pearl's looks without her hero suit. This disrespect only ignites Pearl's fury, prompting her to threaten to eliminate everyone present if she doesn't receive a clear response regarding Evan's role. Evan leans in, trying to defuse the situation by proposing they discuss rather than engage in conflict. He recognizes that confronting both Saint Pearl and Jane Sonata simultaneously could deplete nearly 80% of his strength, a gamble he is not prepared to make with his ongoing project nearing its final stages. Nonetheless, Pearl disregards the strategic conversation and concentrates on her friend's well-being. She insists on understanding what occurred with Withrow, prompting Evan to disclose a shocking reality. Displaying a distorted sense of pride, the antagonist boasts about having resurrected the warrior by reattaching his severed head with glue. Evan, visibly unimpressed, points out that once Withrow regained consciousness, he selfishly fled, leading the group to pursue him. This acknowledgement of defilement is the breaking point for Pearl. While Evan remains composed, he discusses Pearl's strength. She disregards his cautions and rushes at the huge gray-skinned man. With one powerful strike, she slices straight through the brute's torso, asserting that the discussion has ended and commanding the monsters to clear a path for her. Once Saint Pearl entirely vanquishes the gray-skinned giant, the cobblestone road descends into a profound quiet. This is due to the colossal form being torn asunder in one strike. The warrior with red hair, observing from the ground, is clearly in a state of shock. From the bridge, Jamal Evan observes the loss, his eyes growing wide as he comprehends that his main muscle has been eliminated in an instant. Jane Sonata stands frozen, her stare locked on the destruction Pearl has just unleashed. Recognizing that the immediate threat has passed for now, Pearl extends her hand toward the scarred man with red hair. He gazes at her with an empty, vacant expression, appearing unable to comprehend the rescue. The tranquility is fleeting as the blue-haired fighter initiates a frantic ambush, lunging with a forceful punch directed at Pearl's head. However, Supergirl responds with remarkable accuracy. She is much more powerful than her assailants understand, effortlessly stopping his enormous fist with her forearm, showing no signs of fear. The blue-haired individual gazes at her in utter disbelief, clenching his jaw as he attempts to break free. Pearl holds firmly onto his wrist, stopping him from getting away before, landing a crushing counter blow to his wrist. The ensuing energy explosion is so forceful that it propels the warrior backward, causing a nearby structure to collapse on impact. Observing from the bridge, Jamal Evans' demeanor shifts to serious. He sees the swirling golden particles encircling Pearl's fist and realizes she has yet to tap into her full strength. Pearl fixes her eyes on the bridge and delivers a chilling challenge. She taunts Evan to summon his remaining friends, vowing to demonstrate that his initial assessment of her abilities was a significant miscalculation. Evan squints, launching into a rapid mental evaluation of her fighting technique. He discerns that her strikes are distinctive. They aren't distant projectiles. Instead, they are focused flashes of light that appear precisely when she engages physically. This celestial, golden glow grants her both extraordinary power and an inexplicable resilience. He remembers the blue-haired girl landing a precise hit on her chin earlier, which didn't cause her to flinch. Evan determines that Pearl is probably the sole individual on Earth to receive a celestial favor from the sun, as indicated by the noticeable increase in temperature throughout the region due to her mere presence. Instead of feeling intimidated, Jamal Evans laughs mockingly, admiring her boundless charm. Yet, the scene on the battlefield becomes grotesque behind them. The vanquished blue-haired attempts to stand, expelling thick clots of blood as his body starts to transform unnaturally. He emits a chilling scream as his muscles swell and rip through his garments. To St. Pearl's shock, a scorpion tail bursts forth from the warrior's back. This transformed version is swifter and deadlier. The mutated blue-haired strikes with his tail, hitting the ground with such power that the pavement fractures. Pearl is compelled to jump back, observing a dark toxin oozing from the stinger's tip. She swiftly understands this change is eerily reminiscent of the Inhumans they typically battle. The blue-haired fighter launches a coordinated assault of punches and tail strikes, compelling Pearl to navigate through a whirlwind of rapid attacks that transforms the street into a desolate scene of dust and debris. Noticing his subordinate's choice to battle to the death, Jamal Evans opts to leave. He pivots and starts to walk over the bridge, tipping his hat in a final sign of respect for Blue-Haired's resolve. Regrettably for the antagonist, a shadow interrupts his departure. A massive rock plummets from the heavens. With a thunderous crash, the bridge collapses. Evans disappears in a flash to escape being flattened, reappearing on the pavement below as the stone edifice crumbles. Before he can regain his footing, another enormous boulder crashes onto the cobblestones beside him. Amidst the settling dust, Jane Sonata emerges, suspended in the air, encircled by a dozen floating boulders. As Evan tries to disregard her and move on, Jane locks eyes with him, delivering a frosty, critical stare and asserting that he must be reprimanded for acting as if she were invisible. As tensions rise in Londonderry, Jamal Evans watches Jane Sonata with a shrewd eye, acknowledging her with a dark familiarity. Having previously gone after her allies, Jane is filled with a chilling resolve, insisting that the antagonist refrain from harming her friends. She shows a strong contempt for the opposing group, struggling to accept that such perilous individuals are guided by a leader she deems worthless. In close proximity, the turmoil of combat rages on as St. Pearl violently breaks the mutated blue-haired fighter mid-flight. Jamal Evans stays surprisingly composed in the face of his men's loss, stating that retreat was never his plan. He discloses that his main objective was to retrieve the battered, red-haired Galen Withrow. Gazing at the bewildered man on the ground, Jamal likens Withrow's mental condition to that of a fawn suddenly confronted with an unpredictable and chaotic environment. Withrow's resurrection through Jamal's gruesome techniques leads the villain to claim sole responsibility for the warrior's return to life. This warped reasoning only angers Jane Sonata more. She will not hear another word. Her eyes shimmer with energy as the stones nearby start to tremble in reaction to her fury. Aware that Jamal's incessant chatter won't cease, Jane leaps off a bridge to chase him down. She plans to capture and question him regarding the chaos he has caused, but Jamal finds it difficult to match her pace. At the same time, a drone broadcasts the crisis worldwide. In South Korea, Master Obang-1 and his pupils at the Submu Martial Academy assemble around a television, observing the live broadcast of the monstrous alarm in Northern Ireland. Although the heroes' identities remain somewhat hidden, Yuri is astonished to find Jane Sanada entangled in such a massive conflict. In the midst of tension, Lim Kong finally makes his return to the academy, welcomed by his peers just as the transmission transitions to the frantic struggle occurring on the opposite side of town. In Ben's lab, the atmosphere is just as tense. James and Ben scrutinize the footage with increasing anxiety, swiftly recognizing both Jane Sanada and St. Pearl. James becomes immobilized upon seeing the unique white bucket hat that Jamal Evan wears. This aligns with the information from the cruise ship security footage, leading James to understand they have at last identified the person who defiled the Rose remains. Meanwhile, Ben desperately attempts to comprehend how their quest to locate their friend Sui escalated into chaos. The conflict in Ireland escalates dramatically as Jamal Evans races through the streets of Londonderry, caught in a defensive battle while rocks cascade around him. He soon understands that these are not mere stones. They move with an unsettling organic fluidity, suggesting they have a will of their own. With increasing dread, he observes that there are no apparent triggers to control them. Instead, they seem to pursue him like predators, making it nearly impossible for him to approach her. This unexpected assault compels the villain to acknowledge that Jane is far more formidable than he had ever expected. Despite his rapid movements, Jamal finds himself trapped. He jumps to evade one rock, but is taken by surprise when a second stone halts abruptly in midair. Before he can respond, Jane Sanada stands right in front of him, labeling him a rat as she confronts him, strikes a crushing blow to the antagonist's face. The force is so intense that it propels Jamal Evan crashing through multiple stone structures, leaving a trail of blood. Shocked by the blow, he swiftly gathers himself again. Across the street, Jane Sanada looms over a sea of levitating rocks, observing him with focused intent. She mentally assesses the encounter, acknowledging that although she landed a strike to his face in an instant, Jamal was adept enough to deliver a kick to her abdomen at the moment of impact, mitigating the force. Despite his impressive reflexes, Jane remains assured, knowing the hit was substantial. She concedes that she initially misjudged him but now sees her opponent's extensive combat experience. Jamal retorts with a sneering grin, brushing off her compliments despite his bruised visage. His demeanor quickly shifts to one of predatory focus as he discloses that he has unraveled the mystery of the floating stones, expresses that he senses numerous souls emanating from her. That sparks a memory for Jane. Years prior, she clarified to young Sui that she doesn't just manipulate objects. Instead, she is part of a group known as Henge. These comprise 80 distinct stones, each with its unique pure soul and independent will. As they express their thoughts and feelings, Jane stands as the final Stonehenge, the main physical embodiment of this shared energy. In the present, Jamal feels a sense of pride for figuring out the algorithm of her abilities and their exact figures. During the battle, he confesses that facing 80 opponents makes his own predicament seem rather bleak. Yet he swiftly redirects his attention to St. Pearl, whom he refers to as a supreme entity. The pressure of the situation leads Jamal to laugh uncontrollably, while his hair starts to turn white from the stress of being pushed to the edge of death. Jamal sarcastically questions Pearl about her well-being, highlighting the injuries on her face inflicted by his subordinate Costa. He discloses that Costa was a chimera formed from components of an emperor scorpion, explaining the creature's highly toxic venom. Pearl realizes she has been poisoned, but fortunately, her golden aura makes the toxins dissipate from her skin almost immediately. Witnessing this, Jamal is compelled to recognize her extraordinary healing abilities. Jane Sanada advances to confront Pearl, appalled by Jamal's manipulation of human and animal remains to forge his minions. She insists on discovering the location of her sister Sway, yet Jamal remains apathetic to the pain he has inflicted. He sarcastically suggests he could have killed her, mentioning that he struggles to remember those he puts to death. This icy rejection plunges Jane into a deep fury. She instructs Pearl to hold back as she prepares to unleash a formidable foundation, But just as the conflict intensifies, the confrontation is abruptly interrupted by sudden flashes of white light cutting through the atmosphere. These energy beams narrowly avoid Jamal, who remains motionless as the dust clears. A new group of figures steps out from the shadows, acknowledging the newcomers. Jamal observes that his reinforcements have at last arrived, altering the dynamics of the conflict once more. This assembly is a varied and intimidating mix of elites, featuring a man in a checkered visor, a red-skinned horned being, and a blonde woman who looks weary from a prior battle. The unexpected appearance surprises Jane Sonata, while St. Pearl remains composed, inquiring if the entire enemy roster has indeed convened in one location. Jamal Evan, watching from the sidelines, sarcastically warns Pearl that her self-assurance could lead to her downfall now that his entire team is here because, due to the immense scale of this conflict, the battle is being aired worldwide, although capturing footage is becoming more challenging. In Korea, at the Submu Martial Academy, the master and his students gaze at a television screen filled with static. Reports indicate that a drone dispatched to capture footage of the crisis was obliterated midair by an unidentified flying stone, forcing the reporter to find alternative means to record the situation. Protagonist Lim Kong gazes intently at the flickering screen, absorbing the news that Great Britain has banned all military forces from entering the city to prevent being ensnared in the conflict involving the superhumans. In the streets of Londonderry, Jane Sonata's focus moves to. She suddenly recognizes that this is the same formidable beast she had battled and injured during a tumultuous clash. The creature's exceptional skill to shred and mislead allowed it to evade her months ago, even when it was on the brink of death. Oddly, the Inhuman now squats on the street with an expressionless face, appearing to have forgotten the woman who almost ended his life. The standoff is disrupted by an internal issue within Jamal Evans' team. A gray-haired subordinate tells the villain that their youngest member, Carol, has been abducted. This revelation leaves Jamal visibly stunned. He promptly highlights the reasoning behind it, questioning why the group chose to arrive at the battlefield rather than looking for their lost companion. The subordinate clarifies that they were in pursuit of the kidnapper when they accidentally arrived at this precise spot, implying that Carol might be concealed nearby. Despite his fatigue, Jamal Evans is determined to locate her, but prioritizes securing Galen Withrow first. The conflict reignites as a colossal red-skinned creature with an enormous mutated arm appears, lunges down the street to grab the stunned Withrow. Fortunately, Jane Sonata steps in, summoning a colossal boulder from above to crush the creature's outstretched hand against the ground. Amidst the ensuing dust cloud, a subordinate with orange hair rushes toward Withrow, landing a strong kick to send Jane's stone flying. Standing above the bewildered warrior, the man urges Withrow to awaken, while secretly acknowledging that the levitating stones Jane wields are significantly more perilous and unnatural than they seem. Recognizing the surge of new adversaries, Jane Sonata resolves to tap into her true potential. She acknowledges that the thrill of battle is becoming overwhelming, and a colossal surge of energy bursts forth as she initiates her foundational technique. The force generated is so powerful that even Jamal Evans must steady himself against the gust. In a whirlwind of energy, the suspended rocks in the atmosphere fracture and transform into sharp, rectangular formations. As Jane Sonata ascends, encircled by countless deadly stone shards aimed at the elites, she delivers a final, chilling caution for them to brace for their demise. Just as she prepares to attack, a recognizable voice echoes from afar, pleading with her to hold on. Jane and Pearl react with astonishment to find Sway, who had been absent for several days. Sway greets St. Pearl with a cheerful wave, indicating she has been anticipating assistance. To everyone's astonishment, Sway is securely holding the small child Carol in her arms, effectively possessing the enemy's lost piece. This reunion offers a brief moment of relief to the heroes, as Jane Sonata envelopes Sway in a tight hug while St. Pearl takes hold of the young Carol. Nonetheless, Pearl's keen observation leads her to quickly sense something off. The girl exhibits dazed, swirling eyes, indicating she is in an unusual mental condition. This finding piques the interest of Jamal Evans, who observes the interaction with a blend of astonishment and predatory curiosity. Understood that Sui had successfully followed him without being noticed. The moment is disrupted as the red-skinned being named Del Opir crashes onto the ground, breaking the pavement under his immense weight. This creature is significantly more perilous than a mindless animal due to its capacity for speech and strategy. Del Opir advocates for a brutal solution, proposing to eliminate the superhumans to retrieve the child. However, Jamal Evans stays vigilant. Aware that Pearl and Jane are formidable threats, he concludes that facing them head-on is too perilous. Instead, he plans to withdraw with Alexander Kalin and his team, placing Carol's safety above engaging in a violent clash. Sui, though weary, asserts dominance in the negotiation. She directs a finger at the antagonists and delivers a chilling ultimatum. Any movement, and she will take the child's life. This danger causes Jamal and his team to halt, recognizing that Sui comprehends precisely how crucial Carol is to their strategy. Jamal Evans is truly amazed, wondering if Sui played a role in the release of the revived Kalin Withrow. While Sui refutes any connection to Withrow's liberation, Jamal is captivated by the enigma instead of feeling annoyed. He redirects his attention to the deal, cautioning Pearl that his tolerance has worn thin and that he is ready to engage in full-scale conflict if they fail to return Carol. Sui discreetly encourages St. Pearl and Jane to agree to the trade and end the conflict at once, having closely monitored the opposing group. She cautions her allies that the adversaries hold concealed reservoirs of strength that remain undisclosed. She contends that an all-out war would result in devastation unlike anything the world has ever seen. Acknowledging the validity of Sui's caution, Pearl shifts her focus to Jamal's abilities. She inquires whether the souls he revives are eternally under his control, aiming to grasp the real condition of her deceased companion. Jamal Evans delivers a haunting account of how he brings them back. He reveals that those he resurrects are generally tied by an indissoluble vow, behaving like infants devoid of memories from their previous existences while adhering to his orders. Nonetheless, he acknowledges that Withrow is a distinct failure. For reasons that even Jamal can't grasp, Withrow succeeded in breaking free from his restraints and reclaiming a sense of independent awareness, which motivated his initial escape. As Pearl understands that Withrow is now catatonic and in a delicate condition, she consents to the trade, offering the child in exchange for the red-haired warrior. Jamal Evans agrees to the deal without protest. The trade unfolds with meticulous accuracy as Alexander Kalin propels Galen Withrow toward the heroes, while Pearl sends Carol back to the villains. After the swap, Jamal is alarmed to discover Carol unconscious and questions what the heroes have done to her. Sui insists on her innocence, asserting that the girl merely fainted from the pressure of being captured. Before the villains leave, Jane Sonata issues a grave warning. She informs Jamal that regardless of his extraordinary abilities, he must cease endangering innocent lives, or she will ultimately have to pursue him. Jamal Evan gives a relaxed goodbye prior to. His group ascends rapidly into the sky, 5 figures, including Del Opir, fleeing the area. St. Pearl stands alone in the devastated street, her eyes locked on the one who lingers, Alexander Kalin. For a fleeting moment, he meets her gaze, his red eyes piercing through the chaos surrounding them. Before she can respond, he disappears into the sky to reunite with his team. The danger has subsided, but Sui appears shaken, contemplating whether to assign someone to watch the brat who just got away. Meanwhile, St. Pearl, holding the catatonic Galen with Ro in her arms, determines that the focus has changed. She informs her friends that it's time to return, leaving the shattered city walls in their wake. A day later, the focus turns to the consequences of what the media refers to as the Camp City riot. The English government has sent in specialized units to address the crisis. However, due to the rapid actions of the superhumans, the soldiers discover only remnants of a massive conflict. Even in the absence of tangible proof, the event captures global attention, with news outlets worldwide airing footage of Jane Sonata and St. Pearl. The true surprise arises from eyewitness accounts, as multiple elderly individuals enthusiastically claim to have spotted a man with long red hair and dark skin, the famed Galen, despite Ro being officially declared deceased months prior. This announcement brings a surge of uncertainty and optimism in. Juri, the handler of our protagonists in Korea, watches the report incredulously. As the enigmatic Nanji reflects on the unlikelihood of resurrection, public pressure intensifies, compelling the American government and St. Pearl's representative, James De Niro, to respond to speculation regarding Rose's reincarnation. Notably, the well-known actor Matt Dillon is spotted observing the news with a grave demeanor. Remarkably, despite the fierce battle, the casualties were confined to just one fatality. At their headquarters, James and Ben analyze the data, recognizing that Jane Sonata's megalith power probably shielded the citizens from the crossfire. The lab doors slide open, and Pearl arrives with Jane and Sui. Their long absence makes the reunion a blend of relief and awkwardness. Ben, flustered by the lively Sui, inadvertently expresses his thoughts on her attractiveness, leading to his own embarrassment. Meanwhile, James greets Jane Sonata with a handshake, marking a moment of connection amidst the tension, experiencing an awe-inspiring energy radiating from her, reminiscent of Pearl's unique presence. The professional environment resumes as Ben poses the burning question. Is Galen with Ro truly alive? St. Pearl affirms that he has returned, but he is not quite himself and is currently recuperating in a secure lab. Sui steps up to lead a briefing, volunteering to disclose all she has noted about Jamal, Evan, and the young girl, Carol. An intercom announcement cuts into the meeting, informing James that a visitor has evaded security and is approaching the conference room directly. To everyone's astonishment, the intruder is identified as Matt Dillon, who disregards the guards and turnstiles to push his way into the conversation while the heroes of the world assemble in America, while a subtle tension rises in Korea. Lim Kong is positioned by a river in the woods, gazing at the sky with a concerned look when Master Oh Bang-won inquires whether he has any concerns. Our boy confesses he can't shake a strange sensation, as our protagonist has senses that are significantly more acute than those of an average individual. The master understands this isn't merely teenage angst. Oh Bang becomes earnest, sensing that the boy's intuition is detecting a genuine danger. His instincts are validated as the scene uncovers a massive, moss-covered, humanoid figure quietly lurking in the forest shadows, observing them intently. Master Oh Bang-won is positioned on a substantial rock beside the river, when he abruptly perceives an unusual presence. This compelled the elderly master to carefully glance around a rock to explore the origin of his instinct. Fortunately, the perceived danger reveals itself to be merely a rabbit gazing at him after the master, as the hero chastises the creature and it bounds off. He gazes at the sky, pondering whether rain is approaching, as he senses an unusual weight in the atmosphere. Their meditation is disrupted as Yuri yells from the academy walls, gesturing excitedly to signal that the food is ready. Due to the invitation, the master and our boy rise to return indoors, oblivious to the enormous moss-covered entity concealed behind a rock just a few feet away. The heroes walk on while the creature observes them with a deep, rumbling groan. Our main character appears to feel the lingering stare, turning back with a solemn look as he departs from the riverbank. In a shadowy hideout, Leader Pan confronts a quivering blob-like entity known as Vanisher. Due to the mission's high stakes, Pan is enraged and demands to know if the scout was detected by the white-capped hero. His fury is interrupted when the horned, inhuman Morel steps in to soothe him. Morel clarifies that although the hero is exceptionally cautious, Vanisher managed to track his position without being fully exposed. He asserts that they are now ahead of their timeline. Clenching his fist, Pan declares that surveillance is over and it's time to launch a direct attack. He instructs Vanisher to summon Venomous and the rest of their elite team, officially commencing the hunt for the white-capped superhuman across the ocean. Meanwhile, in the ISSTF conference room, tension fills the air as Matt Dillon pushes the doors open, entering with a relaxed demeanor. Observing the stern looks on James and the team's faces makes him feel like an intruder in their presence. Jane Sonata feels especially irritated, wondering how the actor was able to evade top-tier security merely out of boredom. Fortunately, the young Sway alleviates the mood by proposing that Ketchup Man just couldn't cope with being excluded from the action. The mood shifts when Matt discloses his real motive for being there. He has a particular inquiry regarding the man in the bucket hat, Jamal Evan, whom he met years prior during a crisis in the Netherlands. Matt recounts that while he was covertly managing a significant incident near a film set, Evan showed up and instantly recognized him despite his disguise. After the villain dismissed the secret and disappeared into the darkness, Matt has been on edge ever since. St. Pearl listens closely, affirming that the individual Dion encountered is likely the same Evan they dealt with in Ireland. Acknowledging that the danger is now both global and personal for everyone present, Pearl turns to the actor and his manager. Given their common past and the increasing threat, she formally extends an invitation to Matt and Rose to join their alliance. The advanced, clinical atmosphere of Dr. Oldman's lab, a woman with pink hair, named Joo-hee, stands isolated, her gaze darting around the room in a state of frantic bewilderment. She is looking for someone, but her focus ultimately lands on a vertical medical tank containing a luminous cyan fluid. Inside, the scarred, red-haired Galen Withrow is submerged. Despite her defiant nature, Joo-hee pauses, aware that tampering with the doctor's intricate equipment would lead to serious consequences. The quiet is shattered as Dr. Oldman bursts into the room, perspiring and clearly taken aback to see his former student in his lab. He quickly starts to scold her for the unexpected interruption. Joo-hee merely smirks. She observes that the doctor remains unchanged before meeting his gaze with confidence, teasingly mentioning that she hasn't inflicted any harm so far. As they relax with coffee mugs, their discussion shifts to the worldwide crisis. Dr. Oldman is intrigued by Joo-hee's motives. However, the young woman discloses her intention to remain for now. She feels the doctor would face significant difficulties without her assistance, particularly with the escalating danger posed by the Inhumans. Joo-hee articulates that as ordinary humans, they cannot rely solely on the enigmatic abilities of superhumans for salvation. Since Inhumans surpass human capabilities in both speed and strength, she contends that humanity's sole chance rests in rapid scientific advancement and the development of advanced weaponry. Joo-hee is exceptionally intelligent, considering many top researchers as foolish individuals in a bubble, too at ease in their monotonous, conventional careers. She prioritizes tangible outcomes over appearances, which is why she enjoys her role as an. When talking about intelligence, she affectionately references her brother in Korea. Despite being a minor, she views him as a fellow genius who is significantly more valuable than the global academic elite. Attention turns to the screen showing Withrow schematics. Joo-hee feels puzzled about why a formidable fighter like Withrow is inside a recovery capsule. Dr. Oldman shares that St. Pearl brought him here following the turmoil in Northern Ireland. Yet the circumstances are dire. Because of the brutal experiments, Withrow's mental condition is dire, leaving him unable to recall his own identity. Dr. Oldman discloses a shocking reality. Withrow has actually perished, and Evan managed to revive him as an infant, devoid of any history. This shocking news leaves Joo-hee in disbelief, as the notion of one individual having the ability to bring the dead back to life contradicts all scientific reasoning. At the ISSTF headquarters, an unexpected wave of shock spreads among the team. James is left shaking as she suddenly disappears before his eyes. Fortunately, she reappears immediately, clarifying that she isn't invisible, but is utilizing a special skill known as Secret Hidden Room. By using her own blood to mark the ground, Joo-hee can form a spatial fold that entirely conceals anyone within the barrier. Since the barrier functions in both directions, it serves as an ideal instrument for surveillance, but it can be breached if an unintended individual enters the concealed space. Joo-hee utilizes a whiteboard to update the team on Jamal Evans' activities. She reveals a shocking truth that Evans' hideout isn't physically real. Although she traced them to a secluded spot in Northern Ireland, there were no structures. Instead, she discovered merely a black portal that the group utilized for their journeys. St. Pearl hypothesizes that a subordinate of Evans likely has spatial skills, causing their base to shift with him. More disturbingly, Joo-hee claims to have witnessed human corpses being transported into the portal. Jane Sonata deduces that Evans' talent for reviving the deceased probably necessitates a steady influx of new corpses. which accounts for his recent series of indiscriminate murders. Joo-hee subsequently points out another important aspect: a young girl named Carol who appears to be safeguarded by the gang. Though Carol seems like an ordinary, complaining child, Joo-hee caught a conversation indicating she is the most valuable member of the group. Carol foresaw a significant conflict in Korea that could result in numerous casualties, including the White Cap hero. Saint Pearl understands this isn't by chance. She recalls encountering Carol on the Opera cruise vessel. Based on this reasoning, the team determines that Jamal Evans is leveraging Carol's foresight to inform his strategic choices. This indicates that the antagonist is not merely responding to circumstances. He is proactively altering the future to align with his objectives. A call from Dr. Goldman interrupts the briefing. He tells Saint Pearl that Withero has finally regained consciousness, though he expresses regret for the delay in notifying her. Before ending the call, the doctor notes that his former student, a devoted admirer of Pearl, is present at the lab and has important information to convey. Dr. Oldman passes the smartphone to his student. Joo-hee introduces herself to Saint Pearl. She begins the conversation by jokingly stating that she is a big fan of the iconic hero, but the tone quickly becomes serious. Joo-hee reveals to a shocked Pearl that her colleague Galen Withrow has awakened. Since the doctor has already indicated that Withrow lacks memories of his past, Joo-hee candidly addresses the uncertainty surrounding his recovery. She cautions Pearl that there are no assurances he will recall his past identity. However, she emphasizes that moving forward, the hero needs to adhere to her precise directions if they desire the most favorable result. At Seo Yun High School, a typical day is in progress. In the school store, a cluster of students surrounds a heap of snacks. Lee Dae-bang shows clear irritation over the price, but Chung Reel brushes off his concern, insisting the larger boy should pay since he'll probably consume most of the snacks anyway. The group's atmosphere shifts when Hong teasingly grabs a piece of bread from Lim Kang's hand. The protagonist attempts to reclaim it, reminding her that they took his food the day before, but the girl merely squishes his face and dashes away with her prize. With Moo-hee behaving especially mean lately, the boys can only watch her leave, feeling helpless. Dae-bang finds the entire exchange adorable, while the rest argue about who truly covered the cost of the meal. In the classroom, the tranquil environment is disrupted when Choi Taek bursts through the door, challenging Lim Kang to a fight. Given that Taek's arm was injured just the day before, our protagonist attempts to refuse, suggesting that Taek should be recuperating. This moment of reluctance provokes a dismissive taunt from Kwon Chul, nearly igniting a second confrontation right there. Amid the arguing between the bullies and students, the classroom's turmoil is interrupted by a girl who informs our hero that the faculty office is looking for him. The urgency of the message compels him to rush. Once in the faculty office, a teacher is addressing Lim Kang's inconsistent attendance and low grades with a visitor. Master Oh Bang-won, dressed sharply in a black suit and white cap, bows respectfully to the teacher. Acknowledging his sense of responsibility for the boy's lack of direction, the master takes full accountability for Lim Kang's actions. The teacher quickly reassures him, mentioning that although our hero is frequently tardy or absent, he is undoubtedly a kind-hearted individual who interacts well with his peers. Their discussion is abruptly interrupted by a knock at the door, revealing Lim Kang standing in the entrance, utterly amazed to find Grandpa wearing a formal suit. While the teacher assures him of support for his academic future, the master guides our hero out of the office and onto the school grounds. Typically accustomed to seeing the old man in tattered clothes, our protagonist is struck by his fresh appearance. Oh Bang-won shares that Yuri assisted him in getting dressed today, emphasizing that the elderly man ought to wear something presentable if he plans to be seen in public. While walking, the master inquires about the boy, asking if he is genuinely enjoying his experience at school. The protagonist contemplates the kindness of his peers, confessing that attending Seo Yun High gives him the sense of belonging to a large family. Upon hearing this, the master feels pleased and instructs our boy to return to class to avoid missing any further lessons. Before the elderly man departs, our main character expresses sincere gratitude, indicating that he regards the master as a member of that family too. After a last wave and a vow to meet again, the master vanishes into the city, allowing our hero to focus on his studies once more. At the Submu Academy located on Mount Yongpa, a sudden and unsettling shift in the atmosphere disrupts the students' previously tranquil routine. With their friend Yuri back in the city, the courtyard seems strangely silent as the disciples perform their morning tasks. Instructor Lee Moon-gu assists them in raking the scattered leaves, but the light chatter about the strong winds abruptly ceases when he perceives a chilling presence looming overhead. This instinct is validated as a vast, dark shadow starts engulfing the entire academy courtyard. As he gazes upward, Moon-gu is frozen in awe at the sight of a massive, pale head emerging from the clouds. This is the creature called Vanisher, and it emits a thunderous roar that unleashes a fierce shockwave, shattering the glass and launching debris and students in all directions. As the dust clears, for exceptional inhumans remain at the heart of the devastation. Rafa, a light-skinned figure featuring a vertical slit for a mouth, observes the frightened students and realizes that their objective, the white cap, is absent. Vanisher verifies they are indeed at the right coordinates. With the hero missing, the powerful ape proposes a violent solution: to eliminate everyone present. Confronted with imminent demise, Lee Moon-gu undergoes a moment of deep insight. He remembers the lessons imparted by Master Oh Bangwon, who saved him from a troubled history and guided him toward a life free of regrets. As this academy represents the sole home for his students, Moon-gu and his followers are determined not to back down. They assume their fighting positions, determined to hold their ground despite the daunting odds. The crisis swiftly prompts a nationwide reaction. At Sioyen High School, the emergency alert system sounds loudly through the intercom. Students are alerted that enormous inhumans have emerged at Mount Yongpa. The announcement triggers chaos in the classroom, but for Lim Kong, this news hits close to home. With his friends and mentors in imminent danger, he doesn't wait for evacuation instructions. He leaps over his desk and dashes out of the school at extraordinary speed. At the same time, Master Oh Bangwon strolls down a city street as the public sirens signal the calamity. Master. When he learns his home is under attack, the master's composure disappears. He propels himself upward, generating a sonic boom that astonishes the nearby civilians, leaving them in disbelief. Regrettably, the circumstances at the academy have escalated into a massacre. Simeon operates with a ferocity that the students cannot follow, striking with a brutal blow that pierces through a disciple's chest. Witnessing his student on the brink of death, Lee Moon-gu is overwhelmed by fear and obligation. This compelled him to make a risky move. He leaps at Simeon, gripping the monster's face to divert its attention. Moon-gu realizes they have no hope in a fair confrontation and shouts at his surviving students to scatter and flee for their safety. Even though the disciples yearn to remain and battle alongside him, the instructor's stern order makes them understand that their survival is his utmost concern. Attention returns to the sky. Master Oh Bangwon and our protagonist maintain their rapid dash, their gaze locked on the horizon as they brace for impact with the alien assailants. During a rapid dash across the city rooftops, the quiet is interrupted as Master Oh Bangwon's phone vibrates. With a crisis unfolding, he swiftly picks up the call from his foremost disciple, Lee Moon-gu. Regrettably, the information from the other side is heartbreaking. A wounded and breathless Moon-gu pleads with his master to avoid the academy, indicating that the location is now a charred wreck. In spite of the elderly man's frantic objections, Moon-gu emphasizes that avoiding the situation is the sole choice, as the danger exceeds their expectations significantly. Amidst the crackling connection, Lee Moon-gu delivers a grim account of the massacre unfolding. He discloses that multiple disciples have already been slain at the scene, while some have been dispersed into the nearby woods. Fortunately, a few students evaded the initial massacre by concealing themselves near the river during a laundry duty. Aware that his time is limited, Moon-gu utilizes his last moments to share crucial information. He tells the master that the merciless invaders are already aware that Lim Kong is the superhuman with the white cap, because our protagonist was absent from the academy, and the monsters have now redirected their focus to the high school to draw him out. The dialogue shifts to a sorrowful moment as Mungu readies for his conclusion. He bids an emotional goodbye, expressing gratitude to the master for a life free of regrets and addressing him as father for the first time. As memories of their wintry history and familial affection surge in the master's thoughts, a blast detonates on the opposite end of the call. With the signal cut and the phone shattered in his shaking grasp, Master Oh Bang-won is overtaken by a chilling, vengeful determination. He faces Lim Kong and orders our protagonist to rush to the school at full speed, his own gaze aflame with the burden of his grief. Meanwhile, at Seo Yun High School, an ordinary afternoon swiftly morphs into a horrifying ordeal. While packing their bags, students Dae Bang and Chong Ryul are startled by the enormous pale head of the monstrous vanisher emerging from the clouds. Due to the creature's thunderous, bone-rattling roar, the school descends into a sudden frenzy. The scenario intensifies as 4 monstrous pods crash into the schoolyard with tremendous impact, unleashing the elite invaders right onto the campus. A blue monster called Pyongoid is one of them, starts to melt and spread over the pavement, serving as a vibrant gateway for numerous smaller, pale hatchlings. The distinguished leaders, Rafa and Simeon, find themselves surrounded by the bustling army, observing that the white cap remains absent. With no desire to delay, Rafa commands his troops to initiate a magnificent feast of devastation. Authoritative, the school barriers and breaking through classroom windows. The students are ensnared and rushing to the upper levels, engulfed in sheer panic. As the merciless army gets ready to storm the building, a shadowy figure hurtles down from the sky above Seo Yun High School, resembling a dark silhouette diving toward the ground. This is Lim Kong, our main character, who crashes into the schoolyard like a meteor. The power of his landing creates a tremendous explosion of concrete and debris, unleashing fierce shockwaves throughout the campus. On the ground, the elite Inhumans, Simeon and Rafa, gaze at the impact crater in disbelief, recognizing that their objective has come. As the Inhumans hover at the rooftop's edge, our hero remains solitary in the lingering dust. A blue, multi-limbed beast positioned on the side of the structure emits a roar and leaps at him, leaving a trail of white energy. Lim Kong stands completely motionless as the creature descends with its claws outstretched. Just before the attack lands, our hero disappears and suddenly reappears in the air to execute a crushing upward blow. This propelled the creature upward, and the hero then unleashed a fierce punch that sent the monster crashing into the school's brick wall, creating a cloud of dust and blood. Meanwhile, other dangers do not hesitate. Another blue creature leaps in from the side, yet our boy tilts his head a bit and seizes the monster's face in midair, driving it into the ground to incapacitate it immediately. Even with blood splattering across his face, our hero presses on with his fierce counteroffensive. He seizes another monster by the head while gripping the building with one hand, throwing the creature with such power that it generates a sonic boom. This immense strength sends the monster crashing through the terminal windows in a blast that shakes the whole structure. From their vantage point on the ground, Simeon and Rafa see that each part of their subordinate's body is being methodically crushed. Rafa ultimately reveals the hero's identity, emphasizing that even without his iconic hat, the warrior is unmistakably the white cap. As the elites strategize beyond the school, fear infiltrates the hallways. An emotionless blue creature traps a girl named So-hee, causing a surge of students, including Dae Bang and Chong Ryul, to sprint toward the chaos in sheer terror. They realize they are caught between the beasts descending the staircase and the one menacing their peer. As the monstrous entity gapes wide to consume So-hee, a swift rush of movement darts down the corridor. Lim Kong materializes, unleashing a fierce kick that propels the creature through a brick wall. Amidst the rubble, our hero stands, his white shirt smeared with blood, and his face obscured by debris. His classmates gaze at him in utter disbelief and bewilderment, struggling to identify their once quiet friend transformed into this blood-drenched fighter. Regrettably, the elite Inhuman Rafa chooses to alter the battle's dynamics. His body starts to throb with intense red energy, and he emits a thunderous roar that unleashes a colossal crimson shockwave. This Energy envelopes the whole school and city skyline, serving as a mental disruption. Consequently, every student, along with Lim Kong and the incoming master Oh Bang Wan, is struck by the wave. The students stand motionless in a trance, their faces taking on a vacant, glassy look. Due to this psychological attack, Lim Kong undergoes a terrifying hallucination, gazing at his hands as the environment shifts, merely to witness a vision of his peers being violently killed. In this nightmare, Dae Bang is seized by the neck. A clawed appendage stabs through Moo Hee's chest. Our protagonist gazes at the lifeless forms of his companions, his face reflecting a vacant, somber look, his thoughts briefly shrouded by the illusion of their death. Fortunately, Master Oh Bang Wan remains undeterred. He races toward the schoolyard, his motion resembling a streak of rapid white energy. The master commands the two elites, moving with such speed that Simeon is unable to see him approaching. He lands a hit that brushes past Rafa, narrowly avoiding a lethal impact by a millisecond. While suspended in the air with a new injury, Rafa sarcastically confesses that nothing excites him more than probing into another person's thoughts. Master Oh Bang Wan remains resolute, his expression dark and menacing as he straightens his tie. He critically assesses the creature responsible for the mass hallucinations and inquires whether these are the entities that injured his sons at the academy. Consumed by a frigid rage, Oh Bang Wan loosens his tie and tosses it away. Fixing his stare on the elite, inhuman Rafa, the master delivers a last warning, pledging to repay the monster double for the havoc they've wreaked. With grim resolve, he extends a finger ahead, vowing to slice the scoundrels in two. The conflict ignites as the powerful Simeon vaults into the sky with a raw roar. Master stays entirely composed as the creature falls. Due to the master's exceptional counterstrikes, a powerful shock wave is unleashed, propelling the Simeon backward with a mangled, bloodied visage. Shifting like a flash of white light, the master reemerges below the descending Simeon to execute a powerful overhead blow. He drives the creature's head into the pavement hard enough to splatter blood onto the surface. While maintaining his rapid attack, the master redirects his attention to the red, sharp-toothed Hachi. The creature charges forward, its enormous jaws wide open. The master narrowly shifts to evade the bite. In a brief moment of rapid uncertainty, the Hachi almost throws him off balance, but the master retaliates with a deadly kick, shredding the creature in a spray of blood. Simeon attacks once more, yet our hero intercepts the blow with his bare hands, his face darkened with fury. Within the school corridor, the horrifying vision of carnage finally dissipates. Lim Kong is seen calling out for his classmate, Hong Moo Hee, who is slumped against a wall, emerging from her daze. He reaches out to her, imploring her to focus on him. Disoriented and drenched in sweat, Moo Hee struggles to comprehend that the images of her classmates being slaughtered were illusions. Their peers, Wu Chongrue and Li Debang, observe in utter disbelief. They realize that our protagonist moved like a white blur to rescue the class president, prompting them to pose a question they once deemed impossible. Are you superhuman? Lim Kong maintains a serious demeanor, shrouded in shadows as he prepares to don his iconic white cap. A scream reverberates in the corridor as students claim the upper levels are being overwhelmed. With the situation dire, Lim Kong addresses his friends with calm authority, stating he can't afford to linger. He dons his cap and readies himself to return to the fray. He reassures his weeping classmates that he's pleased they've come to their senses and encourages them to remain where they are. With a determined expression, our hero vows to safeguard them, leaving the students astonished as they discover that the white cap legend is one of their own. In the schoolyard, Master Oh Bang Wan assesses his challengers. He observes that the primate is more resilient than any creature he has defeated thus far and is effectively adjusting to his pace. As the creature understands his strategies, the master becomes aware that his speed no longer provides him an advantage. In the meantime, Rafa taunts in a twisted voice, pointing out that the master is utilizing a standard prosthetic leg. He shows a distorted fascination with the way the elderly man conveys energy to a prosthetic limb. Yet, proclaims that the master's nightmare has only started. Oh Bang-won gazes at the creature with utter contempt, finding the monster's words tedious and uninteresting. The scene transitions to a conference room in the USA, where St. Pearl is conducting an urgent meeting. With the crisis in Korea escalating globally, she declares her plan to assemble an unprecedented international team. This announcement surprises Ben, as a hero intervening in another nation marks a historic first. Matt Dion backs the initiative, pointing out that the Whitecap student is presently at a disadvantage compared to Jamal Evans' forces at St. Pearl starts giving her commands with military precision. She directs James to go to Dr. Oldman's lab since a developer named Juhee is actively seeking him. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, which includes Sway, Rose, Ben, and Dion, is instructed to remain in America. The necessity for the mission to have the utmost level of power at Pearl indicates that she and Jane Sonata will be traveling to Korea together. Two strong women journey across a dark, stormy sky, approaching Saoyeon High School to engage in the chaos within a ruined classroom. A frightened student cowers against filing cabinets as a gray, monstrous figure with elongated blue tongues towers above him. Just as the beast prepares to attack, a forceful punch lands on the side of its head, resulting in a spray of blood. The fist's power is so intense that it instantly shatters the monster's skull, eliminating the danger before it can hurt the boy. The savior is unveiled as Lim Kong, standing over the defeated creature with his white cap pulled down low. Having just observed his classmates' astonishing abilities, the student finds himself completely stunned and in disbelief, ultimately collapsing to his knees upon the realization that the Whitecap legend and the quiet boy from his school are one and the same. Our protagonist swiftly forgoes conversation and dashes out of the room. As he navigates the school corridors in a white flash, he assesses the seriousness of the circumstances. He detects the heat signatures of 30 to 40 Inhumans assaulting from various angles. Understanding that the building is being methodically overwhelmed, he concludes that his sole option is to move toward the zone with the highest concentration of danger, directing his focus to the school basketball court. Within the courtroom, the environment is utter turmoil as a teacher desperately attempts to corral students at the rear of the classroom while numerous blue Inhumans stalk through the strewn bodies because the emergency exits are obstructed by additional monsters outside, leaving the students feeling trapped and despairing. The horror escalates as the smaller Inhumans start to combine into one throbbing mass of flesh. This combination leads to the creation of a colossal multi-limbed being called Peon Goid, characterized by grotesque mushrooms protruding from its back. The creature reveals a central mouth and unleashes numerous long blue tentacles that whip through the gym, compelling everyone to seek shelter. Just as a tentacle is about to grab a student, Lim Kong bursts through the high windows, shattering the glass. He lands solidly on the court floor and seizes the creature's extending limbs with his bare hands, driven by a deep sense of personal duty. Our hero swings the tentacles with enough force to topple the enormous Peon Goid off its feet. He delivers a powerful, energy-charged punch straight to the creature's face, crushing its skull inward. The impact of the blow generates a fierce shockwave that propels the Peon Goid through the building's wall and into the school grounds, leaving the creature destroyed. As the dust clears, a profound silence envelopes the onlookers. A student, recognizing the boy in the white cap, is overwhelmed with emotion upon realizing who has been watching over them. Lim Kong stands in the smoldering crater, his shirt marked with blood as he directs his glowing gaze at the remaining smaller Inhumans. The beings are so consumed by his lethal intent that they start to retreat in terror. The protagonist shows no signs of mercy. He accelerates with a fierce intensity, methodically taking apart the last of the monsters through a relentless barrage of kicks and punches after smashing two Inhuman heads together. He stands resolute as blood pours down around him. With a menacing vow to the trembling creatures, he proclaims that none will flee, for he plans to eliminate every last one of them today. As the massacre unfolds at the school, Jamal Evan reaches an empty Incheon airport. Attired, wearing his white bucket hat, he casually remarks that the weather is far too pleasant for such brutal combat, before concluding that South Korea is truly a delightful location on the third level of Shao Yen High School. A terrifying sight unfolds as a blue-skinned creature has pinned Park Chong-sik against a window, impaling the teacher's shoulder with its prehensile tongue. While students look on in paralyzed fear, the educator overlooks his own pain to ensure their safety because he perceives his students as his own offspring. Utilizing his last ounce of strength, he clutches the monster's face, urgently yelling for the teens to escape while he stands firm. In what he perceives as his last moments, he implores the younger generation to take charge of the future, delivering a heartfelt apology for any severity he displayed towards them previously. As the creature readies to land a final strike, Park Gundu races down the corridor with incredible speed. Utilizing his blue gym shirt to obscure the monster's vision, our hero's classmate executes a strong flying kick that makes the beast release the injured teacher. Gundu is quickly joined by Choi Tae-ik, and together the two gang leaders unite their power to push the creature toward a window. However, the monster's solidity resembles that of an immovable tree, causing the boys to struggle for progress. Prompting Gundu yelled at the spectators to cease watching and begin pushing. Spurred by this order, a group of students charges ahead to engage in battle. Their combined strength ultimately breaks the glass, causing the monstrous being to fall into the schoolyard. However, this triumph carries a horrifying price, as while one creature falls, another ensnares Gundu's hand with its tongue, pulling him into the hallway. In the air, the beast constricts its suffocating tentacles around Gundu, crushing his ribs, and allowing his peers to observe in shock. Confronting the truth of his impending death, the young fighter's thoughts wander to a distant sunset. He remembers his childhood spent with his father, a man who urged him to express his emotions openly rather than conceal them behind a stoic facade. The sorrow of Gundu's existence stems from the death of his father, a courageous firefighter who perished while rushing into a blazing structure to rescue others. Because, as a result of this trauma, Gundu matured into a cynical welfare child, loathing the idea of heroes due to the emptiness his father's heroism created. He recalls a serene instance on the school rooftop right before the ongoing crisis, during which he had disregarded an emergency alert only, to see Lim Kong positioned there as a superhuman. At that moment, he had doubted the value of being a hero. Yet, as the Inhuman's hold constricts around his throat now, his sole lingering thought is the deep longing for his father. Fortunately, the pattern of sacrifice halts just in time to save Gundu from being lost. As the boy's gaze turns vacant, a swift surge of energy slices through the atmosphere, breaking the monster's grip and letting the student land safely on the ground. The specialized sniper bee has appeared, executing a powerful kick that fractures the air surrounding the creature. With his cybernetic eye and fully charged mechanical limb, the soldier commands the nearby students to shield their ears. As the impact's shockwave spreads across the schoolyard, Gundu observes the intervention in a stupor. After years of harboring resentment, the term hero finally resonates as he comprehends that he has been rescued. Within a shattered classroom, the atmosphere is heavy with falling glass and the labored breaths of students. Choi Tae-ik and Nam Gung-mu huddle in fear, their eyes wide as they behold a blood-stained mechanical arm slicing through the air. Before them stands specialized sniper B, who has just neutralized a deadly inhuman threat. While some students erupt in relief at the sight of a guardian, Park Gundu lies battered on the ground, his body pushed to its absolute limits. The arrival of a tactical unit instills a sense of order amidst the chaos. Soldiers ascend the stairwell with precision, focusing on evacuating students while B remains the frontline defense. Given the situation's volatility, the sniper instructs the students to remain still. However, Gundu, driven by an urgent desire to validate himself, reaches out to grasp the soldier's leg. Despite his crushed torso and severe internal injuries, he begs to join the fight, finally confessing that he has always aspired to be a hero like those he once despised. B presents a stark, clinical truth. If the boy shifts now, he might never be able to stand again. In a different section of the school, the enigma of the white cap is at last revealed to the students. Lim Kong stands among the debris of a classroom, his hands stained with otherworldly blood. His classmates, Quan Chul among them, gaze in shocked silence as they comprehend that the mild-mannered boy they know is In fact, the renowned superhuman. Our hero does not linger for applause. He concentrates on the lingering dangers, detecting 10 additional monsters hiding around the downtown campus. The confrontation in the schoolyard involving Master Oh Bang-won and the elite Inhumans has hit a deadlock. The red-skinned Hechi launches a flurry of rapid-fire spikes, compelling the Master to navigate with meticulous accuracy. While he successfully evades many of the projectiles, he is compelled to extract a sharp spike from his own shoulder. Recognizing that Hechi serves as a long-range deterrent while the powerful Simian engages in close combat, it becomes evident that Simian's remarkable durability prevents the Master's counterattacks from inflicting sufficient damage to conclude the battle. Master Oh Bang-won perceives a tingling purple energy in the atmosphere, identifying it as a spell unleashed by the shell-dwelling Rafa. To evade the monster's tracking skills, the protagonist's mentor starts moving in a way that creates no air displacement, appearing as a blur that eludes Rafa's visual detection systems. This strange action unsettles the elite Inhuman, prompting him to abandon the games and unleash his full strength. Rafa is truly amazed that the old man has stayed unscathed, in spite of a three-pronged attack from some of the most powerful entities in their ranks. From a nearby rooftop, Jamal Evan and his subordinate watch the devastation of the school below. Jamal observes how rapidly the stunning landscape has been destroyed, given the airport's proximity to the campus. Though his subordinate proposes revealing their hideout, Evan stays wary. He perceives that the strength of these Inhumans is significantly greater than usual, but he harbors a foreboding sense that engaging with them could result in their inevitable demise. As the sky grows darker, the man in the bucket hat delivers a chilling forecast. A second wave is approaching, promising a degree of horror and anguish that the land has never experienced before. Master Oh Bang-won is engaged in a fierce battle with the monstrous Simian. His face contorts as he deflects a huge pale arm reaching for his head. The Master firmly clasps the monster's forearm with both hands, keeping the heavy appendage just inches from his face. In a swift, bloody motion, he unleashes such immense power that the creature's arm is entirely ripped off. The monster howls in pain, arching its head back as its limb is detached, splattering blood into the air. From a vantage point, the elite Inhuman Rafa surveys the destruction with a detached, analytical stare. The Master looms large, his ragged attire and bloodied hands contrasting with his demeanor as he sarcastically remarks on the absurdity of a monster's scream. He gazes at his foe, pondering whether these beings truly experience pain akin to humans. Nevertheless, the Master's assurance is abruptly broken. Upon witnessing a vision of his disciple, Lee Mungu, kneeling on the ground and grasping a twisted arm, the Master, taken aback by the sight of his injured student, is momentarily distracted. Simian capitalizes on this chance, delivering a powerful punch to the Master's face. Before sending him sprawling onto the pavement, our hero's mentor slides across the yard, struggling to breathe while completely worn out. While he fights to heal, the echoes of his deceased followers start to reach him through a swirling, purple-tinged mist. He perceives the hazy, tear-streaked faces of his students gazing at him through the mist, and his gaze becomes vacant, turning completely white. As he becomes entirely engulfed in this illusion, he finds himself vulnerable in the actual world. Simian thrusts ahead with its last limb, executing a deadly slash that slices through the Master, leaving the Master shattered and lifeless in a pool of blood. Rafa floats above, gazing down at the remnants with a cold sense of pity. The elite determines that although the Master displayed remarkable mental resilience by fending off multiple adversaries simultaneously, even the most formidable mind ultimately succumbs to the five senses deception. Convinced the battle has concluded, Rafa faces the school structure, realizing he hadn't anticipated sustaining this much harm prior to encountering the white cap hero. Perched on a nearby rooftop, the antagonist Jamal Evan observes with dismay. He thinks it's astonishing that such a strong human lived. Still, he feels frustrated that the Master passed away before he could see the battle's complete scope. Unexpectedly, Simian is surprised by an unfamiliar presence. The beast responds as a huge white fist crashes through the air, hitting the creature with tremendous impact. The simian is launched across the yard, its jaw broken from the collision. Master Obangwan stands in the yard, his clear gaze indicating that the monsters were not as knowledgeable as they believed. Panic overwhelms Rafa as he spots a hole in Simeon's chest from a blow that should have been unthinkable. The master directs his piercing stare at the last elite, labeling him a novice as a purple energy shield bursts around him. Rafa starts to whirl uncontrollably through the air, his sight fading as he understands he is losing all 5 of his senses. The master states that Rafa can no longer distinguish between what is real and what is illusion. The creature will remain ensnared in its own deception forever. As the creature yells that this is a trivial ruse, the master explains that he merely borrowed the skill. He discloses that in their first encounter, he hit Rafa's forehead to create a mark, enabling him to temporarily absorb the enemy's power. The mentor of our hero confesses that his earlier defeat was simply an act to lure the monster into a false sense of security. As he readies for the decisive strike, the master shares a philosophical insight about purpose. He likens superhumans to ordinary individuals, stating that they are all merely in pursuit of a reason to exist in their lives. He reminisces about a cherished moment with his students at the academy, filled with laughter and playful arguments as they got ready for a group photo. They desired the picture solely because Jury was having his cast removed, a trivial yet meaningful cause for their happiness. In the present, tears flow from the master's eyes as he contemplates the life these creatures have ravaged. He vows to reveal to them the real price of crushing another's existence. With one last devastating blow, a vertical beam of light abruptly cleaves the elite inhuman Rafa into 2 bloody sections. Master Obangwan remains resolute among the debris, having conclusively eliminated the danger. Due to this intense counteroffensive, the other elite creature, Simeon, can only manage a final breath before its life force completely diminishes. In his final moments, Rafa speaks the name Behemoth, indicating the emergence of a far greater threat. Oddly, the mood in the abandoned schoolyard changes abruptly. The master and the rogue superhuman Jamal Evan, observing from a nearby rooftop, both feel an overwhelming pressure cutting through the sky. Jamal Evan understands that the present quiet is just the calm preceding a catastrophic storm. The tension is so palpable it feels like a knife at his neck, leading him to believe that an absurdly formidable force is about to emerge. This instinct is validated when the colossal, blob-like entity referred to as Babylon Vanisher gradually descends upon the campus. The being opens its mouth, unleashing a roar so powerful that it shakes the nearby structures. Within the school, the expert sniper B hears the scream and swiftly directs his tactical team to the rooftop. At the same time, the students cower in fear, absorbing the noises from the playground and fervently wishing this nightmare would transform into a mere dream. The earth trembles as a colossal, powerful foot crashes onto the pavement. A colossal creature with numerous eyes and tusks, known as Behemoth, looms above the bodies of the defeated elites. He derisively chastises his forerunners for losing to an elderly man, disclosing that he has been observing the whole battle via the Vanisher's portal. After witnessing the master take Rafa's power, Behemoth acknowledges the old man as a formidable foe, but he remains completely unfazed. Accompanying him are 2 other elites, the 3-faced Harper and the horned Galteran, who have come together with the sole purpose of eradicating the Whitecap. Master Obangwan squints, sensing a heavy burden he hasn't felt in years. Recognizing that the newcomers are ready for a deadly confrontation, he braces himself for the impending clash. Behemoth charges with astonishing speed, derisively observing that the master appears distracted. Despite the elderly man's effort for a swift kick, Behemoth halts it with just one hand. The monster recognizes the master's ability to conquer the prior elite but regards him as a minor hindrance. With a strong blow, Behemoth hurls the master into the school structure, leaving him battered and struggling to breathe. Behemoth announces that their focus is solely on the Whitecap, but they must eliminate anyone else who obstructs them. Fortunately, a rapid white streak races toward the school rooftop at that precise moment. Lim Kong descends and gazes down at his incapacitated mentor, his face shifting to one of sheer fury. With his target now visible, Behemoth readies himself for the main event. As the master rests on the ground gazing at the sky, he contemplates his deteriorating body and his struggle to keep fighting. He silently apologizes to our boy, convinced that, even in his absence, the young hero will ultimately prevail. Unexpectedly, a blue portal appears in the center of the yard, altering the situation dramatically. The enigmatic Nanjiai emerges from the light, cackling wildly. He speaks to the monsters with a sarcastic tone, pointing out that the human realm has a particular rule about honoring the elderly. Nanjiai strolls nonchalantly into the Soyan High. His arrival swiftly provokes the behemoth's anger. The inhuman elite shows clear irritation at the disruption and questions the reason behind the stranger's interference. Instead of confronting the situation head-on, Nanjiai looks at his ally, Danyong, and firmly orders her to avoid the conflict this time. He tells her to quickly take the wounded master Obangwan and withdraw to safety. As the master bleeds on the ground, he observes the pair with intense suspicion. He identifies Nanjiai as the infamous Black Hat and worries that he could be a threat to humanity. Despite these apprehensions, Danyong disregards the master's unease and kneels to assist him, assuring Nanjiai that she will avoid the upcoming confrontation. Nanjiai dismisses her worry with a broad, wicked smile, pushing her to move quickly as he detects another danger nearing. In an instant, Danyong ascends into the sky, taking the master with him and leaving Nanjiai to confront the massive figure of Behemoth. Behemoth towers over the man in the black hat, inquiring about his connection to the white cap hero. Nanjiai delivers a teasing, playful retort, humorously referring to the hero as his forbidden love, just to provoke the beast. This insolence incites Behemoth to swing a colossal hand downward in a swift motion, aiming to crush the human. Yet, Nanjiai disappears before the impact devastates the concrete. Before the creature has a chance to respond, dark tendrils of energy encircle Behemoth's powerful arm, immobilizing him. Nanjiai reemerges with a menacing smile, taunting the creature for being as irritable and predictable as the other beasts he has encountered. The conflict escalates as Nanjiai employs a dark enchanted rope to launch the enormous behemoth high into the air. As the beast slams down, a dark figure called Black Mirror rises from the earth behind Nanjiai. The shadow remarks on how long it has been since it was called forth into the world, and Nanjiai greets his ally, indicating that their activities are about to intensify. While Black Mirror wonders why they should even engage in battle, Nanjiai cautions the shadow to maintain its concentration. He characterizes Behemoth as a creature among creatures, stating that even one error against such a being would result in immediate death. Behemoth steadies himself, his numerous eyes focused on the fresh challenger. He boldly announces his intention to eliminate every superhuman on the planet after he deals with the white cap. He finds it somewhat entertaining that a wild character like Nanjiai wishes to challenge him and inquires about the motive. Nanjiai's eyes shine with a fierce red hue as he laughs in response. He declares that he is a superhuman while his adversary is an inhuman. He requires no further reason to eliminate him. In a secure area distant from the combat zones, Master Obangwan contemplates the immense force he has just faced. He understands that the solitary blow Behemoth delivered to his chin was so powerful that the shockwave reverberated through his entire face, and the following hit to his ribs inflicted extraordinary harm. He gazes at Danyong, feeling a blend of skepticism and intrigue, pressing her for the reason behind her rescue and whether her group truly fights for humanity. Danyong ultimately takes off her cloak, unveiling her blue hair and face. She confesses her uncertainty about revealing herself after such a long time but formally presents herself to the master, affirming that her actions are indeed for the benefit of mankind. Across the sea, St. Pearl and Jane Sonata race towards Korea on top of floating stones. Jane estimates that they remain roughly 2 hours from their destination, even with the hinges operating at full speed. Meanwhile, Pearl gazes at the horizon alongside Jane, considers the villain Jamal Evans' steadfast faith in the child, Carol. She worries that if Carol's foresight is correct, the demise of the white cap hero could be inevitable. Jane decides to take action to prevent this foretold loss at all costs. But their discussion is interrupted when Pearl's eyes grow wide. She senses a presence up ahead in the distance, indicating that their return home may not be as straightforward as anticipated. Enormous, ghostly, grotesque hands rise from the farthest corners of the earth, rushing toward the humans at alarming speed. Due to the significant danger, Jane Sonata promptly instructs Pearl to remain near her floating hinged stones. Yet, the precaution proves insufficient. The massive limbs strike with earth-shattering power, unleashing a fierce shockwave that hurls the heroes like ragdolls, reducing numerous defensive hinges to mere rubble. As violet energy rises through the atmosphere, Pearl understands the damaging essence of the assault. She squints, reminiscing about her past meeting with the cunning inhuman leader, Pan. His arrogance and skill in manipulating dimensions linger in her memory. She suddenly understands that the white-haired opponent has unexpectedly intercepted them deep in the ocean. In the distance, Pan stands on a radiant magic circle floating above the water, alongside the blob-like Vanisher. The ruthless leader commends his scout before revealing a heavenly display of magical circles in the sky. He commands Vanisher to go back to a person called Morel, before transforming the being into a flash of white energy. Within, in an instant, Pan utilizes his remarkable speed to position himself right in front of Pearl and Jane. Pan towers over the two heroes, tauntingly questioning their rush. Before they can react to his unexpected arrival, Pan charges ahead with a fierce welcome, landing a strong kick that hits both women at once. Due to the intense force, St. Pearl is propelled downward rapidly, plunging into the sea and submerging far below the surface. Jane Sonata cries out in terror as her companion vanishes into the deep blue. Beneath the water, Pearl fights to recover her awareness amid the wreckage. She observes that despite the henge stones being shattered, the pieces respond to her presence, gripping her joints firmly. With this unforeseen assistance, St. Pearl bursts back to the surface in a tremendous water explosion. Pan observes her rise with a sneering smile, remarking on her poor flying abilities. To overcome this setback, Jane Sonata decides to assist her partner by merging the remaining hinges with Pearl's body. This tactical maneuver enables the blonde hero to stay grounded in the sky, preparing her for an intense confrontation. Pan watches the stones with indifferent intrigue, observing that they appear to continue moving indefinitely until their controller is eliminated. Jane Sonata frowns, recognizing Pan as the creature who once battled Matt Dion at Incheon Airport. Pan simply chuckles, asserting that the meeting was purely for amusement. Pearl then insists on understanding how he predicted their arrival. Pan takes a moment to deliver a talk on the certainty of their cause. He states that the Inhumans aim to consume the planet, and that the superhumans' belief in safeguarding humanity is a presumptuous notion. He discloses that the Inhuman leaders are divided over the white cap hero, Lim Kong. The Inhumans have made the mission in Korea a priority, believing that removing Lim Kong will secure their triumph. Pan acknowledges that he initially considered Jane and Pearl his main challenges, but the rise of the white cap has altered the order of their worries. When Pearl inquires whether he holds the title of the Inhumans leader, Pan provides a hollow, chilling gaze that acts as affirmation. Emitting a powerful presence, St. Pearl proclaims her determination to conclude the senseless conflict by eliminating him on the spot. Pan stays unfazed, drifting among a cosmos of enchanted symbols as he regards her threat as yet another overconfident presumption. Meanwhile, this battle of giants rages above the sea. Attention returns to the rooftop of Seo-Yun High School, where the distinguished Inhumans Galtron and Harper observe Lim Kong from afar. Galtron confesses that he considers the boy in the white cap to be dull and unremarkable. As he misjudges our hero's real strength, the monster readies himself to spring into action for the execution, oblivious to how his arrogance could spell his demise. On the rooftop of Seo-Yun High School, Master Oh-Bang-Won leans weakly against a wall, his energy almost depleted, as Dan Yong stands watch over him. His tired eyes are focused on the horizon, where Lim Kong is engaged in a fierce battle with the Inhumans Galtron and Harper. Noticing the boy's bloodied visage and ripped shirt, the master remembers an essential instruction, encouraging his pupil to shut his eyes and seek his center. This crisis moment evokes a profound memory for the master, transporting him to the mountain academy where life felt easier. He recalls his students encircling a wild boar, amazed by its size and playfully discussing the havoc it wreaked on the fermenting food jars. In those tranquil moments, the master devoted time to watching a bewildered Lim Kong, looking for any trace of the aroma that signifies a superhuman strength. Since the boy displayed no visible signs of this energy, the old man experienced a deep sense of enigma, pondering whether his own skills were incapable of understanding the boy's true potential. While the other students concentrated on trivial activities such as purchasing tangerines, the master's gaze stayed fixed on our hero. He ultimately summoned the boy for specialized training, to the jealousy of the other disciples who understood the master's unwavering dedication. Because our main character was perpetually famished, hesitating at the prospect of additional labor, while Li Menggu and the others merely observed as their companion was guided toward the jagged cliffs and the thundering waterfalls of the mountain. Positioned near the tumultuous water, Master Obang once stated that the aroma of a superhuman originates from an exceptionally high degree of mental fortitude. He observed that since Lim Kong had already perfected 12 techniques of subactu, along with skills in archery and capturing, there was nothing further to instruct him regarding physical martial arts. Instead, the master instructed our boy to remove his shirt and sit cross-legged directly beneath the powerful cascade of the waterfall. The objective was for the hero to clear his thoughts until he could perceive each drop of water resonating clearly, keeping a steady heartbeat despite the distractions surrounding him. The master decided to observe from the concealed leaves of a nearby tree, desiring to observe when the boy's scent finally appeared without disruption. Regrettably, the first training did not proceed as intended. Instead of achieving a profound meditative state, our boy was found drinking from the waterfall to satisfy his ongoing hunger. Master Obang once experienced a surge of compassion for the famished student, observing that despite numerous efforts at mental training, no notable progress appeared to take place. Yet, the master's pride increased as he observed the boy's growing dedication over time. One evening, a shirtless Lim Kong strolled leisurely through the forest. The master observed the unthinkable. A pair of tiny sparrows perched on the boy's shoulders. A cautious wild rabbit started trailing him, as though he belonged to the very forest. As animals usually fear humans, the elderly man noticed a change in the environment surrounding the boy. The master observed in astonishment as the whole forest appeared to respond to our protagonist's arrival. The wind swirled around him. With each step the boy made, the puddles appeared to part, steering clear of his feet. The observer experienced a jarring, disquieting sensation, as if the boy instinctively drew in the life force from his environment. When Lim Kong noticed a big snake, as the child innocently called for his grandpa, the master began to sweat, aware he had been detected despite his stealth. He noticed a subtle glimmer in the boy's eyes and understood that although the environment had turned discordant, nature was, in fact, selecting our hero. The master determined that Lim Kong holds the abilities of a savior, a figure capable of safeguarding humanity even when the world teeters on the brink of disaster. In the present, this hidden strength finally surfaces. Bursting with energy, our hero unleashes a rapid, powerful punch at the Galteran. The impact of the strike leaves the monster struggling for breath on the rooftop of Seoyan High School, blood splattering on the concrete as he struggles to rise. Our hero approaches his foe with calm determination, his aura so powerful that it generates a dense, oppressive weight in the atmosphere. The atmosphere is so charged that even the elite flyer, Harper, struggles to catch their breath. Suddenly understanding that this frightening ability originates from just an ordinary high school student. Determined to change the situation, Harper inhales deeply and fires a rapid, acidic projectile aimed at the roof's center. Fortunately, Lim Kong stays completely motionless as the strike misses. The energy merely swirls around instead, him and disappears into the atmosphere without ever contacting his skin. Harper is in complete shock, as his strongest weapon was rendered ineffective without the hero lifting a finger. Realizing they are utterly overpowered, Galtron calls for Harper to fetch their fallen comrades, particularly the elite Rafa, to activate his power enhancement. Meanwhile, the creatures scramble. The bloodied Master Obang-wan observes the unfolding scene, feeling a blend of pride and paternal anxiety. He understands that our boy is reaching a pivotal moment of growth that evokes a recollection of their prior training in the woods. The Master remembers how the hero's thoughts once faltered at Incheon Airport, as his body struggled with the enormity of his own strength. Master O reveals the protagonist's concealed energy is akin to a brimming cup. Without complete mental control, his own power could ignite an explosion leading to a worldwide catastrophe. As the hero's aroma now flourishes darker and more intensely than it ever has, the Master worries that Lim Kong is a ticking time bomb, battling to maintain awareness within his own mental abyss. The turmoil on the ground becomes horrific as Harper descends to collect Rafa, only to discover a pool of blood in place of the body. Galtron's patience wanes due to his companion's disappearance. He commands Harper to cease hesitating, and instead hurl the twisted remains of the other vanquished Inhumans, Simeon and Hechi, straight at him. In a grotesque exhibition of scavenging, Galtron unveils his enormous jaws and consumes the remnants of his own comrades. Dan Yong watches in dread, realizing the creature is leveraging this act of cannibalism to unleash a tremendous surge of power. After devouring the bodies, Galtron undergoes a horrifying metamorphosis into his ultimate state, becoming more muscular and adorned with sharp spikes. He advances, shattering the rooftop beneath him, and taunts the Whitecap, asserting that the Inhumans will ultimately triumph in the war, regardless of this particular confrontation. Nevertheless, the beast confesses his desire to eliminate our protagonist personally for the sake of entertainment and to solidify his own reputation as a formidable warrior. With a final roar, Galtron charges forward in a flash, determined to end our hero's life with his own hands. His roar is abruptly silenced as the atmosphere on the rooftop changes. Lim Kong remains completely still, but having accessed his deepest reserves, a wave of power emanates from him. This abrupt surge in intensity compels all those present, including the weary Master and the watching elites like Behemoth and Jamal Evan, to understand the protagonist is revitalized. Our hero moves with such swiftness that the air shimmers, surprised Galtron, inflicting a significant injury to his chest. The impact propels the monster upward, and with incredible speed, the protagonist catches him in midair to land another crushing blow. Galtron can only whirl in astonishment, utterly outmatched. To conclude the exchange, our character lunges forward once more, delivering a strong upward kick that generates a surge of energy and propels the creature high into the sky. Dan Yong gazes in astonishment at the burst of energy, recognizing that this embodies the genuine potential of the Whitecap close by. Master Obang-wan observes with a somber yet proud demeanor, realizing that although the boy's awareness is divided and the situation is precarious, he is achieving remarkable equilibrium. The elite Harper can only shake. As he observes Galtron's broken body finally plummet, it crashes down, destroying the school's court. High above, our protagonist stays aloft, energy continuing to surge within him. Eyes watch as news drones attempt to capture footage through the haze and debris. The focus transitions to a worldwide broadcast, where a news anchor delivers a desperate update regarding the events in Incheon. With more than 50 Inhumans seizing the campus, it marks the largest unprecedented assault in history. Reports indicate that as heroes like the Black Hat and the elderly man in a suit push back, the most shocking development has been the unveiling of the Whitecap's true identity. It is now revealed that the hero is Lim Kong, a student from a local high school. This revelation has led experts to deduce that the entire invasion was orchestrated with the boy as the primary target. James De Niro, spokesperson for St. Pearl, emphasizes the seriousness of the Korean War during a press briefing. He mentions that due to the unprecedented danger, both St. Pearl and Jane Sonata are en route to Korea to provide assistance, especially when the Black Hat was brought up as joining the battle. Kirilov examines the video, observing that humanity has reached a crucial phase of evolution at an accelerated pace. He cautions that if the 4 champions in Korea are defeated, it will spell disaster for the whole nation. With the Inhumans directing their full force towards Limkong, Kirilov contends that every superhuman globally must adopt a straightforward, unified course of action. He points to his projections, stating that all superhumans must prioritize assisting the Whitecap without delay. Despite Basilov's clear irritation at the young student's perceived greatness, his pride leads him to consent to the mission nonetheless. He strides off with an annoyed frown, reminding Kirilov that wherever they venture, he is still the leader. Kirilov gives a subtle, knowing smile, recognizing that the Russian powerhouses are officially joining the conflict. In the center of Seoyeon High's schoolyard, Behemoth awakens, directing a piercing, deadly stare at Nanji. Though injured and bruised, Nanji presses forward with determination. Behemoth observes that now Nanji is genuinely fighting, he will respond in kind. Due to the Inhuman's strict timeline, he chooses to unleash his full power to conclude the confrontation swiftly. Nanji ridicules the creature's rigid timetable and morphs into a whirling cloud of shadow energy, indicating a change in the battle. He tries to bind the giant by calling forth his shadow ally, Black Mirror. Dense energy bands encircle Behemoth, restricting his powerful physique. This enables Nanji to attack with rapid movement, engaging the monster in midair. Nonetheless, the attempt is unsuccessful. Despite unleashing his full strength on the monster, Nanji understands that Behemoth's hide is too tough to cut. Consequently, he receives a counter-strike and is propelled through the air, landing amidst the wreckage. As the dust clears, Behemoth remains unscathed. Nanji grapples with his balance, understanding that each strike from the tusked elite could be deadly. Given the monster's immense strength, Nanji realizes he cannot sustain his defense for an extended period. Behemoth derides the attempt as feeble and uses his brute force to break the Black Mirror's energy bands. Behemoth propels himself into the air, hurtling down toward Nanji like a missile. Even as the shadow cautions him to evade, Behemoth's fist crashing into the ground generates a shockwave of dirt. Nanji senses the wind pressure from the creature's actions draining the air around him, destabilizing him and exposing him to a subsequent blow that sends him whirling. Noticing his partner's breaking point, Black Mirror urges Nanji to escape. Behemoth disregards the request and unleashes a focused energy beam into the atmosphere. The beam hits with tremendous power, causing a far-off explosion that leaves Dan Yong and Master Oh Bang-won in disbelief. As he strides through the debris, Behemoth clarifies that although their main objective is the Whitecap, this slaughter is merely the initial phase of a grander scheme. The creature asserts that the sequence of their slayings holds no significance, as every hero and human is destined to perish. It cautions that even if the Whitecap endures today, mankind stands no chance against an adversary that is already equipped for battle. It informs the remaining individuals that they will ultimately succumb to hopelessness, leaving them with nothing but tears. Fortunately, Nanji remains unbroken. He stands amidst the wreckage, severely wounded, yet ridicules the creature for excessive talking. As Behemoth gazes in astonishment, Nanji finds himself enveloped by the Black Mirror. Standing resolutely, he asserts that the Inhumans are precisely what he anticipated. After narrowly avoiding a catastrophic explosion, Black Mirror begins to ponder the nature of the enemy's weaponry. Nanji concedes he lacks the answer, yet he is certain of one fact. Had that shot connected, they would have been reduced to mere ashes. He studies Behemoth, whose menacing tusks and crimson eyes exude an overwhelming aura. Nan realizes that every wound he inflicted with his sickle has healed almost instantaneously. This realization forces him to confront the possibility that his efforts may be futile against such a beast. Consequently, his muscular arm is now torn and bleeding, leaving him feeling as if he is treading on fragile ground. Reflecting on the battle, Nanji remembers his attempt to unleash his Roar of the Dead technique. Regrettably, even that formidable attack failed to incapacitate Behemoth. Meanwhile, Behemoth observes the dark shadow encasing Nan with a predatory intrigue. He notes that despite the injuries, Nanji's resolve remains unbroken, leading the creature to deduce that the warrior still possesses enough spirit to be of interest. Perched on a nearby rooftop, the villain Jamal Evan and his aide Chinver survey the chaos. Since Nanjiai is enduring an encounter with such a powerful commander, Chinver is astonished by the incredible battle. Evan squints as he realizes. He senses Behemoth's piercing stare extending up to the rooftop. Although the creature is engaged in battle, it is cognizant of the onlookers and has opted to disregard them. Evan contemplates a vague forecast made by the young girl Carol about the fate of the Whitecap hero. Given that this battle is surpassing all his anticipations, Evan finds himself burdened with numerous thoughts. Returning to the battlefield, Nanjiai confronts the beast and contemplates his history. He shares that when Inhumans emerged, he was compelled by curiosity about these absurd, perilous beings. He sensed that this minor disruption in time would ultimately lead to significant devastation for the world. Nanjiai recounts his journey of mentally assessing power levels, contrasting the superhumans with the sinister Inhumans. He was convinced that if a genuinely advanced group of monsters were to exist, they would be so dominant that everything else on Earth would appear trivial. Behemoth considers this viewpoint intriguing, sarcastically inquiring about Nanjiai's feelings now that he is finally face-to-face with one of the Inhuman leaders. With a savage, blood-stained grin, Nanjiai acknowledges the creature exceeds all his expectations. Behemoth wonders why Nan persists in obstructing his way, given that he isn't the main target. But Nanjiai just chuckles. He clarifies that as a superhuman, he must rectify the power balance he previously assessed in his thoughts. As the two ready for a decisive, deadly clash, Behemoth steels himself, vowing to honor the warrior's resolve to perish. As they prepare to attack, a figure in a pink cloak soaring through the sky halts them. Danyang yells at Nanjiai to halt. Her involvement was prompted by a chilling secret they had in common. Nanjiai had once revealed to her that his ability, Black Mirror, is typically contained within a tattoo on his wrist. Since the darkness exists alongside him, he can only access a portion of his power while it remains sealed. Fortunately, merging with the Black Mirror bestows him with extraordinary capabilities, but the potential consequences are dire. Nanjiai cautioned that the deeper he delves into that darkness, the more his original self strays. If he fails to detach from the shadow post-fusion, he will ultimately vanish. Currently, Danyang observes in terror as Nanjiai permits the dark vortex to engulf him. Understanding he is prepared to sacrifice himself to restrain the commander. The standoff's tension shatters with a brutal impact. The twisted, bloodied form of the Inhuman Harper plummets from the sky, slamming into the earth after being annihilated by Lim Kong. The unexpected turn of events leaves both Behemoth and Nanjiai unsettled. Our hero, Lim Kong, appears bruised yet determined, gazing up at the towering commander. Remembering his handler's counsel to communicate before engaging, our protagonist focuses intently on Behemoth and observes with chilling clarity that the creature can indeed communicate. The unexpected arrival leaves Nanjiai and Danyang in stunned silence. With Nanjiai about to undergo a desperate fusion with his Black Mirror shadow, the moment feels ill-timed, but Danyang experiences an overwhelming sense of relief. From his position atop the roof, the weary master Obangwan observes his pupil with a blend of pride and apprehension. He acknowledges that Behemoth is a being that surpasses typical evolutionary stages. This is why he silently urges our hero to stay vigilant. The mood transforms from fear to a chorus of shared optimism as the students identify the newcomer. Recognizing the Whitecap as belonging to their classmate, numerous teens lean out of the broken school windows, calling out Lim Kang's name. Their urgent shouts resonate through the air, encompassing everything from heartfelt requests for him to triumph to light-hearted, tearful banter about reuniting in the cafeteria. Even the bully Choi, Taeyik, is spotted crying while urging our boy to stay strong. This astonishing display of backing catches the master off guard, as he understands that even with our protagonist's reserved demeanor, he has created a large family worth defending. In a nearby classroom, Teacher Park Chong-sik attempts to keep the fading Park Gun-do alert, assuring him that they will soon escape due to the savior waiting in the yard. From afar, the villain Jamal Evan gazes intently at the scene with a predatory gaze. He feels that the moment has finally arrived for the decisive confrontation between the two forces. At the same time, Nanjiai assesses the circumstances and chooses to withdraw. Understanding that the protagonist's arrival signifies the final phase of this conflict, Nanjiai recognizes that his own awkward shadow attacks would merely distract from the hero's superior flow. He formally detaches from the Black Mirror entity, opting to retreat and observe the display of abilities from a distance. Attention shifts to the mangled form of the elite Harper, who lies at Behemoth's feet. In a distorted, fading voice, Harper cautions the commander to steer clear of a direct encounter with Lim Kong. It is clear that Galtrin was completely destroyed by one enormous punch, creating a massive crater in the pavement. Harper determines that the boy's abilities are just too great to monitor. This caution, however, enrages Behemoth. Considering himself a godlike leader, he perceives it as an affront for an inferior subordinate to advise him to exercise caution. He regards Galtrin as a valuable yet disposable asset and asserts that Harper's apprehension reflects a lack of strength. Behemoth directs his numerous eyes at our hero, looming above him with a colossal build and malevolence. He responds to the boy's previous inquiry regarding his ability to speak, with a haunting proclamation. Since the hero had the audacity to challenge his position, this day marks Lim Kang's final day. The creature launches its attack with a powerful stomp that fractures the earth. Yet our guide evades with a swift blur that sends chills down the commander's spine. The impact is immediate and devastating. Lim Kong charges ahead with a determined punch, while Behemoth counters with his enormous fist. Their clash generates a circular shockwave so intense it spreads throughout the entire schoolyard. Master O Bang Huan, Dan Yong and Nanjiai observe in complete silence, immobilized by the overwhelming display of power. As the hands-on battle commences in full force, Nanjiai understands that the true extent of the White Cap's strength has surpassed all bounds of his imagination. The aerial clash between our hero and the inhuman commander has escalated to a brutality that is genuinely altering the city's skyline. As a result of the overwhelming force of the encounter, Lim Kong is plummeting through the air, his white shirt torn and his body stained with blood. Yet, he is not the sole one under duress. Behemoth is propelled backward from a rapid strike, compelled to unleash lengthy, white extensions from his form to stabilize his trajectory amidst the towering buildings. This is why the city center is abruptly engulfed in a surge of energy. Our protagonist leaps into the haze, landing a direct hit that hurls the commander against a skyscraper with such intensity that it forms a crater. The protagonist presses on, intensifying the attack, breaking off one of the beast's horns before swinging the massive creature through the air by its other tusk. Consequently, the two fighters fall toward the ground, crashing through glass fronts in a whirlwind of action that sends bystanders into a panic. Within the adjacent office buildings, civilians are facing a terrifying ordeal. As the ground trembles and debris falls from the ceilings, employees are frantically rushing in fear of an earthquake. A traumatized manager stands frozen in regret, longing for a different outcome. He fled as soon as the eerie alarm sounded. Through his office window, he observes the rapid energy projectiles racing across the city, struggling to grasp the magnitude of the devastation. The fight's technical aspects become even more astonishing when seen from the monster's perspective. Behemoth's eye expands in surprise. A colossal surge of dark energy, known as the Roar, strikes him squarely and distorts his form. Even while unleashing this assault rapidly through dense smoke, the commander senses that something is amiss. Behemoth observes that the hero lacked even a moment to shield himself. However, the path of the energy blast altered the instant it made contact. Behemoth deduces that the protagonist is leveraging the wind pressure to enhance his agility, rendering him as elusive as the very wind. As the monster gasps for air, our boy remains steady in a crater. Above, Jamal Evan and Chinver observe the destruction from a rooftop, their discomfort escalating. Jamal Evan understands that if his associate perishes, he cannot retrieve the body without incurring the monster's fury. He must assess the danger of potentially being the next victim, Yet he takes some solace in the knowledge that Carol has not foreseen his demise. On a rooftop with a view of the tumultuous city, Nanjiai erupts into a haunting laugh, his scarred visage contorting into a sinister smirk. He has managed to locate Jamal Evan, who has been lurking in the background. Nan wastes no time, openly ridiculing Jamal for residing in such a rundown location and asserting that he can detect an unpleasant odor emanating from him. Due to Nanjiai's keen insight, he directly blames Jamal for the bizarre and unnatural experiments aimed at bringing deceased bodies back to life. Jamal Evan is briefly taken aback by the encounter, but he swiftly regains his cool, analytical demeanor. He feigns ignorance, asking how this unfamiliar person recognizes him and asserting that they have never crossed paths. Fortunately, Nanjiai's instincts are more acute than Jamal's evasions. Nan points out that despite being unfamiliar to each other, Jamal's presence implies he might readily engage in terrible deeds. Nanjiai starts to formulate a rational conclusion based on recent world occurrences, particularly the revival of the hero Galen Withrow. Since St. Pearl has an impeccable history as a veteran, Nanjiai contends that her first declaration of Withrow's demise was certainly correct. Thus, the revelation that Withrow is unexpectedly alive cannot be an error. It must stem from an enigmatic and improper power to control the deceased. Nanjiai deduces that Jamal Evan is the one responsible for resurrecting the body, consequently igniting the fierce clash with St. Pearl in Northern Ireland. Understanding he's been discovered, Jamal Evan ceases his pretense and gives a menacing grin, tauntingly inquiring if Nanjiai wishes to be his friend. The idea of friendship only prompts Nanjiai to laugh more, although he concedes they both have a similar disposition as watchers of the world. Nevertheless, he clearly differentiates between them, stating he does not partake in Jamal's cruel pastime of transforming corpses into puppets. As Chinvar, Jamal's subordinate, gets ready to step in, Jamal halts him, concluding that a confrontation at this moment is pointless. He attempts to portray himself as an innocent survivor merely seeking some peace. Yet, Nanjiai is still skeptical. He readies himself to confront Jamal, eager to determine if he is genuinely human or something different. Their tense moment is shattered by a flurry of blows from the adjacent schoolyard. The colossal, otherworldly commander, Behemoth, has become even more formidable in his battle with Lim Kong. Due to this unexpected intensification, Nanjiai redirects his attention to the larger issue at hand. Seizing the moment, Jamal Evan escapes across the rooftops with Chinvar, confessing that he has narrowly escaped death multiple times merely by being close to the behemoth. He understands that our protagonist is functioning at a level that exceeds his wildest dreams. At the devastated school, the expert sniper stands in the courtyard, gazing quietly at the arcs of energy flashing across the sky. Accompanying him is the weary master Oh Bang Wan, who is fighting to remain upright. The master's foremost concern is the students' safety, urging the soldiers to concentrate on the school structure. This selflessness deeply impacts the captain, who conveys his profound appreciation for the superhumans. Due to their unwavering dedication, the military can ultimately rely on these guardians, observing with held breath as the White Cap persists in his incredible battle against the beast. The conflict over the ocean evolves as Pan, the inhuman leader, seizes Jane Sonata. Grasping her bloodied body by the waist, the white-haired creature taunts her. He revels in a warped sense of triumph as he restrains her. His clawed fingers press into her chest and arms, making her acutely aware of the weight of his dominance. She stays resolute, gazing at her captor and implying he is the one who is genuinely confined. This act of rebellion prompts a synchronized reaction as St. Pearl darts through the heavens in a golden flash. A third, organic eye emerges on Pan's forehead to detect the yet levitating rocks divert. Pearl strikes the leader with a rapid punch straight to the face, followed by an unyielding onslaught of blows that propel him backward over the ocean. Pan has to let go. As Jane starts to descend, he conjures a magical circle from his forehead eye and unleashes a powerful vertical beam of purple energy downward. The catastrophic explosion tears apart a massive figure, a hand emerging in the sky, showering pieces of flesh and stone into the sea. Seizing the moment amid the turmoil, Jane secures her stance on a firm surface in midair and races back toward the adversary. The clash intensifies as Pearl plunges down from above. Her downward blow generates a column of light and water at impact. In the surging sea, she delivers a swift flurry of punches. This energy generates an explosion of light in a cross-shaped pattern, tearing apart the villain's crimson cloak and marking his body with severe wounds. Though battered and bloodied, Pan ascends with a wild smile. He concedes that their united power could end his life, yet finds it amusing that they have already uncovered his secret. Jane acknowledges this insight, noting that his actions are closely linked to the third eye on his forehead. The rationale behind his power is now evident. Whenever the forehead eye blinks, Pan immediately shifts to any spot his pupil observes within a 50-meter radius. This dimensional jump has a cooldown period of roughly 5 to 6 seconds. Instead of feeling daunted by the revelation, he appears invigorated. He shares that although his rage typically leads him to strike out at those beneath him, the agony from this conflict has brought clarity to his thoughts. Seeing the two superhumans as the finest playthings he's ever encountered, Pan's gaze intensifies with a wild fervor. He voices a chilling desire for their survival, so they can further enhance his strength. A sphere of violet magical circles forms around him as he laughs maniacally, releasing a wave of energy that leaves Pearl stunned in disbelief. The conflict at sea escalates to a disastrous climax as a colossal fist from Pan descends forcefully, endangering all in its trajectory. Because the force is so intense that Jane Sonata is rendered completely stunned, her face covered in blood as she observes the destruction taking place. Saint Pearl propels herself through a surge of energy, yet the overwhelming intensity of the enemy's attack renders the scenario bleak. Numerous energy beams streak through the sky, compelling Saint Pearl to swiftly maneuver to evade the chaotic onslaught. She understands that the assaults are relentless and lack any recognizable pattern, rendering it nearly impossible to find an opportunity. This is why she tries to slip through the openings in the energy to strike effectively. Yet the otherworldly leader, Pan, effortlessly transitions through dimensions to evade her. Jane Sonata determines they need to discover a method to dismantle Pan's dimensional barrier, but her thoughts are cut short by a massive fist lunging at her. Due to this distraction, Jane Sonata plummets through the air surrounded by floating stones. Pan exploits her weakness and strikes her face with a savage blow. The blow is so brutal that it leaves Jane with a battered, bleeding face, making her understand she misjudged the creature's physical ferocity. In the vicinity, Saint Pearl is depicted kneeling on a rock in the sea, severely wounded and bleeding. Her surprise intensifies upon hearing Jane shout her name, as a massive hand reaches down from above to end her life. The magnitude of the catastrophe is so immense that it can be seen by bystanders. A nearby commercial aircraft is compelled to alter its route to Russia due to the tragic event in Incheon, rendering the local airspace excessively perilous. As passengers fret, a young boy gazes out the window in wonder. He indicates a gigantic hand sweeping across the clouds, signifying the alarming truth that the conflict has ascended into the upper atmosphere. Once again on the water, two enormous hands rise from the ocean's depths, enveloping Saint Pearl. Jane Sonata yells for her partner to flee, yet the trap is too big to escape. The enormous hands come together around Saint Pearl, generating a burst of energy and water that rattles the amusing aircraft close by. Pan hovers in front of the clasped hands, asserting that Saint Pearl is done. He describes the trap as engineered to elevate pressure until any external material within vanishes entirely from this realm of existence. Yet, Pan's triumph is fleeting. An unexpected burst of energy prompts the inhuman leader to gaze upward in astonishment as a golden glow starts to seep through the enormous fingers. This near-death experience evokes a memory for Saint Pearl. During a previous discussion with James, Pearl confessed that she is neither a god nor an immortal. She is just a person who recognizes that others depend on her. After she officially stepped into the front lines as a superhuman, she became acutely aware of that responsibility, particularly following Withrow's loss. She admitted that her sole desire is to be strong enough to safeguard those who believe in her eternally. Fueled by this altruistic determination, a beam of golden light pierces the ocean in the now. St. Pearl bursts from the trap, radiating vibrant energy and crackling lightning. This change affects both Pan and Jane Sonata in sheer astonishment. Now emanating an aura that challenges reason, Pearl locks her eyes on Pan and reiterates her inquiry, insisting to understand if he is genuinely the leader of the Inhumans. Jane Sonata, though bruised and bloodied, observes in sheer disbelief, since she has never witnessed her partner display this particular form previously. St. Pearl seems to have developed wings of pure radiance, resembling a flying phoenix rather than a human being. Jane understands that a miracle has occurred. Although Pan's earlier trap was meant to obliterate the henge spirits completely, St. Pearl's sheer determination has enabled her to transcend, attracting the lost souls to her as a wellspring of strength. The unexpected burst of energy surprises Pan. While he attempts to uphold his haughty demeanor, the Inhuman leader concedes that his former affection for Pearl has evolved into true discomfort, as her newfound power is increasingly becoming a significant issue. Before he can complete his thought on his leadership style, Pearl attacks like a flash of lightning. She crashes into Pan's side with such intensity that it unleashes a surge of water and energy, pushing him into a defensive battle. St. Pearl offers him no respite. Enveloped in golden flames, she strikes once more, and strikes a vicious hit straight to Pan's face. This marks a crucial change in the battle, as her actions have transformed entirely. Now quicker, more precise, and considerably more aggressive. In a frantic counterattack, Pan delivers a powerful strike to Pearl's back, sending her flying. He coughs up blood and confesses he was merely toying with her before, yet his anger is evidently escalating. With his multi-pupiled eyes radiating purple energy, he understands that the time for restraint has passed. Nevertheless, Pearl quickly bounces back and unleashes a flurry of swift blows that send the creature howling in pain. To take back control, Pan conjures numerous spinning magic circles in the sky, resulting in a burst of purple illumination. When the smoke dissipates, the antagonist hovers serenely above the water, his hand drenched in blood. He recognizes that the heroes have surpassed his imagination, yet he will not concede that his viewpoint was incorrect. He gazes at St. Pearl and observes that her strength is almost depleted, heightening his anticipation of the thrill in breaking her. Acknowledging their inability to succeed alone, Jane Sonata determines it's time to embrace a significant risk. Since they haven't managed to deliver a significant hit, she shouts to Pearl, proposing a synchronized attack. Jane gets ready to activate her ultimate support skill, Foundation Stonehenge. Forming a circle of levitating stone slabs. Her strategy is straightforward. She intends to unleash her complete strength to immobilize the creature's legs, providing the ideal opportunity for St. Pearl to strike the final blow. In a previous meeting inside the advanced environment of Ben's lab, Jane Sonata reveals the true extent of her abilities to an astonished group of supporters. The team recognizes that her Henges consist of 80 distinct souls, each of whom shares in her emotions. Jane presents a significantly more sophisticated idea referred to as foundation. This state arises when the Henges progress beyond simple collaboration and unite as one cohesive entity. Due to the various shapes of Henges, Jane has created 4 unique types of type, transforming the Henges into an advanced aerial bombardment system. This capability enables them to follow a target akin to a precision-guided missile or unleash widespread carpet bombing across extensive regions, making it perfect for engaging large groups. The second variant, the Foundation of Bondage, forms a confining Stonehenge structure that ensnares foes in a designated area, inducing severe psychological torment. The third power is the Cradle Tower, an enormous edifice watched over by 7 colossal guardians, offering an extensive array of healing abilities to those nearby. While Jane acknowledges the existence of a hidden 4th foundation, she declines to reveal its specifics, leaving her teammates Ben and Matt Dion utterly astonished by the extent of her abilities. Nonetheless, these remarkable abilities entail considerable physical and ecological expenses. Jane states that for the Foundation to function safely, all 80 henges need to be in ideal condition. Due to multiple breakages in recent conflicts, activating a foundation now poses a danger of physical necrosis or the irreversible loss of a henge's essence. Jane remembers a moment when her arm started to decay because she overextended her abilities without maintaining the right equilibrium. Moreover, their power is directly linked to Earth's energy, indicating that their strength increases as they get closer to the ground. Currently, the circumstances over the Atlantic Ocean have turned extremely severe. Jane Sanada understands that engaging in battle far from shore and relying on a foundation with compromised hinges has left her highly vulnerable. In spite of the necrosis threat and insufficient ground energy, she decides to jeopardize her life to aid St. Pearl. Consequently, she conjures a multitude of stone slabs featuring anguished faces that encircle the inhuman figure, Pan. Pan remains bruised within his magical circle, observing the howling stones with a frenzied sense of admiration. He sees this desperate stance as a stunning ultimate contest. As the rest of humanity remains oblivious, many are now fleeing in fear or seeking refuge. Pan confronts a grim truth. He gazes at the wounded St. Pearl and Jane Sanada, realizing that the result of this confrontation will determine the fate of the world. As they embody Earth's greatest hope, the inhuman leader unleashes one last blinding surge of energy, testing whether the heroes can avert the planet's annihilation. The urban battle escalates into sheer brutality as Behemoth strikes Lim Kong with tremendous force. The impact fractures the ground, sending shockwaves that compel nearby onlookers to flee for safety. Our hero retaliates with a swift counterpunch. The sound of the collision echoes as the young champion confronts the multi-eyed creature directly. Yet, Behemoth's sheer power proves to be a challenge. A powerful strike to Lim Kang's face unleashes a surge of energy that cuts through the skyline. This impact sends him crashing through a bridge and a building's exterior, scattering rubble as he skids on the pavement and pivots to steady himself. Lim Kang finds himself landing in a crater. Behemoth approaches him, its clawed feet smashing the concrete. Our protagonist darts like a streak around the giant, yet the commander stays composed. Behemoth assesses the scene, observing that despite Lim Kang's bloodied visage, his determination to advance is unyielding. This constant assault starts to disturb the creature. Behemoth initially thought the battle would end swiftly, but he now understands he was mistaken. As he narrowly avoids a jolt of energy shaking the street, Behemoth contemplates his earlier battle with Nanjiai. He observes that although the Black Hat was a powerful superhuman capable of deflecting assaults, he is of a different caliber. Lim Kang shows no caution, relentlessly attacking without concern for his own safety. As a result, the monster confesses to an increasing fear. Even as the more powerful fighter, Behemoth senses he is battling an unyielding barrier. He gazes into our hero's eyes and realizes that Lim Kang is indifferent to the harm he is enduring. The street bursts with another explosion as the creature's muscles swell, accessing its genuine strength. Dark tentacles charged with electricity lash through the air. Energy blades are hurtling past adjacent structures, putting two young boys, June and his older brother, in jeopardy as they take shelter in the debris. Witnessing civilians caught in the crossfire, our hero redirects his attention. He lands close by, using his body to shield the children from the oncoming debris and shock waves. Fortunately, the boys are safe. Our protagonist, battered and breathless, meets the gaze of the elder sibling, who urges June to escape. While the children dash away, Lim Kang propels himself skyward, landing on an elevated bridge. Behemoth observes from below, a quiet moment sparking a recollection. Behemoth remembers Morel's lesson about the vulnerabilities of superhumans. Behemoth was indifferent at that moment. Morel emphasized that superhumans, despite their abilities, remain fundamentally human beings. In the present, Behemoth ultimately understands the significance of that lesson. Understanding he can take advantage of our hero's humanity, the inhuman commander crouches over and releases a colossal spear-shaped surge of energy across the battlefield. Our protagonist observes the missile as it barely avoids hitting civilians in a nearby edifice and collides with a structure, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Due to the blast's intensity, Our hero lies sprawled on the ground, bruised and bleeding. Behemoth descends from above, crashing into him with immense power. The earth explodes, leaving the elderly master Oh Bang-won in disbelief. On a faraway rooftop, Jamal, Evan, and others observe in. Astonishment fills the air as Behemoth rises from the debris, gripping Lim Kong effortlessly in one hand. The creature chuckles while perched in the crater. Behemoth gazes at the shattered hero he holds and cautions the spectators that they are in serious danger. He confesses his astonishment. Experiencing desperation for the first time, he starts to overpower our hero with a grip using both hands. Lim Kong stays still with empty eyes as Behemoth releases a primal roar. Dark energy accumulates within the creature's throat. The electrical surge engulfs the space, and the sound of breaking bones resonates as the light attains a blinding brilliance. The hero's iconic white cap tumbles into the debris, departing Oh Bang-won, Nanjiai along with others stunned. From the rooftop, Jamal Evan sees that our main character is not breathing. He understands that the moment predicted by the future has come. Behemoth looms above the wreckage, panting, with blood trickling from his tusks, and secures the initial triumph of the Great War. Behemoth gazes at his defeated foe, recognizing that the white cap was a deserving competitor. Yet our boy stays motionless. His thoughts wander to a rainy day spent at the academy. He recalls inquiring with his grandpa about dreams. Oh Bang-won conveyed that family transcends blood relations. It revolves around genuine love for one another. Although the master's aspiration was to find happiness with his family, the boy discloses his secret. His aspiration is to safeguard that family. In the present moment, this determination ignites an abrupt transformation. Our hero awakens with a roar as energy surges from within him. The earth below Behemoth fractures. An energy vortex develops. A beam of light ascends into the sky, overshadowing skyscrapers. The blast breaks glass and triggers car alarms across the neighborhood. Behemoth's eye grows wide in sheer astonishment as the ground fractures. He gazes into the light in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how our hero remains standing. Amidst the dazzling radiance, a shirtless Lim Kong appears, locking eyes with the creature. The conflict has reached a terrifying juncture. Behemoth lies utterly destroyed. The hero's fierce counteroffensive has left the creature mutilated, with its arms ripped off at the elbows. As the beast attempts to stall for its regeneration, he perceives an unsettling quality in his adversary. Lim Kong stands among the debris, his whole body shaking intensely as an aura envelopes him. This instability perplexes the commander, who understands that despite the boy's trembling, the danger is escalating. Noticing this, Master Oh Bang-won sees that the boy has reached a stage where he cannot relinquish his power. Lim Kang's eyes shimmer with an erratic glow as he releases a quick breath. Behemoth's instincts kick in, compelling him to tighten his muscles and generate a protective energy around his skin. He is convinced that the boy's attempts will never breach his ultimate barrier. However, for the creature, this resistance proves futile. A colossal surge of energy bursts forth from our hero's location, fracturing the earth and towering over the nearby structures. From the core of this brilliance, a gigantic energy formation crashes into Behemoth. The force of the impact is so abrupt, the commander is left stunned, struggling to understand how his defenses were breached. Lim Kong permits no time for recuperation. A high-pitched energy emanates from his body. He propels himself ahead to unleash a powerful kick against the side of the creature's head. The impact is so intense that it crushes the pavement, smashing Behemoth's face into the ground. Our protagonist looms above the remnants, showcasing bulging muscles, leaving the battered commander questioning how a human could wield such power. As Behemoth's form disintegrates, the blob-like Babylon Vanisher descends from the heavens to gather the remnants. Fortunately, Nanjiai won't allow the scavenger to interfere. He moves with astonishing speed. Nan ambushes and hits the Vanisher, cautioning the creature against interfering as he observes the fight. Consequently, the Vanisher lets out a roar and vanishes into the heavens, allowing Behemoth's dismembered pieces to fall to the earth. In a distant, dimly lit chamber, the esteemed Morel is disrupted by the bloodied Babylon Vanisher. The creature rushes back in distress, whispering Behemoth's name before succumbing to its wounds. The report of the commander's loss stuns Morel, disrupting the power dynamics of the invasion significantly. At the remnants of Sion High School, the triumph has driven our hero to his breaking point. Lim Kong emits a raw, primal scream, as his energy field bursts outward, leaving Nanjiai and Master O amazed by the magnitude of the surge. The sound of a creaking bicycle shatters the tension. To the Master's astonishment, Yuri is desperately pedaling towards the heart of the battlefield to reach his companion. Yuri comes to a sudden stop as the energy vortex surrounding Lim Kong starts to implode. Realizing the hero's strength is waning, Yuri abandons his bike and sprints ahead. He catches the unconscious Lim Kong as he collapses, holding him gently amid the debris. With the danger finally gone, Yuri informs the hero that he can relax now. Following the devastating battle, Jamal Evans strolls through the terrain of sharp stones and city debris, nonchalantly observing that the struggle has ultimately come to a conclusion. Close by, Yuri is drenched in sweat and grime. He is stunned upon hearing the villain's voice. Jamal highlights the undeniable truth that superhumans exhibit formidable power, particularly referencing how Lim Kong was able to annihilate a high-level commander with just one strike. As Jamal Evan nears the kneeling Yuri, he gazes down with a contemplative look. He confesses to being truly astonished, as this is the first instance where events have diverged from the future forecasted by his associate Carol. Despite the significant change, Jamal stays concentrated on his objectives. He glares at Yuri, insisting that he step aside, emphasizing that he has arrived solely to take possession of our hero's unconscious form. Fortunately, Yuri stands his ground. He embraces Lim Kong firmly, asserting that he won't release his friend simply because an outsider insists on it. Jamal Evan remains composed, extending his hand while cautioning the boy that his patience is finite. Master O Bang Wan interrupts this attempt at intimidation. The elderly mentor positions himself decisively between Jamal and the boys, creating a barrier with his unwavering posture. He derisively rejects Jamal's courtesy, claiming he appears foolish for attempting to deceive them with such an obvious performance. Jamal Evan persists in walking over the debris, remarking that he has encountered numerous harsh comments today. The master stands firm, disclosing that he has been aware of Jamal's spying on them since the outset. Jamal is truly amazed by the old man's power, acknowledging that observing the master's earlier match was an insightful experience that could help him avoid difficulties later on. Nonetheless, the master is still repulsed. He emphasizes that although Jamal is evidently superhuman, he opted to observe the carnage from the sidelines instead of intervening, reinforcing that he is a perverse and foolish person. Jamal Evan swiftly becomes disinterested in the dialogue. With his mood darkening, he resolves to avoid any further interruptions. He announces his intention to eliminate the master and claim both his body and the Whitecap's remnants as trophies. Nanjiai laughs at the threat and enters the standoff, proposing a more effective solution. Jamal is the one who must perish. Nanjiai observes that by removing the villain now, they can prevent further suffering for others. This rebellion ultimately drives Jamal Evan to his limit, as he confesses he never thought he could feel such anger toward anyone. Determined not to depart empty-handed, Jamal gestures to Chinvar to engage the portal of their concealed base. An energy vortex surges on the battlefield, acting as an entrance to their true sanctuary. Consequently, numerous elite subordinates of Jamal, featuring a crimson-skinned creature and a ghostly, bird-like figure, appears from the darkness. Jamal Evan gazes at the team of heroes and dares them to prove who truly. Master O Bang Wan assesses the newcomers, understanding that every person is a high-level superhuman. He is especially cautious of Alexander Kalin, acknowledging him as the most significant danger in the opponent's team. Jamal Evan, frustrated by the holdups, observes the pleasant weather and resolves that it's time for things to turn in his favor. He orders his monsters to end the conflict. The beings react with a thunderous roar that trembles the earth beneath them. As the monsters get ready to pounce on the terrified jury and the protective master, a startling noise reverberates from above. Alexander. Kalen has to leap aside as a gigantic stone shield crashes down onto the ground. In mere moments, numerous colossal shields descend from above, forming a protective barrier that ensnares the creatures and offers an unexpected defense for our champions. As the dust settles, a man with golden hair emerges, positioned on the debris. This is Kirilov, who remains composed behind his conjured shields. He speaks to his ally, the formidable Basilov, remarking that they have made the correct decision to ally with the heroes on this front. The abrupt appearance of the Russians leaves Nangue, Yuri, and the master utterly bewildered. Even Jamal Evan is taken aback, having never encountered these figures before. When Dan Young demands to identify them and question their involvement, Kirilov and Basilov recognize themselves as allies from Russia. As the fiery Basilov shouts from behind for his partner to eliminate the bothersome shields, Kirilov assures that complete details will follow. Basilov clenches his jaw and readies himself for battle, indicating that the reinforcements have arrived. Yuri is instantly impacted by the Russians' presence, realizing that this pig-like figure is a remarkably strong warrior. Basilov's gaze shifts to the ground, where Lim Kong lies unconscious and face down. Even though the boy is out cold, the Russian giant perceives a strong and subtle life force still radiating from him. This thought is interrupted by Basilov's growing annoyance. He sharply inquires about Kirilov's actions, compelling the composed painter to finally consent to join the fight. The shift to battle occurs in an instant. A crimson hand extends toward the fading barriers, resulting in a fierce confrontation between Basilov and the massive appendage that fractures the nearby ground. Once the shockwave dissipates, Jamal Evans' red-skinned subordinate charges ahead. This beast aims to restore order on the battlefield, swinging an enormous arm at the heroes. Despite being overshadowed by the inhuman stature, Basilov stands firm and declines to adopt a defensive position. This compelled the red creature to unleash a maximum strength punch straight into the Russian's torso. The ensuing blast of energy is so powerful that it leaves Nanjiai and Dan Yong in awe of the creature's immense strength. Nevertheless, Basilov's foot stays securely embedded in the fractured pavement. To the monster's bewilderment, the man in the yellow shirt remains upright with his hands in his pockets, bloodied yet entirely unharmed. The attack persists as a blue, shark-like creature lunges forward with its mouth agape, hitting Basilov's face in midair. The impact sends the hero sprawling, making him crouch as the earth fractures beneath him. Observing this, Kirilov and Master Obangwan become alarmed, worried that the Russian is suffering excessive harm. Fortunately, Basilov rises again, his muscles taut with impressive physical density. He brushes off the commotion. His demeanor shifts to intense as he strides through the wreckage toward a known figure. Basilov confronts the scarred, red-eyed Alexander Kalen. Disturbed, he inquires about how Kalen found himself in this condition. This evokes a recollection of a younger, valiant Kalen who extended a warm handshake and a grin, emphasizing that it was irrelevant who captured a monster. In the present, Basilov's grief transforms into rage. He questions whether this empty figure remains the person he once recognized. Kalen replies in a mechanical voice, stating he sees no need to respond to a stranger. Observing from a distance, Jamal Evan is confused by Basilov's actions. He understands that the Russian is an extraordinary superhuman enduring genuine blows without any protection or advantage. Since the transparent shields vanished into light when taken away, Jamal deduces they were mental constructs rather than tangible items. This confusion about the Russians' powers leaves the antagonist feeling that competing with them is beyond his reach. The confrontation concludes as Alexander Kalen lifts his hand, crackling with electric energy. A massive column of light bursts forth from his location, soaring into the sky and overshadowing the city's skyscrapers. Due to the explosion's intensity, the force propels Dan Yong backward and sweeps across the whole urban region. As the light dims, Basilov remains at the heart of a vast crater. Despite his damaged suit and steaming body, the Russian maintains his focus on his former ally with unwavering determination. Jamal Evans' men watch in utter disbelief as the battlefield transforms. Amidst the ruins, Alexander Kalin is quiet, his visage battered and stained with blood. An unusual noise emanates from him. Before Maxim Basilov crashes his foot into the asphalt with earth-shaking power. Basilov looms over the quaking Kalin, his face a blend of rage and acknowledgement. He swears to drive the memory back into his old friend, berating him for neglecting their connection. As Basilov's body starts to emit a seething aura, his physical appearance undergoes a significant change. Kalin charges ahead, yet the Russian hero throws a punch so strong it propels the warrior crashing into a structure in a burst of blood and debris. Observing from the settling dust, Jamal Evan is amazed. He observes that Basilov's energy is now perfect and intense, making him a completely transformed fighter compared to before. The turmoil escalates as Jamal's red-skinned aide attempts to surprise Basilov. But Nanjiai stops the creature with a powerful punch. Nanjiai sarcastically asserts that he'll feel jealous if others get to battle, only to be ambushed by a creature with blue skin from behind. Fortunately, Master Obang Wan steps in, unleashing a blow so fierce it punctures a hole in the creature's chest. In the midst of ascending smoke and city devastation, Master Obang Wan wears a serious look. While he thinks the younger heroes can handle the crisis on their own, he decides to participate without hindering their efforts. Nanjiai chuckles at the elder's modesty, pointing out that despite his humble demeanor, the master is a legend. Together, they stand amidst the devastation, strategizing their next action. Nanjiai opts to confront the formidable Red Inhuman, expressing gratitude to the master for his thoughtfulness before both fighters propel themselves into the sky, generating a shock wave. In a secluded alley, Dan Yang leads Zhu Ri and the unconscious Lim Kong to a secure location. Zhu Ri questions the woman in the pink cloak, wondering why a superhuman isn't actively engaged on the front lines. Dan Yang pauses, showing a pained expression. She confesses that her powers are currently too perilous to wield. Although she can traverse time and space, her core ability is something she has yet to fully comprehend. She cautions Zhu Ri that if she disclosed the true essence of her power, he would probably despise her. The earth shakes violently as arcs of blue lightning hit the city's towers, destroying all in their path. At the center of the tempest, Basilov and Kalin collide in the sky, a fierce burst of energy. Basilov delivers a precise hit to Kalin's head, propelling him through solid walls and into a vast chasm. As Basilov looms over his shattered companion, he is drawn back into a recollection of a snowy expanse. He recalls Kalin arguing over arm wrestling and teasing that Basilov should shed some pounds. The recollection takes a dark turn as it reveals Basilov forcing Kalin to the ground, fervently attempting to persuade him that the beings they pursued were no longer human. He shouted that the monsters were already deceased, while Kalin could only gaze back with empty despair. In the present, Alexander Kalin crouches with blood streaming from his chin. Maxim Basilov gazes down at him, his face filled with anguish and desperation. He begs his friend to utter a single word, to confirm that he remembers him. Yet Kalin stays eerily quiet. Basilov mentioned to Kirilov that prior to their encounter, he had only known one other extraordinary individual, Alexander Kalin. Kirilov was merely intrigued by Basilov's history. The discussion exposed the true danger Kalin posed. Basilov acknowledged that he had suffered defeat in 38 straight arm wrestling contests against the man, but he emphasized that sheer strength wasn't Kalin's main advantage. The true peril stemmed from Kalin's uncanny ability to wield lightning with frightening accuracy. Facing him felt less like a competition and more akin to observing a catastrophic event unfold. Regrettably, the two had lost touch a long time ago. Basilov noted that they never truly collaborated, as Kalin was a nomad aiming to guide all superhumans. Even though Basilov attempted to dismiss it as irrelevant, he secretly felt concerned that something was amiss in his old friend's life. Despite the man's immense strength, Basilov recalled him as a clever individual who often behaved like a fool and rarely took matters seriously. He had envisioned a day when the three of them could unite, imagining it would create a fascinating partnership. That optimistic recollection sharply contrasts with today. A colossal bolt of white lightning abruptly slices through the city, heralding Kalen's fierce entrance. Rather than a warm reunion, Kalen hits Basilov with a punch charged with energy, so strong it propels him through structures. Given that this is not a casual game, Basilov must shift into his massive, powerful form to endure the force. He recognizes that Kalen has lost all restraint, which drives him to retaliate in hopes of bringing his friend back from his chaotic state. As the two giants battle, Kirilov focuses on Jamal Evan, the mastermind orchestrating events from the shadows. He swiftly realizes that Jamal is the one manipulating the puppets causing havoc in the city, prompting him to confront the source directly. Kirilov nonchalantly proposes that eliminating Jamal could swiftly resolve the turmoil. To validate this idea, the superhuman releases a flurry of translucent energy blades and a colossal spectral sword that impacts the pavement. This powerful display of strength alters the tide of the conflict. Jamal successfully avoids the first attack. However, his subordinate, Chinver, sustains severe injuries during this. Due to the distortion of their foresight, Jamal understands he is at a disadvantage. He concedes that he misjudged the Russian superhumans, recognizing that even if he unleashed all his remaining strength, he would still be unable to defeat both Basilov and Kirilov. Realizing that persisting in the battle would result in his inevitable demise, Jamal requests a ceasefire and proposes to negotiate a deal. Kirilov continues to be very doubtful, believing the enemy is merely using language to stall and evade their present situation. Perched on a slender traffic pole above the remnants of Incheon, Jamal Evans is alongside his aide, Chinver, and starts preparing for a retreat. He tells Chinver to set a marker at the traffic light below, suggesting that they may come back to Korea in the future. Knowing that Kirilov, whom he refers to as Blondie, will continue the chase, Jamal establishes a telepathic bond to guide his team's getaway. When Kirilov sarcastically inquires about his next absurd scheme, the adversary proceeds with a formal introduction, disclosing his name as Evan, and proposes that next time, the hero should present his name initially. Evan contemplates how his primary objective was to recover the body of the superhuman called Whitecap. Yet, with Whitecap having survived the conflict, Evan understands that his earlier assessments were misguided. This change in viewpoint prompts him to propose a deceptive peace agreement. He asserts that if they are permitted to depart, he will collaborate moving forward and reveal all aspects of himself. Kirilov doubts the performance, mentioning Evan's servant, Alexander Kalen, who is presently engaged in a struggle with Basilov. Kirilov emphasizes that he has no desire to negotiate with anyone who transforms individuals into puppets, regardless of their superhuman or inhuman nature. Since he perceives the proposal as deceitful, he gets ready to terminate the discussion aggressively. The tension shatters as Nangi is propelled backward by an unexpected shockwave during her battle with a red-skinned inhuman called Del Opere. This disruption redirects attention to the surrounding turmoil. As Del Opere experiences a second transformation, emerging colossal tentacles and radiating strength, Evan recognizes his chance. He mentally instructs his team to get ready for a portal of coordinates that will activate in precisely 2 seconds. As the timer ticks down, Evan issues precise instructions to Gregory to safeguard Behemoth's remains. In the adjacent structure, a bloodied Alexander Kalen confesses to Basilov that he has forgotten everything. Fortunately for the antagonists, the enormous stone portal appears in the sky precisely when the countdown reaches 1. The subordinates quickly cease their battles and hurry toward the portal. Kirilov tries to halt their escape by launching a powerful energy projectile at the gate, but the altered Del Opere blocks the attack with his mutated limbs. Unusually, the creature successfully catches the energy blade, protecting Evan in the process. As the portal starts to shut and the glass-like fabric of the battlefield fractures, Evan urges his remaining teammates to accelerate before the chance slips away. The door of coordinates ultimately breaks apart, marking the complete withdrawal of Jamal Evan and his supporters. With the immediate danger gone, attention turns to the extent of the devastation remaining. A news segment on LDS TV exposes the full scale of the brutal invasion, featuring skyscrapers with large openings, holes and blood-stained classrooms at Sion High School. Fortunately, the government is offering recovery assistance, although officials are still assessing the extensive property damage that took place throughout the city center. In the still moments after the fight, Juri leans over a desk, channeling his trauma through fervent writing in a journal. He contemplates the frightening truth that the world is populated by strange individuals and superhumans battling each other. Jamal Evans' attempt to abduct our protagonist while posing as a beggar leaves Juri haunted by the recollection of the villain's unsettling white eye. He acknowledges that despite being constantly beside Lim Kong, gazing into the eyes of a hostile superhuman left him struggling to breathe. He questions whether his determination to hold on to our hero was genuine bravery or just a fleeting insanity, understanding that without Lim Kong, he would have perished long ago. The jury persists in recording the new allies encountered on the battlefield, sketching Mr. Pig, the Russian force Basilov, and his associate Kirilov. Oddly enough, despite Basilov's menacing smile and formidable aura, Juri finds himself drawn to the Russian pair. He experiences a fleeting moment of pure relief. Since our protagonist remained unconscious well after the battle, Juri deduces that such a defenseless condition arises when a warrior instinctively senses that no threats linger nearby. As the superhumans congregate among the debris, Master Oh Bang-won inquires about their upcoming plans. Kirilov proposes that they exchange contact details to be ready for the next emergency. In this digital era, he and Dan Yang share social media information while Basilov concentrates on his own objectives. The Russian powerhouse is resolute in his intent to return home and ultimately confront Jamal Evan on his own terms. Nanji also prepares to leave, cautioning the group that this setback will only prompt the Inhumans to act with greater caution and decisiveness moving forward. Dan Yang disappears into a vortex of energy to pursue him. Kirilov provides a concluding perspective to the Master. He asserts that safeguarding the White Cap is essential for eradicating the Inhuman race, as the creatures appear particularly focused on our boy. Following a short dispute over whether to prioritize food or new clothing, the Russian duo eventually sets out. As the city strives to regain its usual rhythm, opinions regarding the White Cap start to change. News broadcasters convey that while numerous individuals worry about Lim Kang's vanishing, certain analysts advocate for criminal charges against him due to the havoc wreaked during his altercation. With his identity now widely known, his previously tranquil existence has been entirely disrupted. Juri finally comes back to their common apartment, only to discover the sewing machine silent and the bed unoccupied. Their companion has disappeared, leaving his friend pondering his whereabouts. Meanwhile, in America, St. Pearl re-enters the ISA-STF conference room in a startling condition. Her uniform is torn, and her body bears the marks of bruises sustained during her confrontation with the monstrous leader Pan. Pearl describes the battle as a mental torment that almost shattered her mind, due to Pan's powerful auditory hallucinations and illusion techniques. She survived solely by shattering his dimensional barriers with the same intensity he used against her. The oceanic clash reached an impasse until a colossal, manta ray-like creature emerged to take Pan away. This messenger delivered the grim news of the Inhumans' devastating loss in Korea, verifying the deaths of Behemoth and the other fighters. Consequently, Pan was commanded to retreat without delay. Prior to departing, he gave a chilling warning. If they encounter each other once more, a significant sacrifice will be necessary. Regrettably, the toll of the conflict was steep. Pearl updates Sway and Ben that Jane Sonata is in a dire condition. After Jane initiated her foundation stones without fulfilling the necessary spiritual requirements, she started to suffer from necrosis, a decay of her physical form. To conceal her alarming look, Jane enveloped herself in stones and traveled to Australia. She thinks that only a superhuman called Daphne Bayleaf can heal the spiritual consequences she faced while saving Pearl. Fortunately, a spark of hope exists. Ben discloses that the hero Withero has at last recovered his memory. This achievement was realized through the relentless efforts of researchers Ju Hee and James. The story shifts back to Korea, where a sign directs toward Mount Yongpa. Lim Kong, wearing a red hoodie, strolls through the woods. He discovers a flute mushroom, a mythical artifact his academy companions claimed would bestow good fortune. He collects the rare mushroom since it's perfect for making stew, remembering the applause from his family at the academy. At Submu Academy, he finds it difficult to manage the physical demands of hauling stones and logs. Despite his grumbling about the heavy labor, his peers persist in teasing him, advising him to switch his slippers to avoid injury. The arguing ceases instantly when our boy enters the courtyard. The academy members enthusiastically wave, greeting their top team members' return. Master Obang won. Appearing strong and in shape, he greets our protagonist with a grin and a quip about his silly face. He quickly sets the hero to task, gesturing towards the forest and instructing him to go unearth a tree. As the strongest, Lim Kong is anticipated to play a vital role in the rebuilding process. The master gazes at him with profound fondness, recognizing that family always feels incomplete without each other. He is just relieved that our boy has returned safely to the place he truly belongs. Ju cheers from the sidelines, excited to have his closest friend back. He makes light of their matching eating habits and observes in amazement as Kong effortlessly uproots a whole tree and splits stones apart. Amid the worldwide turmoil and ongoing dangers, the group discovers a brief moment of tranquility in their collective effort. 10 days have elapsed since the large-scale invasion, and Incheon is still a scene of scaffolding and construction equipment. With the conflict at Seoyan High School being the focal point of the turmoil, the recovery initiatives are overwhelming. More than 300 local businesses are still closed, and 5 nearby educational institutions have had to shut down indefinitely. To handle the disorder, military forces and specialized ISSTF units have sustained a continuous presence, offering crucial public assistance as the area endeavors to restore stability. Close by, at a community playground, the social order among the students has given way to a grim truth. Choi Tae-ik remains solitary, his gaze locked on a news report until his gang members, including the mint-haired Nam Gung-moo, break his focus. Even though the group attempts to uphold their typical bravado, the mood is tense. A gang member with orange hair reluctantly shares a bleak update, disclosing a conversation he eavesdropped on between Teacher Park and a soldier. He conveys the devastating news that their leader, Park Gun-do, is now close to death. The setting changes to a dimly lit alley where Teacher Park faces an ISSTF official named B. As the hospital's traditional techniques have hit a wall, the official discloses classified details about the Meyer Medical Research Department. He reveals that Gun-do has been relocated to this advanced facility for a drastic modification process that includes specialized DNA treatment and military-grade surgery. Teacher Park is appalled by the idea of altering a young student, advocating for conventional rehabilitation methods instead. Nonetheless, B stands resolute, reminding the teacher that age holds no significance in this battle. Even the Whitecap hero is merely a student battling for survival. Acknowledging the boy's determination to live, the teacher ultimately concedes, requesting updates on Gun-do's condition as if he were his own son. Back at the playground, Gun-do's condition evokes a surge of nostalgia among the group. Tae-ik remembers his initial meeting with the leader, recalling how he had fiercely confronted Gun-do in a classroom, only to be thoroughly beaten outside. Instead of holding grudges, Tae-ik and the others started to support Gun-do, recognizing his strength and calm integrity. Nam Gung-moo remembers a particular moment when Gun-do bravely recovered his stolen Peach Edition wallet from a gang of bullies all by himself, reverting it with a straightforward command to prevent others from taking his belongings. The group's acceptance of Gun-do's current situation is further complicated by the history of protection. As the students grieve, the worldwide story is being crafted in a news studio. The Director General and news analysts examine footage from the latest conflict, officially designating the fighters as new superhumans. With their identities and nationalities shrouded in secrecy, the public is inundated with speculation and theories. The analysts emphasize the Whitecap hero as a divine figure. However, they also highlight a menacing figure donning a beggar's hat, recognized as the antagonist Jamal Evan. The authorities determine that although certain superhumans defend humanity, others, such as the Black Hat or Evan, probably have malicious intentions for what lies ahead. In the midst of global tensions, attention shifts back to the tranquility of the Submu Academy at night. The students congregate by the campfire, exchanging embellished warrior stories to uplift spirits. Lim Kong chuckles at his friend's absurd tale of Choke holding a shark, briefly relishing the ordinary atmosphere of the gathering. The tranquility is disrupted as Master O Bang Wan detects an intruder lurking in the shadowy woods. Fortunately, the intruder isn't a monster, but a frightened government representative dispatched to reach the master. The representative is battered and weary, having lost his drone and light stick while traversing the perilous mountain landscape. Master Bang Wan appears unexpectedly, falling from a tree to surprise the man prior to using his walkie-talkie. Due to the government's efforts to infringe on his privacy, the master transmits a serious, commanding message straight into the device. He asserts that he will only negotiate on his own conditions and firmly cautions the government to never approach his mountain again. Within a dim stone chamber, the unnatural morale confronts the seated figure, Pan. Their discreet gathering is disrupted when 4 elite Inhumans make their entrance through a shadowy archway. Included in the group is the insect-like Divya Kylie, who pulls a twisted, blood-soaked corpse over the stone floor. She sarcastically observes that even with the victim's terrible state, she has managed to revive him for interrogation. The fresh entrants, the egg-shaped Apollo Akabanga, the Morseman with wings, the horned creature Babarusa, Kylie and others stand in a somber line before their leaders. Kylie releases the shattered body that can merely gasp and convulse in a pool of blood. Kylie harshly halts on the remnants to compel the victim to talk, exerting intense pressure while seeking answers. The warrior known as Megpan starts to wheeze out an enigmatic prophecy. He describes a bleak future shrouded in darkness and a mysterious character called Jackiak. Megpan asserts that only those embraced by the blue moonlight will endure and considers himself a warrior granted mercy by this Jackiak. Pan found the victim's chatter nonsensical and annoying, rises and seizes Megpan by the head. He remains unfazed by the obscure cautions. Pan raises the twisted body high and shatters the warrior's skull using his bare hands. His instant death ignites a short dispute. Kylie feels exasperated that Pan eliminated the prisoner she tried to apprehend. Pan perceives the victim as an insignificant fool who was simply squandering their time. Morel steps in to resolve the conflict, recognizing that Megpan's brainwashed condition rendered any further questioning an ineffective use of time. Nonetheless, Morel discloses that he has prior knowledge about the mysterious Jackiak. Determined to launch an attack, he calls forth the blob-like Vanisher and instructs the team to get ready for a trip to the surface. He plans to locate this Jackiak himself, indicating a significant change in the Inhuman approach. The story rewinds 10 days to the ISSTF headquarters, where Ben shares an astonishing development with St. Pearl. He discloses that the hero Galen Withrow has at last recovered his memories. This remarkable achievement was due to the relentless efforts of a researcher named Juhi, who spent several sleepless nights with James to mend the fallen warrior's mind. The news evokes a flood of nostalgia for Pearl, as she reflects on her initial encounter with Withrow. She recalls his straightforward greeting while wearing his iconic green beanie and the connection they established during their training in the city and unwinding by the shore. Those serene times sharply contrast with the sorrow surrounding his passing, a recollection that continues to torment her. Returning to the present, Pearl becomes so consumed by her thoughts that she inadvertently hits her head on the roof of a Mercedes upon waking from a nap, causing damage to the vehicle. Ben, while driving, playfully reassures her not to fret because the car truly belongs to James. Upon the group's arrival at the lab, Pearl feels a complicated blend of emotions. Although she is disheartened that Withrow's return was a coerced revival linked to the antagonist Jamal Evan, she cannot conceal her genuine happiness at having her partner again. While James and the others cheerfully greet her, Pearl understands that the human heart can be both deceitful and fragile. However, the comfort of Withrow's comeback is a truth she is now prepared to accept. A tight shot of Galen Withrow's face shows his unique neck scar as he rises from a table. After a quick recollection of a snowy stroll with Saint Pearl, he stands upright. Offering a hand in greeting, he serenely recognizes her presence, remarking that it has been quite a while. Regrettably for his calm demeanor, Saint Pearl swiftly throws herself into a frantic embrace. Startled by her unexpected tears, Withrow can only inquire why everyone is in tears. Close by, the tech pair of James De Niro and Ben are similarly brought to tears of happiness. The lab soon resonates with hearty laughter, indicating that, in spite of the clinical tools and screens, the environment has shifted to a festive gathering. Later, they convene in the briefing room. Sui Garcia observes Matt Dion's absence. Rose mentions that the actor is occupied with fan interactions or a related meeting, but Sui is doubtful. She brushes off the explanation, believing the solitary man is merely feigning social commitments. Withrow bends down at the table to inquire about the unknown girl. Sui presents herself with a playful grin, allowing the warrior to silently reflect on her name. Ben adopts a more grave demeanor. He starts a serious briefing, guiding Withrow through a stark overview of the conflict and the different incidents that transpired during his time away. Although Withrow stays composed, his expression reveals a blend of sorrow and bewilderment. Dr. Oldman shares a medical update, indicating that Withrow is experiencing dissociative symptoms and unusual headaches. Fortunately, the outlook is encouraging. With ongoing mental and physical support, he is swiftly regaining his former self and addressing slight memory loss. Ben expresses his appreciation to Dr. Oldman, who emphasizes that the true recognition should go to his student, Juhi. A sequence of flashbacks uncovers the mastermind behind the recovery. Juhi, a developer with pink hair, had earlier guided Saint Pearl to adhere to her instructions for a successful restoration. Recently, James De Niro showed up at the lab carrying a box of the requested supplies, sweating in despair. He wondered if Withrow's memory could genuinely be revived. However, Juhi was unfazed by his fervor. She clarified that although they were employing traditional techniques such as hypnosis, it was their most promising option. The approach included a strict regimen of treatments administered by Dr. Fury Mendez, a leading expert in the domain. Due to the significant stakes, Juhi cautioned James that if the memories weren't retrieved promptly, they could potentially be lost for good. Is the reason they scheduled a significant intervention for the 11th hypnosis session at 9 a.m. In that session, Withrow rested calmly with his eyes shut, recounting a vague recollection of Harlem. He remembered being amidst joyful children in a cluttered yet comfortable setting. At Dr. Mendez's cue, James started shouting for his friend. This voice prompted a response in Withrow, who imagined an unfortunate man with glasses constantly pestering him. Despite feeling immense pressure, Withrow initially thought his head might burst open. The hypnosis session concluded with Withrow awakening to find James's face marked by tears. Regrettably, Withrow first stated he had no recollection. James, determined not to relent, retrieved a blue spandex outfit featuring a yellow L emblem from his box. He clarified that this was the outfit the hero consistently donned to safeguard the planet. Imploring him to accept it, this bodily cue triggered a sudden memory recall. Withrow remembered yelling that he would never don such a suit. In a swift return to his former self, Withrow knocked the suit from James's grasp, labeling him irritating. This burst of anger led James and Fury to understand that the genuine Withrow had at last come back. Subsequently, James expressed gratitude to Juhi for her perspective. She detailed her approach, mentioning that she had studied Withrow's behaviors, like his fondness for beanies and his strong aversion to coffee. She thought his enduring traits persisted even with his memory impairment. She assembled a thorough team of specialists to implement the recovery strategy. Juhi modestly credited her success to luck, asserting she is merely a genius, not a superhuman. She explained why James was the sole individual invited to the treatment, indicating that St. Pearl and Jane posed insurmountable challenges due to their deep imprint on Withrow's psyche. For hypnosis to succeed, a fresh yet important individual was necessary, rendering James the ideal choice. When the briefing concludes, James confesses he can never fully repay her. Juhi smiles, recognizing that the sacrifices of heroes are unmatched. She shares her joy in assisting those who aid others selflessly, expecting nothing in return. Back within the meeting room, James De Niro concludes the astonishing tale of Galen Witherow's memory restoration. The gravity of the experience casts a profound silence over the assembled group, as the young Sway reflects on the researcher Juhi with subtle admiration. Ben recognizes the significant pressure James has faced during this journey. But St. Pearl's attention turns to the woman who made their success possible. She inquires about the researcher's current location. This led Dr. Oldman to clarify that Juhi has already started her return to Korea. Dr. Oldman remembers bidding farewell to his ex-apprentice at the elevators. Grateful for her role in Witherow's recovery, he attempted to express his heartfelt appreciation. Juhi playfully shrugged off the compliments. She acknowledged that although she holds the position of team leader at the U.S. headquarters, she perceives the atmosphere there as toxic. Consequently, she asked for a semi-permanent transfer back to her home country. Despite her assertion that she merely wished to go home, Dr. Oldman harbors doubts. He understands her sufficiently to believe there are undisclosed motives behind her statement. In the conference room, James formally concludes the recent turmoil. He conveys his heartfelt thanks to the assembled heroes for their safe return from the depths of battle and memory. Yet the reprieve is brief. James prepares to initiate a high-level briefing about the recent conflict in Korea and St. Pearl's perilous situation in the Pacific. With the threat still present, the team must now determine their future course and strategy. In Korea, our main character Lim Kong faces a more personal obstacle. Clad in a red hoodie, he carries a cardboard box up a challenging flight of city stairs. He abruptly remembers he neglected to purchase the fish his academy peers asked for. The thought of returning to the market feels too annoying. He momentarily thinks about claiming he dropped the groceries while jogging. While strolling beside a fence at dusk, his thoughts wander to the fierce lightning of his past confrontations, resulting in a gloomy look on him, while he traverses the countryside trails beyond local greenhouses. Unaware, he has been followed by his classmates. Due to a brief moment of lost sight, Chongryol, the team starts to argue in the center of the street. Their discussion is interrupted as they glance up to see our hero lounging nonchalantly atop a bus stop shelter. Our main character leaps down to confront them, intrigued by how they discovered his mountain refuge. Dae Bang admits with guilt that he violated his promise of confidentiality due to relentless pressure from others. The mood turns uncomfortable and strained. With tears in her eyes, Muhi gazes at our hero and questions why he hasn't been back to school in the 4 days since it reopened. She expresses that it seems like he has vanished for good and urges him to return, emphasizing that the students miss him. When our guy stays quiet and tries to leave, Muhi is filled with emotion. She calls out to him, asking if he is fleeing due to the Inhumans, and asserts that the students are ready to stand with him as fellow humans. Fortunately, our protagonist takes a moment to give a last practical caution. He describes the mountain as perilous, teeming with wild creatures and misleading paths, urging them not to accompany him any further. As he fades into the dusk, his classmates feel disheartened. Chongryol understands that their boy is probably the most distressed of everyone, yet he hopes their attempt to connect was sufficient to ease his worries. Later that evening, Master Oh Bang-won discovers our hero by a river illuminated by moonlight. The master observes that the boy's companions are decent for accompanying him this far, and he directly inquires whether Lim Kong wishes to return to school. Perceiving the hero's struggle, the master gives a serious talk, stating that unless the Inhumans are entirely eradicated, no location on Earth can be considered truly secure. This is why the master contends that concealment is incorrect. Although our hero believes he poses a threat, the individuals he values are already enveloped by it. He encourages our son to appear confidently and embrace the responsibility of the hope and trust others have in him, reminding him that he deserves to live freely. This candid conversation produces an instant impact. The next morning, the academy students observe that Lim Kong departed early to head back to school. Master Yundiak feels glad that the boy is reconnecting with his friends. Yet he observes that the academy is strikingly silent. He discovers that the other students are taking a break and that Master Obangwan has also left for an irritating engagement. The setting transitions to an official press conference, illuminated by the flashes of numerous cameras throughout the space. Clad in a sleek black suit, the iconic superhuman Obangwan strides through the throng, officially entering the spotlight to speak to the world. Master Obangwan addresses a gathering of journalists and officials, his aged visage marked by a keen intensity. Upon reaching the wooden podium, the elderly man starts to shove the heavy piece across the floor. The onlookers gaze in disbelief as he expresses his frustration, observing that this media frenzy is a stark contrast to the calm dialogue he expected. This compelled the master to insist on putting away the cameras and clearing the room. He ultimately takes a seat in a plain black chair, telling the audience that he senses the weight of their attention and asking for only a few to stay. Fortunately, the officials agree, and a wide-angle view shows a space that was previously filled with gear now reduced to a chosen few. The master reclines with a determined look, urging them to continue courteously so he can conclude swiftly. The setting shifts to the outside of Seoyan High School. Two students stroll through the gates, engaging in playful banter. Their debate halts abruptly as they freeze, their faces transforming into sheer disbelief while they gaze at the schoolyard. A cluster of students surrounded Lim Kong, who sported a mismatched, loosely knotted red necktie. They whispered excitedly about the extraordinary white cap. One student, Oh Seon-guk, mustered the bravery to step forward and approach our hero. With tears welling in his eyes, he genuinely expresses gratitude to Lim Kong for his protection during the last assault. Lim Kong gazes ahead with an expressionless face, until Quan Chul unexpectedly jumps onto his back in a playful headlock. This reunion sparks a cheerful entrance from Dae Bang and Chong Ryul, who approach with bright smiles to greet their friend's return. In the press conference room, an official identified as Kim Han-jun presents the 8 specific individuals still present, featuring delegates from leading broadcasting firms, analysis directors, and senior senators. After the final tally is verified, the interview starts. Master Obangwan looks at the first reporter with a weary yet unwavering expression, declining to demonstrate his abilities like a caged creature and humorously warning that he might drop a building on her instead. Upon being questioned by a second reporter about his allegiance, the master perceives the inquiry as disrespectful. He contends that had he been an adversary, he would have eliminated everyone present. He emphasizes that he is merely a typical grandfather and martial arts director, urging them to refrain from inquiries about political alliances and concentrate on the essential truths. Attention turns to a dining area in Moscow. Maxim Basilov is voraciously devouring pastries. As his partner, Kirilov, smiles at a smartphone rather than eating, Basilov starts to lose his composure, blaming him for lacking table etiquette. In a fit of anger, Basilov storms off to the restroom, allowing Kirilov to resume his secret writing. The setting shows Dan Yong in a serene room, impressed by a hand-drawn caricature Kirilov as petals drift around her as Dan Yong responds that the artwork is lovely. When Kirilov inquires about their whereabouts, she pauses since Nangi advised her to remain silent. Fortunately, Kirilov is empathetic. Even though he unintentionally vocalizes his response, it prompts another glare from Basilov. Ultimately, Dan Yong concludes that it's acceptable to disclose their secret. She glances outdoors to witness Nanji unwinding in a stunning Japanese onsen, his back adorned with detailed tattoos. He bursts into a hearty laugh while relaxing in the hot spring beneath a bright blue sky, affirming their location in Japan. The story shifts back to the press conference, where officials persist in demanding technical information from the master regarding his abilities and the academy. He firmly declines to permit his body for research and emphasizes that his academy's other students are just regular individuals. The atmosphere becomes charged when the head of superhuman analysis references the heartbreaking 2016 Gangnam incident linked to the inhuman Hyperion. He inquires whether the master has any connection to the case or the long-haired giant who vanished from the location. A vision of enormous horned, inhuman structures looms in the master's mind, jaw clenched. He gazes straight at the authorities and admits he was present at the location and is directly connected to the incident. Master Oh Bangwon faces the assembly, his aged visage marked by a stern demeanor, ready to reveal the reality behind a significant historical disaster. Due to his testimony, the story returns to the year 2016 at Sachin Harbor in Gangneung. During that period, the tranquil coastal town was inhabited by residents such as Nam Sayok, a dad dressed in a winter coat, and his son Woo Bin, who is young. Nam Sayok was managing a fractured arm while arguing with his older companion, known as Hyung Nim, regarding his eagerness to take off his medical cast and resume work. The abruptness of the catastrophe was deeply distressing. As the men talked about the importance of diligent effort and the unlikelihood of gold descending from the heavens, a direct assault commenced from above. Suddenly, large concrete tetrapods, hefty stones utilized for breakwaters, started falling from the sky. The impact of these multi-ton objects, hitting with the force of meteors, immediately turned the harbor into a scene of devastation. Woo Bin could only gaze in horror as his father and their companion were trapped under the enormous structures. Regrettably, the disorder escalated as additional items tumbled down. Stones were falling, and whole ships were being lifted from the ocean and thrown onto the survivors, casting deadly shadows across the pier. Nam Sayok, gasping for air under the rubble, understood the magnitude of the danger and urgently ordered his son to flee. Amid the chaos, umbrellas, chairs, and ships were destroyed. Hyung Nim risked his own safety to move Woo Bin away from the areas of impact. Currently, the leader of Superhuman Analysis verifies these confirmed facts. He describes the unexpected bombing as a complete catastrophe that began at the pier, resulting in numerous fatalities in a matter of moments. Due to the falling objects, a dense, choking layer of dust formed. The victims were rendered blind and could not recognize their assailant. This plunged them into sheer terror as enormous beams of light and deafening screams continued to ravage the harbor. The analyst wonders whether Master Oh Bangwon was genuinely present, encouraging the veteran hero to remember his previous involvement. While in the flashback, a younger Oh Bangwon learned of the news at his dojo and hurried into the midst of the turmoil. At the same time, young Woo Bin roamed through the blinding dust, holding his uncle's bloodied head. Heeding the dying man's last command to keep moving and cover his mouth, the boy navigated through the wreckage. Oddly, in the midst of the winter calamity, Woo Bin spotted vibrant flower petals on the ground. This sensory disarray guided the boy into a meadow of vibrant cosmos flowers that appeared to rise from the debris. He noticed a figure in the distance. Woo Bin dashed ahead, believing it was his father, but he instead ran into a huge gray leg. Glancing upward, the child realized he was beneath the shadow of the inhuman. As the creature loomed above him with bright yellow eyes, the child froze in terror as a massive hand loomed down to crush him. Fortunately, Master Oh Bangwon appeared at that precise moment. Clad in a purple tracksuit and having long hair, the protagonist's mentor struck the creature with a gory impact, propelling it into a nearby truck. As the beast staggered back, the master positioned himself defensively in front of the shaken child. He gestured toward an escape route and ordered Woo Bin to regain his composure and flee, signifying the moment the master officially confronted the first survivor class inhuman. Due to the destruction around him, the master feels tense, his black combat boot firmly pressing into the broken pavement. He stands directly in front of the inhuman entity known as a Scarian, a being with icy yellow eyes and pointed horns. Acknowledging the creature, the origin of the turmoil, snarls at the bloodied master, challenging him and inquiring if this is the individual responsible for creating such disorder. In the current press conference, officials and journalists stand in a state of disbelief. This is when the head of Superhuman Analysis starts to shake. He comprehends that the elderly figure before them is the iconic long-haired giant who battled during the Hyperion Crisis. Master Oh Bangwon stays quiet under his cap, letting the gravity of this disclosure envelop the space. The story returns to earlier times, as the master assesses his rival. Iskarion remains completely motionless among the debris. The master believes the creature is either being careful or has tensed up as a defense. Yet, as the master tightens his grip, he observes a blue honeycomb design within the creature's eye. This aspect compels the master to understand that the creature is not merely a mindless hunter. He perceives the gaze of a being in anguish, genuinely intrigued by him. Determined not to be ridiculed by the beast, our hero charges ahead. The impact generates a colossal wave of dust. The master continues his initial attack by driving his knee into Iskarion's chest, forcefully snapping the creature's head back in an unyielding onslaught. His resolve to conclude the battle leads the master to prepare for a punch charged with energy. Regrettably, the tide turns when Iskarion seizes the master's arm with a giant hand. As the earth fractures from a burst of energy between them, a solitary boy named Wubin cowers behind wooden crates, shivering as he observes the destruction. Iskarion holds the master down, trying to smash his head into the ground, while icily instructing the hero to surrender. This affront ignites a last wave of resistance. The master strikes the creature's jaw to free himself, and readies for a decisive cataclysmic blow. In the present, the master takes off his white cap, exposing his long, flowing white hair, thus confirming who he is. He places his red-framed glasses down and addresses a misunderstanding. Although his hair is lengthy, he is not a giant. Master Obang Wan starts to recount the twisted tale of the Gangnam massacre. He clarifies that although he fought fiercely with the creature, the extent of their injuries was significantly dissimilar. Faced with an insurmountable power disparity, the master reached a critical point where death appeared unavoidable. He resolved to channel all his energy into a single concentrated shot as a final attempt. He cautions the officials that the details provided about the incident were inaccurate from the start. The master discloses a shocking insight from that day. Upon his arrival and assault on Iskarion to defend the child, he observed that the inhuman was ignoring him. Instead, the creature was fixated on the dock where the event truly began. This suggests that the true offender was someone completely different. As our master narrates his rapid sprint toward the creature, his intuitive ability suddenly made him aware of a red energy beam aimed at his blind spot. While he was airborne, he couldn't evade the mysterious beam of light. The force propelled him into a stack of containers, and the impact was so intense that one of his feet was amputated. As the master lay in a pool of blood, he observed Iskarion pivoting toward the origin of the beam. A colossal foot crashed into the earth, unveiling a new, frightening entity among this. Marked the emergence of the inhuman leader Pan. The blue-horned Iskarion's attention was instantly captured by the presence. Pan, recognizing the warrior, casually greeted him among the ruins, acknowledging the creature as the fabled Iskarion. Fortunately for the protagonist's mentor, Iskarion's motives were much more intricate than mere predation. The blue-skinned creature loomed over the wounded master but refrained from delivering a fatal strike. Iskarion lunged ahead, grasping the back of the master's head, compelling the elderly man to meet his gaze directly. In a startling act of communication, the inhuman delivered a grave warning, instructing the master to maintain distance and concentrate on future plans. Consequently, the warrior abruptly launched the master away as if he were a projectile. By propelling him high into the city skyline toward the mountain's safety, Iskarion successfully preserved a human life. In the current conference, the master sits in his chair, clearly troubled by the burden of this recollection. He confesses that he fainted the instant he gazed into those eyes. Yet, this account leaves the authorities in utter shock. Given that the academic interpretation of inhuman refers to a natural disaster, the notion of one rescuing a human appears to defy logic. The master determines that although Iskarion exhibited curiosity and hesitation instead of aggression, the being was probably bewildered by its own existence. The master's statement uncovers that the true antagonist of Gangnam was not Iskarion, but rather the figure in the red cloak, Pan. As the leader emerged from the clouds, he enveloped Iskarion with magical runes and enormous hands made of flesh. Pan was furious at the warrior's defiance. He announced his plan to massacre half of the city merely to lure Iskarion out. This compelled the two beasts into a catastrophic battle. Pan employed rapid dimensional magic and magic circles to exert pressure on the Blue Warrior, ultimately overpowering him in an immense hold of muscle and bone. When government officials inquire about the identity of the primary offender, the Master delivers a conclusive, final answer. He remembers the flash that cut through his leg in battle, a strike so swift his eyes couldn't follow it. After recently observing the Ketchup Man battling a white-haired inhuman at Incheon Airport, the Master has pieced together the clues. He realizes that the assaults correspond to the precise speed and red energy he encountered back in 2016. Consequently, he officially designates Pan as the main perpetrator of the Gangnam massacre and discloses that Iskarion was, in fact, the one who tried to halt the carnage. The recollection of the Gangnam massacre unfolds as the two powerful titans, Pan and Iskarion, collide with tremendous force. Their overwhelming strength creates a massive explosion that craters the ground, propelling concrete fragments and rings of white energy into the atmosphere. Pan, with his flowing white hair and tattered red cloak, is hurled across the debris. He appears battered and breathless, compelled to admit that his adversary operates on an entirely different plane. As he observes a detached blue limb of Iskarion resting on the pavement, Pan feels a wave of discomfort, prompting him to remember a particular caution from Morel. In this recollection, Morel addresses Pan in a dim, red-lit chamber. Due to the fragile timing of their incursion, Morel cautions Pan to steer clear of Iskarion. The leader describes Iskarion as a flame that endures indefinitely, symbolizing an eternal strength that transcends conventional boundaries of power. Morel employs the reasoning of nature to illustrate this, likening the disparity in power to that of an elephant versus an ant. He observes that although most entities have a threshold, Iskarion will continue to burn indefinitely unless his existence is completely obliterated. This compelled Morel to identify Pan as the sole subordinate challenging to manage due to his impulsive nature. Returning to the reality of the 2016 massacre, the fight continues as Pan charges through an abandoned city towards Iskarion. Pan conjures multiple magical circles around his arms, striving to overpower his opponent with a gigantic, flesh-like hand creation. Nonetheless, Iskarion stays composed, as he is the master of the seven horns. Multiple sword-like extensions floating behind him start to radiate light and rotate, forming a cutting vortex that counteracts Pan's force. The conflict escalates as they collide in the sky. Pan darts through a crimson beam, yet his ragged cloak and bloodied visage reveal he is faltering in this battle of endurance. Oddly, Pan understands that it's not solely Iskarion's brute force but perhaps his insight or the manner in which he commands the battlefield. Iskarion's tail, resembling a blade, hits the ground, splattering blood from Pan. When the monster's radiant eyes lock onto him, the true essence of an eternal flame is revealed. As Pan nears defeat, the third eye on his forehead opens in a last-ditch effort. Iskarion swiftly extends his large hand and firmly holds Pan by the face, vowing to tear his body apart for his hubris. Fortunately for Pan, the blob-like vanisher shrieks from above, arriving just in time to save him. A second, red-haired inhuman darts down at lightning speed, seizing Pan from Iskarion's hold. Iskarion succeeds in grasping and cutting off a portion of the rescuer's leg. The team effectively withdraws into the vanisher's mouth. Within the beast, Morel's gaze can be seen as he instructs his followers to avoid looking into Iskarion's eyes. Before their departure, Morel delivers a haunting farewell to the Blue Warrior, recognizing the time that has passed. He cautions Iskarion that having arrived at this point means he will soon find himself without any alternatives. In the current press conference, Master Obang Wan sits with his hands clasped, officially wrapping up his account of the Gangnam incident. He emphasizes that he has no knowledge of the entity known as Hyperion and urges the officials to cease considering him a competitor or an endless source of information. Having shared all he knows, the Master gets ready to depart but offers to remain for an additional 30 minutes should there be any last inquiries. The atmosphere in the room is still laden with the gravity of the past. However, the head of superhuman analysis is not done yet. He hands a document to the master, inquiring if he recognizes a particular individual mentioned within the files. Within the thick urban expanse of Hong Kong, the rebellious superhuman Jamal Evan tries to take a quick nap. Sadly, his slumber is fleeting. After exceeding his agreed-upon 30-minute break, his youthful partner, Carol, starts bothering him and hurling insults. This prompted the annoyed Evan to conceal himself beneath his white bucket hat. Yet Carol persists until he eventually awakens. Consequently, Evan ultimately abandons his nap. He tries to divert Carol by recommending she speak with their colleague, Tina, but the girl persists with her verbal onslaught. This compelled the duo to venture into the city, strolling through a tranquil alley lined with closed shops. Evan observes the neighborhood's lack of activity. As Carol keeps complaining about the ice cream Evan promised, he insists he can't buy it due to his lack of funds. Evan ultimately guides Carol to a room where Tina, a blonde, is unwinding. Due to his busy schedule, he requests Tina to entertain the girl, which leaves Carol displeased, lashing out at both Tina and Evan. However, she ultimately immerses herself in a game as Evan withdraws to a kitchen table to concentrate on his laptop. As Carol and Tina argue in the background, Evan employs his distinctive chain ability to form a mental link with his subordinates, Kalen and Chinver. He inquires if they notice anything unusual in the city, but both indicate that there are no signs of energy or abnormal movements. As a result, Evan tells them to stay in their places. Although, oddly, the business agreement Evan went to Hong Kong for is encountering issues. The buyers are already 2 hours behind schedule. Evan starts exploring a secure dark web portal using the username Teufel. He is in Hong Kong for the final trade, a transaction concerning a substance known as golden water. A notification comes from a user called Talisman, asking Evan to meet face-to-face at Victoria Peak to complete the exchange. Evan understands that a failed trade could jeopardize his future ambitions. This urgency compels him to summon his subordinates, Kalen and Chinver, as the circumstances grow more uncertain. In an American suburb, ISSTF spokesperson James is experiencing a frustrating day. He finds a significant dent and a shattered window in the rear of his black Mercedes, damage inflicted by St. Pearl earlier. While he grumbles about the repairs, James gets a video call by researcher Ju Hee, who has recently landed at an airport in Korea. Ju Hee is reaching out because she can't stop thinking about Jamal Evan. Since Evan commands a legion of revived entities, she seeks to understand the workings of his abilities. James offers a haunting account. Evan has a power known as absolute resurrection, enabling him to flawlessly revive any living creature. However, there's a twist. Ju Hee speculates that Evan's method consists of 2 separate phases. The initial phase is the resurrection itself, succeeded by a stage known as total memory blackout, which transforms the victim into a shackle or a soulless pawn. This makes Galen Withrow's situation particularly noteworthy. Ju Hee proposes that an accident or external interference likely happened after the first phase, stopping Evan from erasing Withrow's memories. This mistake enabled Withrow to flee before being completely subjugated. She cautions James that Evan's self-assurance is derived from Carol, the child capable of perceiving and altering the future. Yet, Evan recently confessed he was unsure how Withrow got away. Ju Hee determines that this mistake has significantly troubled the antagonist, as it lies beyond his usual realm of complete control. In Hong Kong, Evan gets an unsettling image on his laptop from the enigmatic Talisman. The picture depicts Evan and Carol strolling through the city from a bird's-eye view, indicating they are under surveillance. This troubles Evan profoundly, urging him to contact a blue-haired informant named Punta for additional information regarding the Talisman ID. Fortunately, Punta has uncovered a lead. He clarifies that the ID is a facade, yet he found a tangible clue. He remembers a sheet of paper, a charm, that Evan discovered during their last 3 exchanges. Punta explored the internet and discovered a matching talisman symbol on a woman's social media account. Since the image was a selfie captured at a venue named Rev, Punta could pinpoint the location. The symbol corresponds to a poster board visible in a photo taken in France. Evan understands that this talisman is more than a business ally. It's leading him to futile endeavors. He instructs Chenver to note the coordinates and gets ready to depart. Wearing his white bucket hat, Evan asserts that he will soon locate this enigmatic trader in France. The press conference proceeds with Master Oh Bang-won delivering vital information regarding the rise of organized superhuman dangers. He asserts that the renegade superhuman, Jamal Evan, is not acting alone but is at the helm of a committed team. By employing a distinctive spiritual technique to revive and strengthen his forces, Evan can enlist both superhumans and inhumans into his ranks indiscriminately. This compelled the Master to formally designate Evan as a maniac and a significant danger to humanity, particularly after the villain managed to steal the remnants of the enormous blue creature from the Ink Hen incident to strengthen his army. In light of this discovery, the leader of Superhuman Analysis voices increasing apprehension regarding global surveillance. He recognizes that we are in troubling times where even superhumans require scrutiny akin to the monsters they combat. This is why the official is intensely focused on uncovering Evan's origins. Fortunately, Master O offers a ray of hope by referencing the formidable Russian talents, Maxim Basilov and Kirillov. He points out that their remarkable strength acts as a natural barrier to Evan's actions. Oddly, the Master quickly seeks to withdraw this claim as false, leaving the audience perplexed by his abrupt effort to conceal the Russians. The atmosphere of the conference changes as the Master contemplates the personal toll of the recent conflict. After losing multiple sons from the academy, he felt devastated. Featuring Sukiol, Kwon-sik, and Myung-gu, he refuses to engage in any additional long-form inquiries. He offers a poignant reflection on his life, mentioning that although he discovered late-stage joy within his academy family, tragedy hit him unexpectedly. In spite of his sorrow, the Master makes a heartfelt pledge to the assembled officials. Convinced that people will persist in their resilience, he commits to safeguarding humanity, urging the government to not dismiss the superhumans. This commitment prompts a tactical suggestion from a senior general. The official proposes that a superhuman military alliance is the best way ahead, referencing speculation about a comparable collaboration at the European headquarters. Master O continues to be doubtful, unwilling to engage with the military until the clarity of the European situation is confirmed. He emphasizes that the character of inhumane invasions has evolved, as the assaults are increasingly frequent, large-scale, and organized. They are evidently no longer arbitrary occurrences. Using the reasoning of capturing a tiger, the Master contends that humanity cannot merely retaliate against constant shocks. Therefore, he emphasizes the need to identify the inhuman stronghold and eliminate them from the source. Yet, since no individual superhuman can annihilate the entire species by themselves, the Master officially suggests forming a union of superhumans. He asserts that, although it will require time to integrate various personalities and build unity, collaborating as a collective is the sole approach to reduce harm to the planet. He calms the anxious officials by reminding them of their most valuable asset still intact, the extraordinary white cap, Lim Kong. As the Master discusses worldwide harmony, the story transitions to a Japanese bathhouse. Nanjiai is relishing a moment of home humor. Due to his laziness, he has compelled his friend Danyang to style his long hair into pigtails. The scene is abruptly disrupted as a wooden suitcase on the ground starts to rattle and shake fiercely. This compelled Nanjiai to recognize that his visitor has at last awakened. Danyang feels repulsed. As Nanjiai opens the box, a small, slug-like creature is revealed, tightly confined within a clear container. This being is Pyongoid, a survivor of the school invasion. As Nanjiai seeks information instead of a swift kill, he instructs his shadow to free just the creature's mouth. The Shadow Master employs a blend of humor and deadly intimidation to commence an interrogation. He teasingly refers to the Pyongoid as cute, overshadowing him with a menacing, oppressive presence. Nanjiai delivers a chilling ultimatum. The Inhuman must respond honestly regarding his race, or he faces immediate dismemberment, split in two right then and there. Nanjiai leans closer, a wicked smile on his face, observing that the Paongoid resembles a mere pawn. Eager to uncover the enemy's hierarchy, Nan insists on learning the identity of the most powerful leader. The Inhumans obey. The inmate shakes uncontrollably, immobilized by the intense psychological pressure emanating from Nan Ji. The Black Hat offers an unforgiving 3-second countdown, summoning a dark energy weapon to demonstrate he's serious. This compelled the frightened slug to cry out the name Behemoth, right before the blade was set to hit. Dan Yong is taken aback by the name, while Paongoid frantically explains that Behemoth is his master and the object of his loyalty. Nan Ji remembers the massive, multi-eyed leader from the schoolyard conflict, but he swiftly provides a harsh reminder. Behemoth is already gone. Paongoid is completely heartbroken by the announcement of his master's death. Nan Ji states that the complete invasion team in Korea was eradicated, with Paongoid remaining as the only survivor. This prompts a further inquiry into the unusual location where the creature is concealed. Nan Ji's ability to see through any he is notable. Remembers discovering the creature hidden like a mushroom in a flower garden behind the school. Paongoid acknowledged that he had drained much of his energy and required a sheltered, moist area to recuperate, but his main reason for concealing himself was much more urgent. He discloses his fear of being discovered by a top warrior called Galtarin. Fortunately for the captive, his timidity acted as a means of survival. He describes Galtarin as a terrifying scavenger that consumes fallen Inhumans to enhance his power. Since the elites view a weakened soldier as worthless, Paongoid feared he might be devoured by his own kind. Dan Yong observes that Galtarin was likewise slain by the White Cap, leaving the prisoner feeling both relieved and stunned. Noticing the creature's newfound willingness to communicate, Nanji eases his stance and settles down onto the floor, pressing Paongoid to disclose all he knows regarding the remaining leaders. At the same time, the focus moves to a solitary moment of contemplation for the leader of superhuman analysis. He is seated alone on concrete steps. He exhales wearily after finishing a soda. With the press conference concluded and the Inhumans now visible on Earth, he understands that the years spent pursuing hidden identities have lost their importance. This made him remember the 2016 Gangneung Harbor event when he had spoken with a young survivor called Wu Bin. The boy had maintained that a blue-horned creature was not an evil being at that moment, and had even advised him to flee from a more frightening, ghostly presence. Regrettably, the investigator did not trust the child then. The boy's tale of a grandfather battling a horned creature appeared too chaotic for a troubled mind to comprehend. The man had regarded it as a mental shock. He also disregarded the statements made by the boy's father, Nam Sayok, who maintained his son would not deceive. In the current moment, the soda can crumples within the man's hand. As the weight of his failure dawns on him, he acknowledges that the child's words were accurate. A profound guilt envelopes him for neglecting his duties as a reporter and investigator by overlooking the key witness to the tragedy. Attention shifts back to the bathhouse, where Paongoid persists in detailing the he identifies. For main characters, Behemoth, Pan, Morel, and Sid. Due to Pan's wild nature and fiery temperament, Paongoid confesses he nearly perished multiple times for not acting quickly enough to satisfy the leader. He portrays Morel as the mastermind behind the Korean invasion, emphasizing that although Behemoth serves as a royal guardian, it is Morel's directives that everyone genuinely adheres to as the authentic leader. The most disturbing discovery concerns a character named Sid, whom Paongoid refers to as the resurgence of calamity. Since Sid represents disaster itself, Danyang appears to be in a state of clear shock. Suddenly, Nanji lifts a hand to hush the entire room. His playful attitude disappears immediately, giving way to a grave intensity as his crimson eyes flick toward the door. He detects an unfamiliar presence nearby, cautioning Danyang to remain vigilant since someone is lurking just outside. Nanji is confident that Paongoid hasn't called for assistance since his Black Mirror ability blocks any external communication. This compelled him to explore the vicinity by himself, intrigued by the peculiar, unseen presence near the paper doors. Fortunately, the outdoor onsen seems entirely unoccupied beneath the clear, sunny sky. Nanji examines the steaming stone surface in the distance. Not a single ant visible anywhere. He starts to question his instincts, pondering whether his recent conflicts have rendered him too sensitive. This is why he chooses to cancel the alert and proposes to a famished Danyang that they go for a meal. Yet, this fleeting calm is deceptive. Just as Nanji bursts into laughter, a colossal surge of energy breaks through the ceiling, propelling him upward. A cloaked individual dressed in blue ninja attire emerges from the debris. This made Black Cap understand he had at last discovered the elusive individual who was hiding. Attention returns to Korea, where Seoyon High School buzzes with a blend of routine and wonder. In the cafeteria, Lim Kong is with his regular crew, featuring the boisterous Daebang and Woo Chong Ryul. With Lim Kang's status as the white-capped superhuman now known, his peers observe him with a combination of intrigue and jealousy. Even the cashier at the cafeteria is captivated by the presence of a legend waiting in line for lunch. Even with his worldwide recognition, the main character stays reserved while Hong He teasingly attempts to grab a bun from him. Their domestic moment is disrupted by the entrance of two recognizable figures: the pink-haired Juri and his sister, Ju Hee. Lim Kong is taken aback to find Ju Hee, the brilliant researcher who contributed to Withrow's rescue, in his school cafeteria. She envelopes our hero in a warm, nurturing embrace, recognizing the significant physical and emotional toll he has faced throughout the recent conflict. This show of love makes He seethe with jealousy. Until Ju Hee makes it clear that she is indeed Lim Kang's older sister. The gathering is interrupted when the class president shows up with an important announcement. The faculty office has summoned our guy right away. Inside the workplace, the teacher positions Lim Kong in a chair for a challenging discussion. He conveys heartfelt feelings for the boy, remarking that even with his extraordinary abilities, he has always perceived him as a kind, calm, and drowsy individual. Regrettably, the academic landscape has shifted. The educator exhales deeply and shares a poignant ending. Due to the exceptional factors related to his identity and the associated risks, Lim Kong is now prohibited from attending school. This revelation leaves Ju Ri and Ju Hee in shocked silence, marking the official end of our hero's pursuit of a normal life. In Japan, the clash at the onsen intensifies. Nanji perches on a pillar, gazing down at the masked intruder with a sinister smile. He finds it amusing that the unfamiliar person is practicing Gwanbayop, a traditional Korean martial art. Instead of feeling scared, Nan finds the style amusing and vows to eliminate the hideous mask concealing the intruder's identity. The masked assailant charges ahead with incredible speed, slamming into the ground as he races toward the pillar. This abrupt movement takes Nanji off guard, compelling him to twist his body in midair to narrowly evade a rapid strike. Upon landing, he quickly has to intercept a punch with his bare hand, recognizing that this adversary is exceptionally fierce. Employing a succession of quick strikes that generate blurs and afterimages, Nanji identifies the technique as Chun Quan, or long fist, and continues to chuckle while evading a barrage of kicks. Regrettably, the intruder's determination yields results as he delivers a powerful strike that sends the superhuman sliding across the floor. Nanji admires the maneuver, yet he swiftly regains dominance in the battle. He strikes a strong counterpunch to the intruder's abdomen, drawing blood and causing the masked man to gasp in agony. As the intruder stares through his mask, he identifies Nanji's style as Southern martial arts, understanding he is up against a master of the discipline. Fortunately for the intruder, Nanji pauses to commend his commitment to martial arts. He confesses he appreciates genuine techniques, but his demeanor swiftly shifts to derision. Nanji considers it absurd that the outsider is employing stolen methods and chooses to raise the intensity. Due to the lingering effects of his confrontation with the monstrous behemoth, Nanji has been deprived of the feeling of boundless tension. His eyes shimmer with a deadly red hue, and he disappears in a flash of speed to continue what he refers to as playtime. The focus transitions from the brutal crash in Japan to the solemn faculty office at Seoyon High School. The teacher gazes at Lim Kong with sorrow, acknowledging the irony of being concerned for the hero's safety while he was preoccupied with saving the world. The conflict at the school incited widespread fear and drew government attention, leading to rampant speculation about the white cap. Consequently, a vote was conducted across the campus without Lim Kong present. Regrettably, the majority of the community opposed him. This compelled the school to act, resulting in the devastating news that our main character is now expelled. The teacher grits his teeth in shame, deeming the situation disgraceful and absurd considering the boy's sacrifice. Lim Kong remains silent and stoic. His thoughts wandered back to his days as an ordinary student, sharing meals and playfully arguing with friends. He remembers Master Oh Bang-won's teachings, emphasizing that although separation is inevitable, it is the memories that maintain the bonds between people. The teacher holds our hero's hands, making a heartfelt vow that if Lim Kong ever seeks a refuge or someone to confide in, the school will always welcome him with open doors. Touched by this honesty, the protagonist requests the teacher to lift his head. In an unusual display of sentiment, Lim Kong conveys his heartfelt appreciation, expressing thanks to the man for instructing him, reprimanding him, and helping him feel genuinely alive each day. Remembering the comforting embrace he just got from Ju Hee, our protagonist abruptly rises and envelopes the teacher in a heartfelt, genuine hug. Ju Ri remained at the doorway, watching in silent amazement. In Japan, the duel reaches its peak when Nan Ji-ai lands a powerful punch that breaks the intruder's mask into pieces. When the stranger falls, Dan Yong observes with a sense of recognition, recognizing that the man's actions seem eerily similar. Nan Ji-ai looms over his vanquished foe, derisively questioning why he lost his wits if he believed this was merely a game. He believes the martial artist has reached the end. He is shocked when the injured man gasps out a particular name, Black Hat Sunbae. When the mask breaks and the battle concludes, Dan Yong is paralyzed in disbelief. Upon seeing the man's face, she instantly identifies him. This leads a curious Nan Ji-ai to inquire whether they have a shared history. Dan Yong explains that although they are not friends, she met this man during a solo investigation. To clarify the link, she remembers a journey to Mount Hunchi in Harbin, China. Due to the mountain's infamous hazardous roads and erratic weather, only a handful of individuals ever explore it. Recently, a number of unusual reports about a legendary Yeti have captured public attention. Simultaneously, a local gang called the Black Snow had been instilling fear in nearby villages and robbing them. Due to the gang's noisy and chaotic behavior, the infamous Yeti eventually appeared from the woods and ruthlessly took down the entire criminal group. As rival gangs sought vengeance, they faced the same grim outcome. This fueled a rumor that anyone challenging others on Mount Hunchi was destined for death. Upon hearing this, Nan Ji-ai erupted in a hearty laugh. It's amusing to realize that the bloodied martial artist lying on the ground is the legendary Yeti. Dan Yong shares her journey, revealing that she went to China to specifically explore the sightings of the wild man. Concealed within the snowy forest, she found Horan clad in animal furs, singing and dancing alone about being a monster in a grim time. Regrettably, Horan felt her presence and examined the tree where she was concealed. This compelled a concerned Dan Yong to expose herself just as Horan's foot crashed into the snow next to her, sending a fierce spray of powder. Frightened, Dan Yong tried to escape. Horan assumed a martial arts position and inquired about her identity. Sensing she was no ordinary child, he promptly challenged her to a duel. Fortunately, Dan Yong was able to calm things down by introducing herself, observing at that moment that he had a superhuman physique. In the present, Nan Ji-ai is thrilled to encounter another fellow warrior. Yet, he remains puzzled about why this large individual refers to him as Sun Bai, a title denoting great respect. Dan Yong humorously suggests that Horan might have taken too many hits to the head during their battle. Attention momentarily returns to Korea. At Seo Yun High School, the usual routine is disrupted by a shocking discovery. Lim Kang's desk stands empty, and his bag is missing without a trace. A classmate announces to the shocked room that our hero has made the decision to leave school. The main character sent a last note expressing gratitude to his friends and wishing them well, but he explicitly asked that no one attempt to see him. Instead, he assured them he would come to visit occasionally. While his peers absorb the news in complete disbelief, Lim Kong is depicted leaving a serene residential alley, marking the end of his life as an ordinary student. In Japan, the martial artist Horan sits on the ground and formally presents himself as Horan the Dwarf. Despite his considerable stature, he passionately portrays himself as a warrior capable of shaking forests and splitting the earth. While he talks, his body starts to swell and enlarge, a change that Nanjiai finds highly amusing. Horan describes how he had been enjoying a tranquil existence in harmony with nature, until he watched a news segment about the conflict at Incheon Airport. Witnessing Nanjiai's extraordinary fight against the Inhumans sparked a passion within him, leading him to understand that his mountain life was narrow-minded. Motivated by honor, Horan swam across the ocean to Korea to participate in the conflict, but he reached the destination only after the fighting had ended. Fortunately, he learned that Nanjiai had gone to Japan and swam across again, almost getting a cold while searching for his idol. When Nanjiai questions why Horan assaulted him upon arrival, the martial artist states it was an essential trial. The existence of individuals who could feign being a legend is concerning. Horan aimed to personally witness the extent of Nanjiai's martial arts abilities and negation to confirm his identity. He lowers his head to the ground, begging for pardon for his impolite behavior. Nanjiai delivers a menacing stare, sarcastically rebuking Horan for not fully engaging in their battle. When Horan inquires about his potential punishment, Nanjiai straightforwardly asks him to be his right-hand man. This penalty leads the confined Inhuman, Pyong Goid, to anxiously inquire about his own destiny. Nanjiai's voice becomes icy as he tells the slug that he has taken too many lives to be set free. Although Nanjiai plans to pass judgment later, he insists on the creature's assistance for now. When the captive starts to complain, Horan harshly quiets him, warning to crush the snail for disrespecting his son. Nanjiai chuckles at the show of loyalty, happy to have a dependable right-hand ally. Having established their new alliance, the group gets ready to leave the bathhouse. Their upcoming mission is evident. They are setting out to locate someone named Shigehira. A white van navigates the bustling urban roads of South Korea, transporting the pink-haired researcher Juhee along with her younger sibling. Juhee appears anxious as he expresses his worries about Lim Kang's well-being. Due to his recent expulsion and isolation from classmates, the boy is anxious that his friend might be in serious danger. Juhee tries to comfort him with a nuanced truth, pointing out that although the circumstances are challenging, their hero has grown more resilient and focused due to these trials. Therefore, she proposes a shift in routine, suggesting the boys unwind together while she goes to a private reservation that evening. Fortunately, the journey has a particular aim that Juhee has not disclosed. As the van arrives at an unremarkable structure, she guides her brother down a dim, industrial corridor. This abrupt change in surroundings evokes a feeling of fear in Juhee, who perceives the ambience as more frightening. His sister comforts him, confirming that the area is secure. Right as they arrive at a pair of heavy double doors, the doors open wide, exposing the illuminated space of an advanced laboratory. Within, the skilled sniper Agent B and a male scientist, Dr. Moon, look up in shock, questioning who has managed to breach their security measures. With the facility being strictly prohibited, tension escalates until Juhee confidently presents herself as a representative of the ISSTF. Acknowledging her as an iconic researcher from a leading U.S. institution, Dr. Moon's animosity disappears immediately, and he promptly invites the leader in. The team advances further into the building, which Zhu Ri recognizes as the Mirai Medical Research Department. He anticipated a concealed lab to be airborne instead of concealed in the Chungcheongbuk area, leaving him astonished by the expansive facility. Zhu Ri welcomes Dr. Moon warmly, acknowledging that their extensive history of online collaboration has ultimately brought them to this face-to-face encounter. She subsequently directs her focus to Agent B, who identifies her right away. Dr. Moon wonders why a researcher with such talent would choose to depart from the United States, prompting Zhu Ri to disclose that she has permanently relocated to Korea. When the physician inquires about the presence of someone like Zhu Ri, Agent B advocates for the boy. He recognizes the teenager as the individual who administered life-saving first aid during the Incheon airport catastrophe. This common history fosters a connection of mutual respect. Agent B expresses heartfelt gratitude for his existence. Ju Ri expresses gratitude to the soldier for rescuing him from the monsters. The mood shifts as her playful attitude fades. She asks about the condition of Park Gun-do, the student set to undergo the experimental upform procedure. Dr. Moon guides them to a dimly lit section where the boy lies within a luminous, life-sustaining capsule. Given Gun-do's fragile state resembles a flickering candle, the doctor worries he might not endure long enough to withstand the early phases of the operation. Ju Ri requests the boy's medical records, analyzing the intricate data in just 5 seconds. This display of brilliance astonishes Dr. Moon, particularly when Ju Ri assertively states they will tackle the procedural issues collaboratively. Yet, prior to starting the work, the researcher surprises everyone with a personal request. She declares her plan to leave the ISSTF and invites Dr. Moon and Agent B to accompany her. Given that this is a high-risk proposal requiring them to relinquish their official status, the group remains paralyzed in disbelief while she gets ready to reveal her real intentions. Simultaneously, a change takes place within the inhuman hierarchy. Deep in a shadowy chamber, an inhuman creature resembling a fish, named Tobian, comes to meet strategist Morel and the elite group. Morel states that the period for observation has ended. He plans to execute a direct attack with the elite fighters Akabanga and Babarusa. He instructs Tobian to open his enormous mouth, permitting the leaders, including the white-haired Pan, to climb aboard as he rises from the ocean depths. Beneath the starry sky, the Inhumans position themselves on the creature's back, ready to seek out the enigmatic target referred to as J. Kayak. Morel issues a serious caution to Tobian about their destination, Anmian Island. The target has fortified his domain with a strong barrier, causing anyone who ventures in to experience hallucinations and become disoriented. To circumvent this protection, Morel instructs the giant fish to shut its eyes and depend solely on his commands. He clarifies that all they perceive, the island, the trees, and the reptiles, will probably be misleading illusions designed to mislead them. Tobian recognizes the peril, cautioning his passengers about abrupt motions as he starts to navigate the murky, choppy waters. Navigating through the midnight waves, they headed southwest. The group's tension becomes distinctly noticeable. Pan interrogates the strategist about their objective, the enigmatic J. Kayak. Due to the target's erratic behavior, Morel acknowledges that achieving a peaceful resolution is unlikely. He cautions his friends that if J. Kayak does not agree to cooperate, the meeting will probably result in violence. Distant from this looming danger, deep inside a rugged stone cave, the outline of J. Kayak remains still on a stone throne, oblivious to the approaching inhuman elite converging on Anmian Island. Simultaneously, the focus moves to the vibrant, sunlit streets of Kyoto, Japan. Nanjiai strides confidently through the city alongside the strong Horan and the pink-cloaked Dan Yong. Horan is eager to demonstrate his loyalty as a devoted right-hand man. He humorously tussles with Dan Yong for a food skewer, asserting that she ought to have given the first bite to her superior. Nanjiai steps in to halt the argument, reminding them that they have already compensated sufficiently for the spa they just ruined. As they traverse the area, their presence sparks a flurry of murmurs among the locals. As Nanjiai's face was shown worldwide during the Korean War, onlookers instantly identify him as the Black Hat superhuman. Though they are perplexed by the caveman Horan accompanying him, Dan Yong becomes anxious regarding the public scrutiny. Yet Nanjiai stays unfazed. He states that they no longer need to conceal their presence. He feels that the world's perception of them matters little compared to the journey they have decided to undertake. The team proceeds towards the outskirts, heading towards a dimly lit bamboo grove where Nanjiai encountered a warrior named Shigahira. Fortunately, Nanjiai's instincts remain keen. He calmly tells his friends that someone is trailing them. Dan Yong is surprised that she overlooked the presence. Nanjiai finds the scenario entertaining, likening the stalker to a fly attracted to a celebrity. Despite his prior injuries, Horan is keen to engage in a fight. Nanjiai directs them to disregard the tail for the moment. Given the tracker's clumsy movements, he is confident he can swiftly apprehend the person once they enter the solitude of the bamboo. Across the ocean, the tranquility of the night is disrupted for St. Pearl. She sits up suddenly in bed, startled from a vivid nightmare of the fierce battle against Pan and the defiant sacrifice of her partner, Jane Sonata. Her vibrating phone disrupts the trauma of the memory. An urgent message from her technical liaison, James De Niro. Noticing the distress in his tone, Pearl becomes instantly attentive. James is anxious and breathless, urgently inquiring if Jane has reached out. Upon Pearl's confirmation that she has received no word from her mentor, James shares a devastating update that alters the global situation once more. He reveals to Pearl that Australia is facing a large-scale assault. When St. Pearl requests more information, James can only lower his gaze in fear, stating that there is minimal information available since the event began just 10 minutes prior. At present, the ISSTF units from the US and UK are heading to Australia, but no superhumans have been observed taking action thus far. James mentions that they are attempting to contact the extraordinary Daphne Bayleaf, who was expected to meet Jane, to check for any updates. St. Pearl pays close attention before taking a definitive action. She informs James that she is en route now, but while he gets ready to meet her at the lab, Pearl makes her intentions clear. She won't be going to the office. She is going directly to Australia. She takes her hero suit, informing James that due to the limited time and her uneasy feeling, he must guide the rest of the team while she steps up to take charge. The focus transitions to Japan, showcasing the muscular Howren exerting himself, while pulling a hefty suitcase that holds the inhuman Pyongoid. Aware of being pursued, Howren aims to shield Nangue, but Dan Yong urges him to remain silent to avoid alerting the follower. While strolling along a classic Japanese street, the residents are in a frenzy due to a breaking news report concerning Inhumans. They identify Nangue as the dark-hatted hero, but their attention is captivated by smartphones displaying the turmoil occurring in Australia. Dan Yong reviews the latest updates, observing that the chaos is so severe that live broadcasts cannot occur, and the Australian government faces challenges in evacuating citizens due to the unidentified central inhuman threat. Nangue keeps walking toward the bamboo forest, acknowledging that he feels indifferent this time, possibly due to his lack of knowledge about Australia. He chuckles, suggesting they concentrate on entering the forest to locate Shigehira's home. In the American conference room, meanwhile, a frantic Sway Garcia pleads with James to send her to the front lines. James feels uncertain as she was meant to remain in America. However, Sway maintains that Jane's safety is the priority. While the other team members look on in disbelief, Withrow introduces a dose of cold reasoning. He clarifies that assisting a far-off location instantly is almost unfeasible since the US team currently does not possess a teleporter. James concurs, mentioning that Pearl, who has just acquired the power of flight, made the correct decision to go to Australia right away instead of attending a meeting. Soaring above the nighttime traffic, St. Pearl appears as a luminous streak, trailing golden energy as she speeds through the sky. Her acceleration generates such power that a shockwave impacts a nearby building. James contemplates her solo mission, acknowledging his usual regret over her impulsive actions. Yet this time he must place his trust in her. An LDS TV anchor on screen states that there is still no definitive information regarding the damage in Australia, although it has been confirmed that St. Pearl is en route. Observing this from their own space, Kirilov considers the situation strange, observing that Australia is unrelated to the Whitecap hero. With the continuous news alerts, Kirilov understands that this is not a minor event, prompting Basilov to instruct him to prepare for departure. In Japan, Nanjiai enters a vibrant green bamboo forest, chuckling as he makes his way along the well-known trail. He guides Howren and Dan Yong to a quaint wooden cabin hidden among the towering trees, designated as Shigehira's location. Nanjiai gazes at the cabin with a wary smile, observing the odd silence that indicates it has been unoccupied for quite some time. To ensure safety, he instructs Howren to manage traffic control for the entities soaring overhead. Howren, who soars quicker than a bird, jumps into the air to seize a big eagle using only his hands. Fortunately for the bird, the pursuit is halted. Just as Howren is about to seize the eagle, a strong kick from a young man in a dark jacket and short hair hits him. Howren tumbles through the bamboo, shouting for Nanjiai as he descends rapidly. The blond man remains in the clearing, quiet and determined. Nanjiai glances at the unfamiliar person and sarcastically proposes that if he encounters a celebrity, he ought to extend a proper salutation. He commends the young boy, Miura Chisaki, for his bravery and presumes the child is the master of the bamboo forest. Nevertheless, Nanjiai swiftly redirects the discussion to his actual intent, stating that he has come to seek an old friend named Shigehira. Regrettably, Chisaki remains unconvinced. He accuses Nan of deceit, adamantly rejecting the notion that a genuine friend of his uncle would ever try to harm Kenta, the eagle resting on his shoulder. Since the bird is seen as a member of Shigehira's family, the boy perceives the previous altercation as an act of blatant hostility. Nanjiai and Danyang are briefly puzzled by the eagle's name. However, Chisaki stays resolute in his animosity towards the outsiders. This strain prompts an abrupt and fierce response from Howren. Aiming to defend his senior's honor, the strong warrior executes a forceful kick directed at the boy's head. Fortunately, Chisaki has remarkable reflexes and narrowly evades the deadly blow at the very last moment. This compelled Howren into a frantic battle on the ground as the boy moves with a pace the warrior cannot resist. Howren's eyes blaze with fury as he readies his counterattack, swearing to exhibit no compassion now that the battle has truly commenced. As he towers above the frightened Chisaki, a huge explosion of dust and energy bursts forth, propagating a shockwave across the bamboo grove. Danyang observes in dread, worried for the boy's safety. Yet, as the dust clears, an unexpected scene emerges. Nanji has stepped in, easily restraining Howren's fist with one hand. Black Hat shows clear disappointment in his right-hand man, rebuking him for abandoning his rationality and behaving like a murderous maniac rather than a controlled fighter. This engulfed Howren in a tide of shame, who promptly falls to the ground. In an odd act of self-punishment, the warrior starts to bang his head against the ground, pledging to persist until he perishes for what he believes is disrespect toward his elder. Nanji dismisses the commotion and faces the confused Chisaki. He coolly explains that he never meant to harm the eagle and confesses that he isn't truly Shigehira's friend, having encountered him just a single time. Feeling drained by the subject, Nan dismissively walks away, sarcastically remarking that he'll simply have to locate the man with the unattractive hair on his own. The departure is interrupted as Chisaki unexpectedly collapses, tears rolling down his cheeks. The boy pleads with the group to remain and assist him in rescuing his uncle. This unexpected request for compassion stuns Nanji and Danyang, as they come to understand that the forest's master is, in truth, a vulnerable child requiring safeguarding. As this poignant moment occurs in Japan, attention turns worldwide. A beam of golden light slices through the moonlit sky above the ocean, signifying St. Pearl's rapid journey towards Australia. Due to the significant spiritual burden Jane Sanada experienced in their last fight, Pearl is troubled by the unknown state of her companion. She understands that if Jane does not manage to encounter the extraordinary Daphne to cure her necrosis, she might never be able to rejoin the realm of the living. Within the bamboo grove, the team has relocated to a cozy wooden cabin for discussion. Nanji discovers that Shigehira has been gone for more than 6 months, leaving the gentle Chisaki to watch over the house by himself. Horan, having healed from his self-harm, feels a sense of sympathy for Nan. Ji leans closer, formally introducing himself and inquiring about the boy's name. The child responds, identifying himself as Miura Chisaki. Black Hat insists on hearing the entire account. He requests the boy to detail his connection with Shigehira and the circumstances surrounding his uncle's vanishing. Chisaki gazes downward, tears brimming in his eyes, his voice quivering as he starts to share a memory from the previous year. The story transitions to a meadow beneath the sky, where a younger Shisaki once found himself immobilized during his initial meeting with another superhuman. As frightened civilians ran through the tall grass, they screamed about a monster. Shisaki was captivated by the man in front of him. In spite of the foul odor of blood and the closeness of a repulsive corpse, Shisaki experienced a warmth greater than the sun. This compelled him to gaze in quiet wonder at the enigmatic warrior, Tagasaki Shigehira, who remained composed amid the turmoil. Eventually, Shigehira adjusted his glasses and recognized the boy's existence. As a fallen blue inhuman exhaled its last breath, he shouted to his partner, an eagle called Kenta, who came down from the heavens to rest on his shoulder. This was when their paths crossed. In the present, Shisaki clarifies that although they understood each other's essence, they journeyed apart for an extended time. Shisaki battled inhumans throughout Japan, yet he frequently found himself trailing behind, reaching the scene only after Shigehira had already left a path of destruction. Once Shisaki had eliminated 3 monsters on his own, the Japanese government started monitoring whispers about the imp and the forest spirit. Listening. In this regard, Dan Yang voices doubt. She wonders how one area could experience numerous undocumented inhumane incidents, implying that the figures seem excessively inflated. Fortunately, Nanjiai smiles widely, stating that official government data is complete nonsense. He highlights that entities such as the United Nations frequently create statistics to preserve public order, deliberately manipulating information to align with political and corporate agendas. If the hidden conflicts between superhumans and monsters were properly documented, the actual magnitude of the war would be significantly more astonishing. The dialogue is abruptly cut off as a dark, swirling shadow figure bursts forth from Nanjiai's arm. This is the Dark Mirror, which adopts a humanoid shape and hovers over the surprised Shisaki. The shadow communicates telepathically with our hero, mentioning a peculiar, familiar resonance it senses within the boy. Nevertheless, Nanjiai dismisses the shadow's comments. He channels a burst of energy to suppress the entity, forcing it back into confinement for disrupting the adults. Shisaki carries on with his tale, remembering the moment he successfully followed Shigehira to his bamboo hut. The boy's efforts to shadow him were awkward. Shigehira recognized him without looking back. Young Shisaki introduced himself as another superhuman, respectfully addressing the man as Grandpa. Shigehira promptly corrected him, playfully apologizing for his ash-gray hair dye and asserting he wasn't that old. This is how the two swiftly formed a close friendship. In the months that followed, they engaged in sparring near waterfalls and exchanged tales by the fire. Shisaki discovered that beneath Shigehira's icy facade lay a genuinely kind and warm-hearted individual. The warrior elaborated on the importance of the red markings on Kenta's head, referring to the eagle as his real family. On a serene night at a pavilion, Shigehira imparted an uncommon piece of wisdom, informing the boy that the beauty of the world exists because individuals support each other. Regrettably, this joy was disrupted by a life-threatening event at Iridahama Beach. While searching for shells, Shisaki unexpectedly encountered a gigantic gray creature without any warning. This adversary exhibited a speed and strength that the boy had never faced before, leading to his swift defeat. Bloodied and filled with dread, Shisaki surrendered to fate as the beast clutched his head, ready to crush his skull. Death appeared inevitable until Shigehira's sandals touched the sand. The warrior approached the creature with calmness, truly astonished that the monster could communicate verbally. Confronting the enormous beast without a trace of fear, Shigehira made a straightforward, commanding request for the creature to release the boy, signaling the beginning of a frantic rescue effort. The recollection of the beach meeting lingers as the enormous, unnatural Bahama holds a tight grasp on Shisaki's head. The creature taunts the boy, asking if he is just a minion. Shigehira stays composed. Although he acknowledges his astonishment at the creature's speaking ability, he firmly commands that the boy be released. Bahama lets out a twisted laugh, perceiving Shigehira's worry for his junior as a flaw. Suddenly, the monster's attention shifts as Kenta the eagle flies toward the sun. This state of uncertainty is precisely what Shigehira requires. In a dazzling circular burst of energy, He unsheathes his sword and delivers a blow so accurate that he instantly cuts off the giant's arm. Due to this pivotal action, Shigehira manages to grab the injured Chisaki and slide to safety as blood pours from the creature's body. As he watches, Shigehira understands the battle continues. He aimed to slay the beast in a single blow, yet the creature's quick reflexes thwarted an instant kill. This is why Shigehira decides to stop and soothe the frightened boy. He carefully sets his straw hat atop the young boy's head, describing how life can be lonely and frightening. Yet they share this moment together. He urges the child to rely on him for support, offering the emotional resilience the boy requires to endure the trauma. Fortunately, Shigehira's determination aligns with the onset of the real fight, as sand and dust erupt from the impact of their clash. In the current time, Chisaki tells Nanjiai and Danyang that although the old man fought exceptionally well, the scenario became increasingly perilous with the arrival of another talking being, Merle. This newcomer swiftly teamed up with Bahama, launching surprise assaults from underground. This compelled Shigehira to stay completely focused. He thought it odd that two articulate inhumans would show up simultaneously, observing that they were different from any creatures he had previously faced. Chisaki, severely broken and injured, lay helplessly on the ground, unable to intervene as the two monsters completely disregarded him, concentrating their unyielding attack on Shigehira instead. Upon hearing this, Danyang is reminded of other intense battles, questioning whether the superhuman was truly facing a real threat. Nevertheless, the boy points out that the truth was entirely different. To his astonishment, Shigehira possessed a significant advantage after unveiling his Nan. Ji considers this logic-driven triumph to be completely expected. He describes Shigehira as a formidable superhuman who comprehends the factors of combat, ranging from innate skills to extensive experience. Nanjiai offers a superior comparison, indicating that Shigehira is on par with or potentially stronger than Saint Pearl, the leading warrior in the United States. He contends that Shigehira can only be defeated by an inhuman king such as Behemoth or someone who leads a whole army. This analysis is validated as the memory resurfaces at the beach, depicting a bloodied Shigehira towering over the twisted corpses of his foes. With the danger eliminated, the warrior gazes at a vanquished Bahama and readies himself for an interrogation, observing that as long as the monster's lungs are functioning, he anticipates truthful responses. As the tumultuous dust from the beach battle starts to clear, Mira Chisaki's past unfolds further. Fortunately, the eagle Kenta endures the encounter. The young boy gently holds the bird's head as Shigehira stands triumphantly over the twisted remains of the monstrous Bahama. Chisaki watches the warrior with a blend of intrigue and fear, realizing that despite the battle, the man's attention is solely on the defeated creature. This led to a harsh questioning. Shigehira hovers over Bahama, vowing to remember his name while inquiring about his background. As the creature first tries to pretend unawareness, Shigehira strikes with immense power, cutting off yet another limb of the creature. The unexpected violence stuns both Chisaki and Kenta. However, the warrior stays analytical. He clarifies that due to Inhuman's regenerative powers, he plans to keep Bahama alive. He cautions that his suffering will continue endlessly until the monster gives the right answers. Under this unyielding strain, Bahama ultimately succumbs. He admits that he and his companion Merle were simply scouts for a fighter named Stein. Due to Stein being a pet that dreaded even the boss's shadow and ultimately fled, Bahama's unit was tasked with locating the runaway. This results in a disturbing insight into the cruel hierarchy. Bahama recognizes his leader as a king who rises above all, embodying an independent combat spirit that exceeds the mindless hunters. Shigehira's eyes shine as he contemplates phrases such as autonomous warrior and king, understanding the magnitude of the organization he faces. Determined to address the core of this threat, Shigehira decides to utilize the monster as a means of guidance. He aims his katana at the shattered Bahama, granting him life on the condition of his eventual death. The being guides him over the ocean to the monstrous origin. This choice creates an instant divide between the two superhumans. Returning to the mountain lodge, Chisaki describes how Shigehira readied a small boat at midnight for leaving. Chisaki sought to participate in the mission, claiming they needed to rely on one another as allies. Regrettably, Shigehira stood resolute in his denial. He stated that their abilities were presently as distinct as the sky is from the ground, and, as a result, the boy would merely become a liability in the challenging battles to come. He motivated the boy to become stronger and remain to defend Japan. In an instant, the mentor ventured into the moonlit void, leaving a forlorn Chisaki behind on the shore. Nowadays, Nangi bursts into a hearty laugh after hearing the story's end. He labels Shigehira a foolish fool, claiming that the warrior was blinded by his excessive pride. Nangi thinks Shigehira committed a critical tactical mistake by undervaluing the enemy based solely on 2 scouts. The crying Chisaki, filled with rage, yells at Nangi to apologize for disrespecting a man who battled for the people. Nangi simply smiles, posing the direct question. If Shigehira isn't foolish, then why hasn't he come back? The tragedy culminates as the boy shares his lengthy wait by the shoreline. The stillness was broken when a bruised and bloodied Kenta fell onto the sand. Chisaki rushed to the wounded eagle, only to discover a bloodied note attached to the bird's leg. The message's weight made him pause before deciding to unfold it, ultimately disclosing 2 eerie words penned in his mentor's handwriting. Stay cautious. Upon learning about Shigehira's disappearance, Nangi is filled with intense rage. He rushes forward and seizes the young Chisaki by his collar, elevating him a bit above the earth among the bamboo. The Black Hat finds the reasoning behind the scenario repulsive, sarcastically highlighting that Shigehira's foolish choice to go solo led to nothing but a bloodied, pitiful scrap of paper. He scolds the boy for openly pleading for assistance while still ensnared in his own frail feelings, towering over the child with a deadly intensity in his crimson gaze. Fortunately, the violence is short-lived. Nangi abruptly loosens his hold, allowing the quaking Chisaki to fall back to the ground. With a look of utter contempt, he turns away, stating that he can no longer tolerate the boy's immature scent of breast milk. Yet, being a man of action, he insists on finding out if there are any real details or hints remaining to discuss. Chisaki, weary and dazed, offers a precise clue. He depicts a bleak, stony island situated southeast of Japan, eternally encircled by crows. His sources indicate that this is the lair of the inhuman entity known as the King. This evokes a recollection of a shadowy beach under the night sky, where the captured inhuman Bahama was tied up in a wooden vessel. Oddly, the monster asked Shigehira for one last favor before they left. He pleaded to be slain before they arrived at the island. Having failed his mission and guiding a superhuman to their base, Bahama feared the repercussions, worried that if he reached alive, he wouldn't be permitted to die peacefully. Shigehira, however, showed no compassion for the monster's request. He gazed at the frightened creature with cold detachment, ordering it to silence itself and guide him, asserting that he alone would determine the creature's destiny. In the present moment, Chisaki lowers his head, confessing that he has exhausted all his stories. Regrettably, Nangi presents a harsh reality, advising the boy to let go of any expectations. Given the significant time that has elapsed since the bloodstained note was dispatched, the Black Hat determines that it is highly likely Shigehira has been killed. He observes that due to the warrior's nature, he probably acted solo and was overpowered. Nangi starts to walk off, ordering Chisaki to rise and quit crying like a fool. He informs the boy that if he is genuinely a friend and a superhuman, he must understand that the sole way ahead is through action. As the group departs from the cabin, Nangi pledges to complete Shigehira's mission as a mark of honor. When the impulsive Horan proposes going directly to Crow Island to confront the monsters, Nangi dismisses the notion. He clarifies that their current team lacks the strength needed for such a venture at this time. Instead, he concludes they should first monitor the escalating crisis in Australia. The island's name plunges the captive inhuman, Pyong Goid, into a quaking fear within his suitcase. Elsewhere, at the Submu Martial Academy located in Korea, the seriousness of the situation is evident. Master Obang-won and his pupils observe a news report, Reports indicate that the Gold Coast of Australia is enveloped in an eerie, dark red fog. This haze has interrupted all forms of communication, leaving even the ISSTF units present powerless. This scene instills a deep sense of fear in the Master, whose intuition warns him that this is no ordinary issue. The crimson clouds evoke memories of past horrors he has encountered. The story rewinds 2 days, to a moment prior to the arrival of the red fog. At Griffith University, a renowned academic known as Daphne Bayleaf gives a talk about the mythical flute mushroom. She describes how, despite its rarity, the fungus is believed to attract good fortune and is said to heal any illness. While she talks, her pupils murmur regarding her nickname, the Witch, a psychologist believed to possess the skill to perceive individuals' thoughts and emotions. The scholarly environment is abruptly disrupted by a fierce shake. With the ceiling lights blinking, students cry out in terror at the earthquake. Professor Daphne Bayleaf gazes at the ground with wide eyes, feeling an ominous, deeper danger. This vibration is experienced similarly at Surfer's Heaven Beach, beneath a bright blue sky. The beach abruptly transforms as enormous, jagged stone columns emerge from the sand, looming over frightened beachgoers. As objects rain down from the sky, the terrified crowd starts to scream and rush away from the water. A surfer, filled with dread, first thinks he's observing a meteorite impact. However, he soon observes a troubling detail. The debris is altering its path in the air. Rather than plunging into the ocean, the items are deliberately directing toward the shore. As a consequence of the aerial bombardment, lifeguards rush to evacuate the beach. Fortunately, despite enormous boulders crashing onto the sand with seismic force, the descending rubble misses both the individuals and the lifeguard stations. This accuracy implies a purposeful, managed occurrence rather than a random natural calamity. The turmoil ultimately uncovers the presence of enormous, house-sized boulders lodged in the sand, with one positioned squarely in the middle of the beach, resembling a monument. The tremor can be sensed miles away at Griffith University, where students find themselves in a state of bewilderment. Since the school's emergency alarms have not activated, the students are left wondering if a superhuman conflict, similar to the recent war in Korea, has reached Australia. Their uncertainty shifts to distrust upon discovering their professor. Daphne Bayleaf has abruptly left her podium and disappeared from the classroom without reason. At the beach, law enforcement tries to restrict entry to the area. One officer discloses to his colleague that their higher-ups believe the stones are linked to the superhuman, Jane Sonata. This link clarifies why the ISSTF, the Specialized Superhuman Task Force, has been summoned to lead the inquiry. As the officers complain about those who roam the globe portraying themselves as heroes, their conversation is cut short by the entrance of a gray-haired woman in a pink jacket. This newcomer, Daphne Bayleaf, claims to be a superhuman to get past the police barrier. Acknowledging the stone formations as a manifestation of her friend's strength, she walks toward the largest house-sized boulder, her expression solemn. She understands that Jane Sonata has reached her breaking point, with the stone hinges remaining quiet and unyielding. To grasp the seriousness of the situation, Daphne employs her special talent to see the rock's memories. This is why a terrifying sequence of the naval conflict appears in her mind. She observes the white-haired, inhuman commander, Pan, and sees Jane and St. Pearl jeopardizing their lives in a frantic effort to safeguard the planet. Having witnessed the real price of their survival, Daphne stands solitary on the beach at dusk, conveying her profound appreciation for her fallen comrades on humanity's behalf. She understands that the stones are now infiltrating the soil to gather the nutrients essential for sustaining Jane's life, and she decides to bring her friend home to recover. That evening, the focus moves to an attic bedroom where Daphne has concealed the injured hero. In the attic, a secluded refuge from curious onlookers, Jane lies beneath a blanket, astonishingly alive despite the severe trauma she has suffered. Jermaine Scotch disrupts the silence. A strong man walks into the room to see how Daphne is doing. Despite the tension, Scotch provides his assistance, recognizing the profound sorrow on the professor's expression. Regrettably, the medical situation is dire. Daphne gazes at her unresponsive friend and discloses that Jane is officially on the brink of death. Aware she alone possesses the ability to rescue her, Daphne urgently seeks Scotch's assistance to achieve a miracle. At the beach of Surfer's Paradise, the serene night is disrupted by a faint yet lethal presence. Due to a blue-skinned inhuman crawling through the surf and ignoring the no-entry signs, the security of the nearby coastline has been jeopardized. Perched in a nearby lifeguard tower, Max, a guard, is preoccupied with a phone conversation with a friend. They talk about the forthcoming U.S. presidential election, particularly highlighting the candidate Marcus Gerald. Max is optimistic that Gerald, the chairman of JM Beyond Bio, will succeed, as a rise in company stocks would enable him to leave his exhausting night shifts. Regrettably, this financial fantasizing stops him from seeing his tower's growth. Max ultimately hears an unusual noise coming from the deck and explores using his flashlight, yet he discovers nothing on the sand beneath. This is why he is utterly taken by surprise when the creature, known as Ulram, appears directly behind him on the balcony of the tower. The man is frozen in fear as the creature locks eyes with him and insistently inquires about the stone's whereabouts. Before Max has a chance to reply, Ulram attacks, concluding the guard's existence in a vicious burst of blood. The phone lies neglected in an unfeeling environment, jumps down to the shore, forming a tiny depression in the sand prior to starting the journey to the city. Inside a private home, the brawny Jermaine Scotch and the extraordinary Daphne Bayleaf converse about the repercussions of the recent henge stone shower. Scotch observes that the stones inflicted minimal physical harm. Their enigmatic vanishing into the sand has ignited worldwide speculation about Jane Sonata. Since the public has already recognized Daphne at the site of the collision, she ultimately chooses to abandon her witch-professor disguise. She confesses to Scotch that she is, in fact, a superhuman. Daphne conveys that the recent conflict in Korea has rendered concealing her identity futile. She cautions that a perilous, unstoppable age has begun, compelling both superhumans and humans to brace for a unified assault. Recognizing the importance of their long-standing friendship, she gives Scotch the opportunity to leave and evade the impending threat. Nevertheless, Scotch feels insulted by the implication. He points out all the occasions he assisted her with trivial chores, such as repairing light bulbs and motorcycles, asserting he is determined not to abandon her during this crisis. This commitment empowers Daphne to proceed with her strategy. She gives him a list of crucial supplies, emphasizing that they are short on time to rescue the ailing Jane Sonata. Oddly, the heroes are being observed from the rooftops. The inhuman Calbus has pinpointed their location in coordinates with the Ulram to commence the next stage of their pursuit. To effectively pursue its target, Ulram undergoes a horrifying transformation, expelling a dark crow with bright red eyes emerging from its throat. When the bird soars upward, the Inhumans get ready to allow the creature to fulfill its purpose, indicating that the sanctuary created by Daphne is now known.